Václav Havel, Graham Saville, no surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
And good evening to you all. It is day 3 of the Brisbane Test, the first test of the Ashes 21-22. And England are in a bit of a pickle. Having got themselves out for 147, got themselves into a good position on day 2. Bowled ball out for no ball, dropped a catch, and then it all went tits up as Head got a 80 ball ton. And now England find themselves in all sorts of trouble. 196 runs behind Australia, 343 for 7. So to join me for all today's action, I have Messages.
G'day, Bear. How the hell are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Had a good sleep and got up about 3:30 this afternoon. Had a beer and I'm on my second. And things are looking all right. I'm going to drink myself to oblivion as England go down the pan. And we're also joined by Annie Chave, all the way from Exeter. How are you today?
All right, I've had my office party. I've snubbed the boss and photocopied my arse. You know, the usual sort of things you do at office parties. Yeah.
It's good to know. And it was legal. It was legal. Unlike the Downing Street party that's causing the government shed loads of problems, which is always quite entertaining.
Could we possibly auction off an NFT of the photocopy of your ass?
And is the boss your husband? That's the question.
No, God, no.
No, good. So, well, it's another sunny day in Brisbane, which I suppose is good. England have got a monumental task ahead of them, haven't they? I mean, I guess if you're an English sport, you rose-tintedly look back at 2010 and think, yeah, we'll get 500, but you just don't see it happening. I've got a horrible feeling this test might well be over today, if not by lunch tea tomorrow.
Hey, hang on. Just because we haven't got Hendo here doesn't mean you have to take on his role.
No, normally. Well, what I will say here, Annie, is I'm not pessimistic about what this result will do necessarily for the series. I've seen enough games of cricket, and you see when you're in this position, rarely do you come back, rarely do you win, rarely do you get a draw. You know, but with all series of this length, you've got to just put that behind you. I mean, they've got to almost treat this as a warm-up match. They're massively undercooked, clearly. The bowling was reasonably good yesterday, I thought. I think they got quite good lines and length. There was a bit of nip off the pitch. They were bloody unlucky. I mean, there was at one point yesterday, I think, they had the stats up that Australia had played a miss at 21% of their balls, and England had played a miss at 17% of their balls, and yet Australia were 180 for 1, and England were, at that point, something like 80 for 5, you know. So, you know, some days are bad and some days are good, you know. And
today's could be good then, Bear.
Well, this is it. If you believe that luck evens itself out, then, you know, hopefully next time around, pink ball test, Jimmy and Broad bat possibly, the luck swings our way. And, you know, Australia, it's difficult to dig yourself out from 147 all out, especially when you've decided to bat. So the opposite might happen next test. You know, Australia win a toss, decides to bat, and England get rampant on them. You know, these things happen. It's test cricket, isn't it? But we can but hope, I suppose. And that's where my optimism comes in. I just think, you know, once you get past one game, you just got to look to the next. They're separate events. They don't necessarily have to one control the next, as it were. So
Messi's probably quite happy with how it's been going, aren't you?
I've enjoyed the outcome. I've got to say that I've enjoyed watching the guerrilla development. The fact that we've been able, because we're using Zoom, to have people from all over the world being part of this has been fucking fantastic.
It has. I mean, it's really good to get a bunch of Aussies on as well, because it makes it proper, doesn't it? You know, a bit of banter. Although our Aussie yesterday was an ex-Anglophile, so that was all right.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing. I mean, we've had lots of Aussies on, but most of them aren't cheering for the Aussies. The way when Green let the ball hit his stump yesterday, there was a huge cheer going up from the commentary team, and I thought, well, there goes the pretense of being unbiased.
We've never pretended to be unbiased. I just don't
No,
get
no,
where this
it's
comes from. This neutrality bullshit is for the TV and the radio, man. This is guerrilla cricket. If you're an Australian, you want to barrack for Australia, that's fine
actually,
by me.
no, not unbiased, but balanced, because I have generally restrained myself when Australia's done well, because it doesn't look awfully good, does it?
We're just doing. We're giving the other side to Warren and War, and their biased commentary on BT.
Well,
God,
yeah,
really.
I do think the other thing is I think cricket fans are not unique in this, but because of the nature of Test cricket, I think no matter how hard it is to accept you've lost, you generally do accept that the other team has played better than you. Sometimes you can put it down to luck, sometimes you can put it down to skill. But I mean, I think cricket fans always appreciate the other side, even when they hate losing to them. And that's the good thing about cricket.
I think that's true, and I think there's an indication that this series is likely to be played in reasonably good spirit. I thought when yesterday, when Head got hit by that beamer from Wood, which was pretty sickening at the time, the reaction from both of them was actually really encouraging. You know, there was no animosity involved at all.
No, that was a horrible ball as well. Let it go. Right, well, so we're going to have some jingles to the batsman. I think this guy's facing up.
He's just a sweet driver's head. A sweet driver's head. From transdimensional driver's head.
And this guy is going to bowl at him.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net. Found this way that his heel had healed. Passed the test and he went to the tee.
And at the other end of the plate now is this guy. Wokes finally got his wicket yesterday, 1 for 56. First ball to Head, who goes back and jabs at it. It goes out towards a fourth slip and bounces, pops up and bounces just before him. And there's no run. I thought Wokes bowled all right yesterday. A lot of people were saying he didn't. I mean, it's just noticeable that one thing you have to say is that Wood did actually shake up the Aussies. And that's why you can see that missing Jofra in this series is such a big miss, man.
Yeah.
Because no one likes real pace, raw pace, and he's the quickest of the lot, man. I mean, he's quicker than Stark. But it is just raw pace. Doesn't really do much with it. Although he got some swing late on. That one is into the ribs of Head. He just turns it into wicket and gets himself off the mark for the morning. He's on 113 off 97. Stark is 10 off 24. Australia 344 for 7 if you're Australian, 7 for 344. And this is only the 5th over with the new ball.
Yeah, they're quite a lot ahead of us now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are quite a lot ahead. But when Head came in, they weren't that far ahead.
Yeah. No, that's quite true, actually. And that was a crucial moment in the game.
Well, that's when we didn't have enough bowlers, was it? I'm afraid Jack Leach, mate, he's got fucking butchered by these
Well,
boys.
they targeted him, didn't
Yeah,
they?
they did. Stark faces that one, leaves it alone outside his off stump, through the button, and there's no run. They really took to him, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think he's strong enough character to come back, but I just don't know if the pitches will, going to be that
I don't
helpful
know,
to him.
but I mean, I really, the way he's been treated over the last year or almost couple of years, he's hardly played any cricket whatsoever.
Did he not play much last year?
No.
What, the English summer? I suppose.
No.
Oh, for crying out loud. Left alone again by Stark through to the keeper and there's no run. It's just a problem with English spinners, isn't it? I mean,
He played about 2 games, I think, near the end of the season. He was in the England bubble.
Of course.
And he wasn't playing.
No.
So he didn't play. So
I think the other problem for Leach is that he has Root as a captain, and I don't think Root knows how to use spinners properly.
No,
I think there is a bit of
I think there is
yeah.
a genuine bit of that, but I don't know. That's because I don't think he sees them as genuine game changers. But that's partly because he's English. That's a good ball, angling in a little bit towards Stark's off stump. He just stands and clips it into the leg side. It's a bit ugly, no foot movement. He's going to get 2, maybe another 3. I think it is another 3. There's been a lot of 3s here. and Australia moved to exactly 200 runs ahead of England. Yeah, that is a big problem. But then maybe we should target Lyon. Lyon's a good spinner, but I mean, especially in first innings, why not go after him?
Lyon is a bowler who's much harder to hit off his rhythm. I think he has confidence in himself now because he's been allowed to develop that over a long
there is
period.
that.
Yeah, I mean, Leach's confidence must be completely shot.
You'd have thought
Yeah.
so. Wokes in right up in a block hole, and Travis Head drives it quite hard but straight to mid-off, and there is no run, and that ends the first over of the day.
So we got lots of people with us on
Yeah,
Twitter.
go for it.
Hooray!
But the tweet of the day was actually tweeted 20 minutes ago by Paul Grubby Howarth in response to Tony Bishop saying, "Is Annie about to go full Delia Smith?" Paul tweeted, "You can stick your fucking saucepans up your ass sideways." And Peter Ward, in response to the news that Annie was on, saying, "Oh yes, innuendo bingo ahoy! I'm sure we won't disappoint." Leah is with us. She says, "Morning all. If England could make another 517 for one, it would be kind of amazing. But I would probably hate them for making me get up at 1 a.m. on a Saturday. I don't think we're in much danger of that." Mog is with us. He says, "Let the continuing shit show continue."
Yes, absolutely.
Not Fred is accusing me of breaking the Guerrilla Cricket Hippocratic Oath by revealing what went on in the green room before the game when the bear said he was going for a beer. Leah said, "Did you disinfect the top of the photocopier before copying your ass?" That's required by hygiene guidelines during the pandemic. And if so, all right, carry on.
Ollie Robinson is coming in from the other end, and his first ball is, as usual, down on pace, but probing that length outside off stump, left alone though by Stark, and there is no run. And he's got a jingle that goes a bit like this.
Oi, 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 oi,
The normal thing about beer cans is they trap moustache hair in the top of them and pull them out.
Oh yeah.
I don't have that problem.
Well, no.
So you've got
No.
to turn the tag sideways once you've opened it. Beer.
You'd think he'd learn that by now, wouldn't you?
Well,
Yeah,
no, I
you
generally
didn't
tend to
have a mum to tell him.
prefer bottles, but that one is just defended out to point, and there is no run.
In reply to Leah, I did not disinfect the top of the photocopier.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
I may be infected.
I mean, it's the ultimate selfie, isn't it? Photocopy of your ass.
I had COVID.
You had COVID?
Yeah, I did have COVID.
Oh.
I realised I had it the day of the World Cup final. Oh, wow. Trying to turn that into leg side start, get beaten on the outside edge. But once again, it doesn't catch that outside edge and goes through the button and is a dot ball. Yeah, I got home. I had to tell Knackle, obviously, because the next morning I did one of my kids' lateral throw tests and it came out positive. I was like, oh, fuck.
So you had to isolate for 100 years?
Yeah, for 10 days. Well, my oldest son has, well, in fact, everyone had it apart from my wife. But my son brought it home from school, then my youngest daughter got it, then I got it, and then my oldest daughter got it. Over the space of about 3.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Really irritating. Ollie Robinson is in, and that probes again the outside half of the bat. He keeps it down, goes out to backward point where Hasib Hamid is fielding, and there will be no run.
Robinson doesn't seem to be having any trouble in Australia, really, does he?
No, I mean, you just wish he had 4 or 5 miles an hour quicker, but I mean, he does. He's got the height, he can get the length, and he just nibbles that ball enough, and he's very tight with his lines. And he doesn't mind if it switches left-right-hander. He seems to be able to go on it very quick. But we were all predicting that, weren't we? We all thought he was going to be pretty damn high. You just do wish that he had an extra 4 or 5 miles an hour pace. So that one is mistimed by Stark. It's aerial, came off the splice up towards mid-off. It's inside mid-off. I think, is that Stokesy? I think so. Chase it down. It'll only be 1 run. An attempted drive, but mistimed it completely. Didn't come off the splice. More toe end, in fact. But not great timing from Stark. Got away with it. And we all, I mean, if someone on the Twitter sphere knows any more about Ben Stokes' mysterious injury, because I mean, I didn't look at Cricinfo today, but there were lots of reports in the paper saying that he looked injured, but no one seemed to know what it was. And whether
the
it's...
England camp reported yesterday that he was okay, but...
well, that's what I mean. Was it temporary? Was it a little thing that they can sort
Is it
out
just
overnight?
not playing?
Is it just stiffness?
God knows
Exactly
how.
that, you know.
Yeah.
Is it terminal for his bowling for the entire series? Or, you know, are they going to announce, oh, he's coming home after this one because his knee's fucked or something, you know?
Annie, Peter Ward's got a crucial question for you. So
Has he?
what was the wine and cheese and Secret Santa at Annie's party?
And did anyone do a speech? Yeah. That one is defended square by Head out to Hasib Hamid, and there is no run. And there's going to be a fucking overthrow, for fuck's sake. What's that all about? They weren't even attempting to run it straight at the fielder. I guess Hasib has thrown it to Butler and done a shit throw, or Butler's flapped his hands because it's gone down towards bloody fine third man in the end, fine leg, for a goddamn overthrow.
You're not happy with that overthrow, are you?
Well, funny that, isn't it? I mean, there wasn't even a pretense at going for a run, and then you just give one away by doing some shit throw. I mean, when you're 201 runs behind, it's not really sensible.
That just about sums up
England.
Yeah, I mean, Australia's come into this incredibly sharp, and England has just been a shit show. Frankly.
Well, I guess a lot of the Australian players were playing, weren't they, in something or other?
No, not a lot, no.
A lot of the Australians
World
are
Cup.
playing in the county cricket.
I mean, I guess there's grade cricket and BBL going on. They're playing at home.
No, they were mostly involved in the World Cup and stuff.
Okay, left lane through to the keeper, and there's no run.
BBL's only just started, isn't it?
Well, but I mean, presumably what is it? State cricket is going on, isn't it?
Yeah, Shield.
The first class
Sheffield
game, Shield. Yeah.
Travis Head, Alex Carey, and Marnus Labuschagne were virtually the only ones who've had any serious warm up.
Yeah.
Chris
It's
says
true.
if Head penetrates the English anymore, then it can beat all the other penetrating Englishmen videos on the internet.
Well, Wokes is going around the wicket, and he's pulled nicely by Head, and that'll be the first boundary of the day. He looks pretty confident after last night, and 4 more runs to score. I guess we need to start talking.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Declaration targets. What? I mean, presumably they'll want 450. Not give them a 300-run lead if they can get there.
Yeah, 350 lead, I'd say.
So they want 500,
Well, I mean-
but they've only got 3 wickets left.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely you'd be expecting Australia to be all out for 450.
Well, yes, but I mean, getting 3. This is what I mean. It's you've got to get those wickets still, haven't you? Mind you, I suppose you've got Lyon and Hazelwood to come. You've got to get through these 2. Stark can be destructive as well. That's I think a leg by off the hip of Head down leg side, and there's no run.
Al Hotchkiss tells us, and Al will be on in a little while, that the overnight assessment last night for Stokes was for a knee injury.
And what did it? Well, that's great, Al. Did they? Thanks for that. Did they? What was the assessment? What was the result of the assessment? Did anyone find out? Or was it just a little bit of a jar, and they'll massage it and strap it up, and he'll be fine? He didn't. He wasn't strapped up this morning, actually, when he was practicing bowling.
Well, Al says he's still got 2.
He's still got 2 knees,
Okay.
and he's on the field.
And,
What more do you want?
Well, yeah, true. Stark.
One is sore.
Yes. Stark clips that nicely from Wokes up past mid-on, and that's gone to the boundary, and he's opened his arms too. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A little bit full. And this is the thing, Wokes doesn't seem particularly comfortable bowling around the wicket at the lefties, does he? Neither does Robinson, although Robinson keeps quite tight lines. Wokes can. Lefties are a problem for England, and there's an awful lot in
There's
this.
a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. I think that's partly part of Leach's problem as well. I guess he bowled up right-handers, but I mean, you couldn't trust. That's short and left by Stark through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, I watched the cricket podcast last night, which Jack Hope, one of ours does, and Dan, the analyst on there, made the very good point that picking Leach for this game was crazy because against left-handers he's useless, basically. And having
I think useless is a bit harsh.
Well, his average is more than double against left-handers than it is against right. So, it's pretty ineffective. Having Broad might have been handy.
Yeah, probably would have been. Wokes in. I think there was a little bit of guilt in that as well, though. Kicking Leach. No, I'm serious. That's excuse off the outside edge of.
Guilt having not played him, you mean? Or?
Yes, starts back out to point. There is no run. Yeah, because I think Stokes offers you the balance of having your spinner. And if Leach is our spinner and Stokes is in the side, then it makes sense to play Leach because you have four seamers as well anyway. See what I'm saying? So it gives you that proper option of having a proper spinner.
But if Stokes isn't bowling very well.
Well, no, but I don't presume, everyone was expecting to hobble around with a knee injury at the end of the first session, and they thought they could probably
bowl 10 no balls or whatever he did.
And they probably thought they could get 15, 16 overs out of him. I mean, England only bowled 80 overs yesterday.
Let me catch up on a few tweets there. Mog, he's having a go at me. He said, who'd have thought that actual Australians with half a brain wouldn't be cheering on the unrepentant band of shit scum and turd balls that make up most of the Australian team? Nothing if not consistent, Mog. Mayank says, I'm not a betting man, but I've got a feeling England will bat the day out and score it 4 and over. Only one down maximum. Should take the lead by.
Wow, Mayank, you're more optimistic than me. As Robinson has decided to come around and wickets ahead. I'm not sure that's a great idea either, and there's no run. He seems to nibble it across the lefties quite well from over the wicket. It's tricky. Lefties, I fucking hated lefties. I'm a left-arm spinner. I hated bowling at left-arm spinners because I thought almost my raison d'etre, because I bowled at so many right-handers, was to be able to spin it away from the bat. And you give me a lefty, and of course you can't. Robinson into the pads of Head. He just plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And there's nothing, because as a lefty, you're bowling to a right hand, you can always attack the stump. So you always think you're in the game, right? Because if they miss it, there's a chance of LBW. You can get to turn, you can get the edge, da. But much like an off-spinner bowling to a right-hander, the idea of bowling it 2 feet outside off stump so it can turn back in is like an anathema. It's like, why am I bowling it out there? I'm trying, but if I bowl it straight and it turns, it's an easy clip.
So what would be your advice?
Try not to bowl at left-handers. That's the problem.
Yes.
That one's driven out to cover and there's no run. But there's not really much getting away with it. But it's the Australian side. I mean, you've got 2 openers who are lefties, and you've got 2 righties, and then another 2 lefties. So and then start later on is left as well. So it's not great. And the obvious then answer would have been to have probably a right-arm spinner, but if you don't trust Bess, and I certainly wouldn't have him anywhere near a test side, unfortunately, then we don't have any options. And Root then has to take up that role. And then you'd have 5 seamers and Root. That one is Fuller by Ollie Robinson into the pads of Head. He plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. And it's a problem.
Apropos of this, Peter Ward makes a good point. He says they've treated Leach abominably.
Yeah, they have.
Contrast with Bess, who's had a full season with Yorkshire and is doing well against Australia A. He took 4 wickets yesterday against Australia A.
Yeah, no, Leach is. It's been a really bad time for Leach because he just hasn't played any cricket. And he's a delicate flower as well. So.
Yeah, it is a shame. Robinson around the wicket, full. Prodded that by Head, gets it wide. Of the slips down towards third man, but with no pace on it, and it'll just be the 1 run.
And Mog has a cricket question for you both. He said, to ask something out of character, have you noticed anything yet about Cummins' captaincy that sets him apart from Payne or Smith? That's apart from being a nice person.
He's a bowler?
I actually thought he handled the bowlers really well. He let Green come on while there was still shine and hardness in the ball, rather than waiting to make him do it, after 40 overs or so. And I thought
it's almost like he knows what it's like to be a bowler, isn't it?
Into the pads of Head, who just plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Again, it comes back to England. I mean, how often do you really want a spinner in England? It's hard.
Yeah, but I mean, how many years now have we been
Wow, we've
having
been
this
rattling on.
spinner
This is the-
conversation?
this
I mean,
is-
it just is endless, isn't it?
Yeah, it is endless. I mean, the thing is, there is so much more a role for them in Test cricket. I mean, you don't have DRS in county cricket, right?
No.
But in Test cricket, where there is DRS and the amount of LBWs that spinners now get, there is a role definitely for spinners, much more probably than there ever was before DRS. Because in those days, LBWs just weren't really given and all that kind of
You're
crap.
trying to claim you'd get a lot more wickets if you played
In DRS
Test
era, of
cricket,
course I would. Much like, I claim I could probably bowl in the IPL and go at 10 and over. I reckon I could do that. That is played off the back foot out to cover, and there is no run. Travis Head is smiling.
Right, I'm fed up of these two batting now.
Exactly. You wanted to move on a bit, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you speak for pretty well all English fans in that regard. Clive,
we've got
some
Wood
fan mail.
now.
Oh, we do have a change of bowling, yeah.
Yeah, come on, keep up.
Keep up. This man's bowling.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Cut by Head.
What?
There is a backward point. There's a gap there for him to hit through. And he'll get himself one run.
We got some fan mail. Clive Brooks says, thank God for guerrilla cricket. Having to listen to the Aussies commentators all night would lead to a fork in the eye. Yeah, I've got to say, the commentary on both BT and on Fox and Channel 7 is enough to drive anybody to us. I think they're our biggest allies, to be honest.
Yeah, it's good of them, isn't it?
Yeah. Some of it's just awful.
Yeah, I have to say. Woody around the wicket. And Stark just defends it, goes off outside half the bat, out to backward point once more, and there's no run. Should bowl some short
Although,
shit.
Jay Grover says, evening all, I put TMS on when I went to bed this morning. Tufnell and Norcroft make a quite amusing duo. Someone getting paid to pretend they're cleverer than they are, and someone being paid to pretend they're stupider than they are. Comedy gold.
Yeah, I spoke to Norcross before the Ashes. He was thinking of going out and doing what's the Sen? Is it Sen Sports? They're doing it.
Yeah, they're doing quite a good job, I hear.
He had a chance going out, but of course they wouldn't pay his expenses. They'd only pay him to be on air out there, so probably wouldn't have been worth it, as that's clipped out to mid wicket and there's no run. And so yeah, I think him and Tuffers are in the Oval on sort of overnight
Yeah, that's
watch.
right. Yeah.
And they're doing it off tube, he told me, which is obvious. Are they actually doing them? I don't know if it sounds like he's doing ball by ball on the test from off tube, and they've got Aggers and someone else out there.
Well, I don't think we're in a position to criticise anybody for doing it off tube.
I know, we're not. But they're the BBC. And we're Gorilla. We have no money, and they have
They
a
get
fucking
paid.
they have a fucking license fee, and they pay for rights and shit. That one is driven out through cover by Stark, and it's gone out towards the boundary, but it'll be chased down as 2 runs. Has to be said, this pitch looks pretty placid this morning. On, I guess it's, you'd say it's midway through day 2 pitch. You only have one session a bit on day 1.
Well, I mean, Brisbane traditionally is a really good batting wicket after the first couple of sessions, and there's no surprises here.
No. I mean, it certainly was. The bowlers were certainly in play in the first
and then
2 sessions.
watch-
Yeah.
Exactly, and then watch England be 10 for 3 in the second innings. Yeah. Played by Stark out to mid off, and there's no run.
God, you just went from. Sorry, I was just going to say from the first ball, it was just like, oh.
God, I know it was. Wasn't it? It waited all so long. I got so excited. I've been quite sort of before the series. I was like, oh God, I got to be up all night. I got to be up all night, and then literally on Tuesday, as the evening wore on, the excitement just got. I was like, come on, I just want to get into it. And then the first ball happened. I was like, oh, fuck. Here we go. Here we go.
It's like Christmas, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
like when you're so excited and then you open your first present and it's a pair of bloody socks or something.
And I was always optimistic. The next man's going to get some runs, and then Butler came out and looked $1 million, and then got out. And I was like,
Al Hodge wants to know how a fork in the eye stops you listening, and Ben Pobia, who will be making his guerrilla cricket debut a little later. I hope pronounce your name right, Ben, says, if anything, as I understand it, your senses would be sharpened as with the fork.
Yeah. Certainly the pain receptors. That one is left alone by Head, and there's no run. I've got to say, England look pretty innocuous so far this morning. Not a lot of movement with his new ball in the air or off the pitch.
Graham Fethata, ever the optimist, says, what England player has the aura of a game changer?
Good. That's a good question.
Well, there are potentials in England, aren't there?
Hope for mine, actually.
Well, I think that middle order does, really, actually. I mean,
Yeah.
Stokes,
No,
Stokes
you
does.
can't say that Stokes isn't a game changer.
No, yeah,
is he?
Stokes, Root, potentially Butler. You know.
No, not just potentially Butler.
No, I mean, yeah, but I mean, they all have potential. Down the leg side by Ollie Robinson. Sure,
I like
but
having
rubbish.
Butler
No run.
down the order. I think he's much better down the order.
Oh yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
By the way, Annie, Jay says, "Oi, Annie, can I not get any more threatening letters this Christmas?"
I'll try not to send you anything, Jay. Your crosswords coming your way.
Robinson in, and it's a decent line, and well defended by Head. Back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Leah's got a medical update on Stokes. She says apparently, like, Stokes had a jarred knee, whatever that means, but he's been declared fit to bowl today. Though I feel if they bowl him today, that's a sign of the ultimate desperation.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the thing is, they've only got to get 3 wickets. If they don't get any, well, we've had nearly half an hour. We've got 5 minutes left, and then it'll be us done. You know, you need to get through these You need to get through these 2. Oh wow, prodded out by Head. That's a good ball by Ollie Robinson, probing just outside that off stump. Fiddled at it, didn't really get his foot across, but probed his bat at it. And once again, it's a play at a miss. Just not quite getting that edge. I mean,
there's
this
no
is
real energy, is there, in the field though? I don't feel like
No, there isn't. That's not surprising. I mean, the thing is, you know, if they get that wicket, they will do, and I think they want to get Head out.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was pretty much what was happening a lot yesterday, Annie, and it can be pretty dispiriting when you're constantly beating the outside edge but not getting the wicket, especially when you see it all happen on the first day, and it all happens. Short ball by Robinson, mistimed pull by Head, all on the ground out to deep mid wicket. Jack Leach is out there. I wonder who he's thinking. And I'll get back for an easy 2.
Josie Oak makes the point. He says, morning, Robinson is faster than Southey, and I don't see the New Zealanders wishing he was 4 to 5 miles an hour faster.
No,
Yeah,
good
yeah,
point.
but I think
But
Robinson
look what happens to the Kiwis when they go to Australia. They get fucking pummeled almost all
That's
the time.
true. But with Robinson, it's not so much about pace as height. I think he uses his height really well in a way that others don't have that advantage when they're bowling at that pace.
Exactly. And that's why he can kind of get away with it. It's another good length ball. And Head wants to cut it, but it's too close for that. So gets a bit tangled up. It jabs it back down the pitch. The bowler to end the over. And there ain't no run. 364 for 7.
Okay, imagine Sally R56 says the report on Fox this morning was that Stokes had jarred his knee. No structural damage and could bowl if needed. He should be fine for Adelaide. Robinson went off late for, quote, general maintenance, whatever the fuck that is. I suspect that's an early shower.
Is that what they call it?
Jay Grover says, Al and Mess is on commentary together. Aye, that'll end well. Oh, Jay. And Jay also said, Bear is wise.
I'd like to
No, he's
think so,
not.
Jay. I like to think so, Jay.
Oh dear. Jeff Perkins wondered if the shit scum that made up the Australian team is a commentary team or the cricket team.
Played with back foot bite start out to the covers, and there's no run. I'd like to see Stark give a bunch of bumpers here. Give back some of what you've been getting.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not doing that more actually.
Maybe this is only his second over the day, isn't it? So
Yeah.
a little bit of a warm into the task. Let him feel a bit more comfortable and then shove one over his head.
I beg your pardon?
Shove one in at his head.
Oh.
Off the pitch. And that was in at the hip. It was quite nicely played by Stark. Just clipped down towards the fine leg where Ollie Robinson is fielding, and they get back for 2.
Yeah, but that one sat up really nicely for him to hit.
But it wasn't hot. I mean,
this
is it. You've got to get short and you've got to get it up. There were some decent short balls yesterday.
Chris says, I have to support Australia, otherwise Candice Warner will fucking complain about it like she does everything else, like she's fucking relevant. And Mog says he would have used stronger language for the so-called broadcasters.
Yeah. Woody in, and again Stark trying to turn that around the leg side. I think it hit his back leg and just went out towards point. There is no run.
There's a very timely tweet from Mayank, Ben. You might want to speak to it. He says, shit on it. I've just realised my Patreon hasn't been charging me for a while. Do you guys still accept Patreon donations? Do you
Absolutely.
Want to clarify?
I will explain that. Now, my next... maybe I'll explain at the end. I can do it as the over goes on. We have rejigged the tiers on Patreon because a lot of them were out of date. Woody comes in, 4th ball of the over. And that's defended back down the track to the bowler, and there's no run. A lot of people were saying, why don't you attach the Patreon to the archive? And we've done that, but we have to do it manually. So Messi Jez has actually kindly agreed to kind of take control of that. So now the £5 tier, or £4, $5, whatever it is, you get automatic access to the archive as long as you're paying the Patreon, which is a really good thing. And we've added a mug to the 10 tier. Which means you get all the things for the tiers below, and then after a couple of months you'll get a branded gorilla mug for your pain, as that one is down the leg side by Wood. Pretty quick, 143 Ks, but ill directed, and it's through to the keeper, and there is no run. So yeah, do become a patron, because actually with the price of the pound going up and the dollar going down and the pandemic, honestly, we're going to run out of money in about 6 months. Because the Patreon is the one thing that keeps us going, along with the GPL, which please do enter. It's open as per normal, and you've got another 2 hours to get in. The pot today is actually it's getting up to 60 odd quid, I think.
Yeah, I think it's over 60.
Well, I think it must be. I shall just go and check that out. It's the last ball of the over. Wood is at the end.
So
68 quid.
And he's back on tweets. I'll be back in an hour or so.
There's one ball to go. Yes. So the GPL is 68 quid today. So you
hang
can
on
hop
in there, Messi.
Yeah, hang on in there.
I can't get breakfast yet.
I'm back in half an hour. That's driven. Last ball of the over. Back to Wood. And it's fielded off his own bowling. And that does end the 91st over of this innings. 122 of 115 balls is head. And Australia are 366 for 7. Mitchell Stark is 22. I am handing over to
The Bish.
the Bish, Annie.
Yes.
And our new man, Ben. I don't
Well, he
want
should be, but I can't see him in. Have you
Yeah,
admitted
no,
him?
he's in there.
Oh, fantastic. All right.
I don't want to say his surname in case I get it wrong.
Well, we'll ask him when he comes on.
And there he is. He's Ben.
There he is.
I'll see you shortly, guys.
Yeah, see you shortly. I'll read a few tweets and say hello to Ben. Hello, Ben. Jay Graver, I'm not a religious man, but I light a candle for Leech every day. It doesn't seem to be working. And Warren says, oh, no, I'm not saying that, Warren. I'm sorry.
Well, you better wait for Ollie Robinson now. He's going to continue bowling to Travis Head. He barrels in, and Head comfortably, solidly, squarely behind it, pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. Ollie Robinson already mopping his brow. Yes, welcome, Ben.
Hello, Ben.
Thank you. Good morning to all. It's a lovely day to be an Australian.
Yes.
Open, whatever, which I don't get to say often.
No, well.
So whereabouts are you in Australia?
I'm in Sydney, which at the moment is living up to all the stereotypes we have.
In comes Robinson,
it's been raining
and
for
it's
days.
left alone outside of the off stump, and through it goes to Joss Butler, and there is no run.
Yes, it's been raining a lot in Sydney, hasn't it?
366 for 7.
Very excited to be on Gorilla Cricket, and very excited to find out you can swear on Gorilla Cricket. Apparently,
No, we don't swear. No.
we're like a choir. We're a church choir. We're terribly, awfully well behaved. Annie's apparently been photocopying her arse tonight.
Yes, I have. Yeah, because that's what you do at office parties.
As this one again is left away and just pushed away into the offside, I beg your pardon. Comes racing in through the deep point.
In Australian commentary boxes, only Ian Chappell is allowed to swear, of course.
Oh, right.
The rest of us have to behave. But it's been a pretty good morning so far for Australia. There's not a lot happening. There hasn't been a lot of threat to the
declaration on the cards.
Well, we've got a new captain. We don't know what his thinking is. They're not batting as if they're looking for a declaration anytime soon. I think they'll just bat as long as they can.
If you're an Aussie and you've got your foot on an Englishman's throat, you keep it there. I think that's the theory, isn't it? As Robinson is in again to Mitchell Starc, who's looking like a batsman.
There's a long way to go still, Tony. They don't need to declare yet.
I do this to Ben Stokes.
I think we may get a declaration if we see Head and Starc sort of carry on
past
Starc reaches maiden Test 100. Then, but for now, I think they're quite happy to just carry on as long as possible.
Oh,
yeah. We're watching, by the way, the ball, of course, that took Warner. What was Warner at the time? 17. It proved to be a no ball. This one's a real ball though, and it's from Robinson. It's worked into the onside by the very batsman-like Starc, who is relatively untroubled thus far. And there's no run.
A huge no ball.
Yeah.
And it was the fourth. That was the thing. I mean, Warner yesterday, bless him. He batted well. He ground his way through. What was it? 17, 48, and 60. 48. Rory Burns decided to have an attack of the old Teflon hands. 60. Hamid, basically could have been aiming a football at a barn door from 2 yards and still managed to miss. And somehow on went Davey Warner. Of course, he did then chip a catch in the end.
But who is it that likes Warner to give him
Robinson
that many
again?
lives?
Robinson again, and taken quite low down, sort of knee height to his right by Josh Butler. So not a huge amount of bounce. But it's the end of that over.
I'm going to read some tweets.
Australia 367 are motoring. Annie, yes.
Okay, Anna Forsyth says, tell me which is the more beautiful sight, my newly decorated notebook or my suitcases ready by the door. She's got a picture of Joss on her notebook, so I'm going to say the notebook. Mog, Shirley Norcroft is so rolling in gold these days, a trip to Australia would just be paid for from the money down the back of his couch. We've talked about Norcross. Jay Graver says he's trying to read my bookshelf now. Has she burned all of her son's Doctor Who books? You fool no one. No, this is actually my office. I was in my son's room at one point commentating when I had the Doctor Who books.
Have you come in drunk and been told that you're not allowed in the bedroom? Is that what's been going on? Your dinner's in the dog and you're going to have to sleep
He's
downstairs.
well asleep, my son.
In comes Mark Wood and heads a real little fence outside of off stump, doesn't he, by Joe? And through to Butler it goes. He certainly had a little a fish there, Ben, didn't he?
He did, but it was a good ball. It really jumped up ahead, and Wood has admirably sort of kept up the pace and fire, even throughout the disappointments that all the English must have felt yesterday and this morning.
We were just saying he needed to do a few bounces, and looks like he's...
Travis Head survives on 123 off 119 balls. He's going to be facing the galloping horseman that is Mark Wood. And this one, I think it might have been a bit more what he was intending last time. This one, he steered away down towards third man. It is going to be fielded down there, and he will get 2 for his trouble. Played that really quite nicely. Yes, the third fastest Australian to third fastest Ashes ton after Adam Gilchrist, I think, was 57 balls in Perth, wasn't he? Gilbert Jessup at the Oval, 1902, as Annie will definitely have told you.
I remember it well.
Yes, you and me both. Joe Darling at Sydney, also 85. That was in 1898. So there is the company in which Travis Head battered himself yesterday and rather murdered England. This one is uppishly turned away around the corner, but ends up trickling towards Robinson, who is manning that long leg station. It'll be a single and start back onto strike.
I think I can safely say that nobody saw it coming.
No.
Travis Head in either country. It came in thinking, he's only just snuck into the team, really, just ahead of Kawaja, and in a very fragile position he had, and a lot of people still, up until yesterday, maybe still even today, didn't believe Head is up to Test cricket.
Well, it's just the one slip for Mark Wood, and this one again is nice soft hands, angled between backward point and that third slip, and although it's being chased, it is not going to be caught by Ollie Pope, and it's 4 more, and the Bears return just in time to celebrate that boundary.
It's just getting irritating now.
It was a decent dive, actually, but I think, was it Ollie Pope? No, it was Jack Leach, your man Jack Leach, Annie.
He's a good fielder, is Jack.
Wouldn't you want to give him a big hug if you were there?
I really would, but only COVID safe, obviously.
Well, yeah, you can't. That's true. You can't. A COVID safe hug for Jack Leach. Send him one virtually. This one is worked nicely off his hip, very nicely indeed. In fact, by Stark away towards mid wicket, he will get a single, and he'll bring Australia's man of the moment back onto strike. Travis Head from Adelaide. Played for Yorkshire though. Am I right, Annie? You're the doyen.
Yeah, and he's a South Australian, isn't he? Him and Carey are both South Australians, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. Made his Sheffield debut at the age of 18. Did Travis Head a fair while ago. Named captain of the Redbacks at 21. In comes Wood, up onto his toes goes Travis Head, and as you might expect of a man who's on 126, he played it confidently and calmly away into the offside, and again there's no run. Ben Stokes,
I don't think we're bowling particularly well at him. He seems to, everything seems to be going to around his hips, and he's quite good of them. Right, Mog says, we get mail from Annie. What patron level is that? No, what Jay Grover's talking about is he actually subscribes to my magazine, County Cricket Matters, Mog, so you need to do that. Pirate Bashar says, on Sen Irk, this referred to the dreadful ads on said network. I think one of the ad for booze that would pass muster here is Ireland for road safety reasons. He's replying to something else. Warren says a jarred knee sounds like the contents of Hannibal Lecter's pantry.
Very good.
Oh God. And Jay Grover says
Robinson's going to continue. He's bowling to the left-handed Stark, who, as if to emphasise a point that Head is not the only batsman at the crease. Stark plays that with beautiful high elbow and
very correct.
Full maker's name shown to the bowler as he pushes it back to him, and there is no run. Ben, I've got a very quick question for you. I noticed in my very minimal research that I did literally 1 second before jumping on air with you, you've been billed as Australia's most irresponsible historian. What do you want to tell us about that you can get in between the ball here and there?
To be fair, I billed myself as that.
Oh well,
away for Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson's in. Oh, that's a very floaty Yorker, and Mitchell Stark was not fooled by it.
Surprised to see that was over. Oh no, I'm getting mixed up between miles and kilometres here. That was a very slow ball.
Yeah, it was deliberately. It was very much. Was it a knuckleball that Robinson's attempting there? He seemed to really run his fingers across it. Yeah, but Stark watched it all the way, and as has been his wont so far, played it very tidily. 27 off 53 for him. As in comes Robinson. That's a high, rather tennis bally bouncer that goes over the shoulder of Mitchell Starc, and he will be untroubled by. Yeah, so you build yourself as Australia's least responsible historian.
I have written several books on Australian history, but they are books which aim to amuse more than to educate. Let's say there are facts in them. They're just not given the prominence that some other historians might give to accuracy.
Robinson in again, and forward comes Starc. Sounds like some of our commentary analysis.
Yeah,
so you probably found yourself a good home here.
Is it like horrible histories?
Well, that would be most Ashes series for England in Australia, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That, of course, is not true. Not entirely. Not entirely. 375 for 7. It's pretty horrible for England at the moment, as Australia are really continuing to wrestle the initiative. And we've gone 40 minutes this morning without a breakthrough as far as England are concerned. Robinson in. This is absolutely straight driven, smashed back past him. What a terrific shot by
a bowler.
Mitchell, the batsman, Starc. And it's 4 more.
Mitchell Starc is a genuinely good batsman. He averages over 20 in Test cricket, and a lot of the time he sort of comes in and just does a slogger's job, chasing quick runs, and he can hit the ball a long way. But when he has a mind to knuckle down, he really has a good technique and a lot of very correct strokes, and England unfortunately are seeing that.
Yeah, it's
the
a bit of a
Starc, the batsman.
Bit of an annoying partnership now, isn't it?
Well, it's gone beyond annoying for England. It's possibly a terminal for them, and this one is just nudged back past Robinson. Well, Pat Cummins got himself a batting coach, didn't he, and takes his batting pretty seriously. And you do wonder if perhaps he's had a word in Mitchell Starc's ear as well. It's a serious job when you're out there. You've still got a bat.
God, they'll be bowling. They'll be ambidextrous bowling soon, won't they?
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous, yeah.
I'd give my right arm to be ambidextrous.
Look, I'm managing
ambidextrous. when your limbs go up to 11.
Look, I've been at a party tonight, all right?
You have, yes. Yeah, we heard indeed. I'm intrigued to know how the photocopier survived. But was there a crack in it? No, let's not go there. He's 79 for 7. Are we going to see the man we didn't think we might see today in the bowling attack? But we are. Let's jingle him up there.
I got up in Stokes, and he called me a if I
Rabbit head just pushes it back towards the 10 Ben Stokes.
That Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called me up.
We're going to play it all regardless, are we? We are. It seems we are. We might as well. Stokes turns to the top of his mark.
For the rest of the day.
Round the wicket he comes to the left-handed head, who absolutely lamps him back down the ground. Wow, he's going to be he is going to be an angry redhead after that, because Head has just powered him down the ground for 6 runs. Wow. Now they went after Leach. Do you think
they're going after? He's going to do a breath weight on him, isn't he?
Well, he thought. Poor old Ben Stokes.
They smell a bit of blood in the water here.
No, I think they could be. And that one is just a better ball from Stokes, and it causes Head to just jump up and play that from sort of chest height down into the onside. But we're going to watch the replay of the ball before. I have noticed that, is it Fox that are providing the pictures most of the time? Every shot by an Australian gets shown about 20 times if it's a good one. Every English wicket gets shown about 1.5 times.
Not that you're counting.
I'm exaggerating.
It's
Pulled beautifully, but pulled straight towards Hamid, who's at deep backward square, and will just
These
be
are
a
objectively
single.
attractive shots, Tony.
Yes.
It's all about aesthetic beauty.
Well, rather like your irresponsible history, my statist, my stats aren't always fully there to be counted upon, I've got to tell you. And that one, I have to be honest, was entirely made up. Just pure
No
perception.
way.
Pure perception. 83.4% of my stats are made up. As,
Very good.
in comes Stokes. And Stark plays it very tidily. Good high elbow. Down into the ground. There is no run. 7 off this over from Ben Stokes so far. 386 for 7.
We have to assume that it is true that Stokes had no major injury troubles.
He had a jarred knee, is the official story.
A jarred knee, which can hurt. But,
You don't want to jar your knee.
too bad right now.
Stokes around the wicket again to Stark. And again, big, tall, high elbow. Pushed away towards cover by Mitchell Stark. There is no run. It's the end of that Stokes over. 7 from it. It's 386 for 7 Australia. Annie.
Jay Grover says, hang the fuck on, do I need to pay you more money? Fair does, I cover a mug. And Mog says, hi Tony, hi Annie, hi new boy.
Hello, Mog. The new boy's been warned, Mog. The new boy, everyone's had a brief on potential first time on tweets that they might receive.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, Annie and Bishop, it's a filthapalooza.
Filthapalooza, I think is the word you were just attempting to post-Christmas party try.
I'm sorry. Don't give me any long words or it's late at night. I've had a bit to drink and I'm normally tucked up in bed. So, Pirate Badger says, currency-wise, I'm saving us both dosh by using PayPal monthly rather than Patreon. Can we plebs have gratitude, please? Gratuities, please. Too.
Well, you've got 10 more minutes on tweets, by the way, to use as much alliteration and long words as you could possibly squeeze into them, and we'll just see how Annie gets on.
Yeah, please.
Current form suggests not necessarily particularly well, but we'll see how we go. It's going to be Chris Wokes back into the attack. We'll jingle him in a second, and Head goes up onto his toes and pushes this away towards point. Asif Hamid, backward point, so in comes Asif Hamid and Fields. There is a single. Shall we jingle Ben Stokes, Ben? I beg your pardon, or even Chris Wokes.
Had himself net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the team.
That's slight. Well, what was the Wokes one we used to have it? We had it for years and years and years and years and years and years. And it became sort of not quite so relevant, didn't it? Bear will have to remind me. Bear was talking about the GPL, by the way. Yes, we've done some exciting things, but not the GPL, I'll tell you about that, but to the Patreon levels. Most important thing, you can get the archive for a lot less a month now than you would have had to pay before. This one beats the outside edge of Stark. That genuinely did, I think, go past a straight defensive shot by Stark. And Stark does, just as Ben was saying, gives it a little nod of approval. It's a great delivery.
They're leading by 240 now.
Indeed, Australia do lead by a mammoth total.
If I were Joe Root, I'd give Jack Leach a go at this stage. Because
get to a 350 lead as quick as possible.
Well,
Stark pushes this into the onside. No run. Sorry, Ben, go on.
Well, Mitchell Stark for one will not be able to resist the temptation to, try and land it in Vulture Street, and you got a chance of Stark mishitting one if he gets carried away, and putting Leach on would be a good way to get him to get carried away. I think tempt him. You need some temptation in the ball.
Well, they've tried everything else.
Well, yeah, indeed they have.
Root.
Mitchell Stark's on 31, and he stands ready to face Wokes and drives him beautifully away, past mid-wicket, all the way for 4 runs.
A lovely shot.
Fantastic shot. All rifle signals 4. The Bear won't play you a jingle because the Woods have called once more, or the Fridge, one of the two.
Yeah, I think it's
there is
probably
cause
the
and
Fridge.
effect, of course, but
He
One
really
does
hits
tend
a
to lead
good
to
stroke
t'other.
ball.
It's slightly uppish, Ben, where wasn't it? Slightly uppish, but did the job.
It was a risky one. I feel maybe he was trying to go a little bit higher and straighter, but he got it all right. High enough.
Yeah. There was no one was going to catch that.
It was a nice one.
This one keeps low and sort of bumbles through on the second bounce to Joss Butler. We did see a bit of that yesterday. There was just, there was hints here and there of unpredictable bounce, from the ones that have reared up and gone past the shoulder to others that had kept quite low. That one was definitely in the latter category of keeping quite low. 391 for 7.
This is just before England come on to bat. We've got a bit of uneven bounce, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, that one swings beautifully,
lovely.
but Stark has picked it up and lofted it straight to old safe hands himself, Rory Burns, who this time
He's done something.
has taken it solidly. And I'm sure is conscious of the irony, but it's dropped straight to his hands. And England do have a wicket, and it's been caught by Burns off the bowling of Stokes.
Well, they didn't need-
What's the matter with him?
They didn't need Leach to
No.
tempt him in the end. He decided Wokes had to go, and got that low on the bat.
He did.
You wonder if this over, maybe there is a declaration just snipping around the edges, because Stark seems to have seemed to up his aggression. And
Yeah,
he had a go at that.
he did. And Rory Burns, you have to say, not surprisingly, it was not what you would describe, Ben, as an expansive celebration, was it? It was almost apologetic, I think, is the way you describe that catch.
I mean, he realises that the catch has just brought him closer to having to bat again.
Well,
And after that one that kept low, I don't think he's looking forward to it.
Yeah.
well, it's the unmistakable form of Gary Lyon, who's going to be there, man from New South Wales. There's going to be a little break first. I think it's going to be that was the end of the over, the wicket. So you've got time to get in a few more
Excellent.
tweets, Annie.
Jay Graver says, "Hello, Ben." Oh, I don't know why that's come on. Sorry.
What's she doing?
Oh, sorry. I had my
You haven't brought somebody home from the party, have you?
Yes, I'm talking.
Sort of hiding him under the desk there.
Right, Jay Graver says, "Hello, Ben. Keeping up the guerrilla cricket commentating beard game strong. Respect."
Good lad.
Yeah, I feel out of place here. Mog's trying to get you to say Bradman, but I'm not going to let you have to do that. Jeff Perkins says, "No building up gradually to it. You've been taking lessons from the T-Pain School of Romance." He's talking about Mog. Warren says, "Now I have to figure out which one of my tweets the cheek scanning St Annie Che wouldn't read out."
Cheek scanning St Annie. Oh, I like that.
Cheek scanning.
Cheek scanning St Annie.
And Jay Graver says, "I looked up Ian Chappell this evening after listening to him while sleeping. Turns out he's a big advocate for refugee rights. This seems a better cause for a cricketer elder statement than pheasants for peasants and talking shit about Brexit."
Ben Stokes is in. Ooh, and that really makes Lyon jump and jab and gets it past Butler and down to very fine third man. And it will be a single. Should be a single for Lyon. Did that come off the bat though, Ben?
No, that was Travis Head.
Oh, it's Travis, was it? Ah, well, there we go.
You can tell because he's a left-hander.
Yeah, well, that's
Right.
a dead giveaway, isn't it? That was a dead
It was a very
giveaway.
good ball. It was a very good ball.
It was a good
If they
ball.
hadn't spread the field, for Travis Head, it would have been out because it was straight to first slip.
Indeed. And a good, excellent ball, as Ben was saying. Really made Travis Head jump, but he managed to get another run on the scoreboard. 135, 128 for him. 392 for 8 Australia. That lead climbs ever higher to 45. It is at the moment. England are finding it hard going there. They have just picked up a wicket, caught, would you believe, by Rory Burns off the bowling of Chris Wokes. It was Stark who went. This one's turned nicely around the corner by Nathan Lyon, and now you can't keep Burns out of the game as he goes thundering off
Good hustle.
To
Good
field.
hustle, Rory.
Good hustle from Rory. Yep. What did you make of the ball that got him? It swung, but it was just an awful shot, wasn't it? I mean, it really was a shocking shot, Ben.
He moved across much too far. He needed to be a bit more serene for the first ball, I think. He shuffled way across. It was a decent ball. It was a good ball, but no way that ball should reach the stumps if the batsman's head is in the right place. Put it that way.
That's right. This one is pulled away by head towards Hasib Hamid.
Nice bit of fielding.
It was nicely fielded, indeed, by Hamid. It was a muscular pull, indeed. Bounced well short of Hamid, but just close enough to him to where I think he started running in thinking there might be a catch there. Realised there probably wasn't, but it still almost bounced on the hard volley to him, and he did very well not to let it past him. Save a few runs, although stable doors and horses spring to mind in the run saving department. 394 for 8 Australia. In comes Stokes. Lyon has a swish to try and haul this around the corner. Isn't able to lay anything on it, and it goes through to Joss Butler. So 3 off the over so far, and then the dot ball past Lyon. Penny for the thoughts of Rory Byrne there. Burns.
I think the declaration is definitely on. Head has started to play some real 2020 shots.
Yeah.
So
I reckon they're going for 300, aren't they?
What? The lead of 300.
That would be nice.
Yeah. As this one again is an attempted pull by Lioness, and again it's past him. It's absolute rinse and repeat, those two deliveries, both with the same result, both ending up in the gloves. Rinse and repeat, both.
Rinse and repeat. Is that what happens when you go to the hairdressers, Tony?
Well, it is for me. Mine is just which hair do you want cut today? Multiple choice, only it's becoming less multiple. And Nathan Lyon, to his credit, sees the funny side, not about my hair, because he has a similar follicular challenge that I do, but he does see the funny side of the 2 balls that he's failed to lay a bat on. What's Ben Stokes got for him this time? A fuller one, and it's nudged away into the onside, and there is no run. Australia lead by 247. They will obviously, we think, get that lead past 250. It's the end of the over. And should be our change. We will have a change. And it should be Ben moving on to ball by ball. Al Hotchkiss is going to slide into the social seat vacated by Annie. And the bear will be your summariser. We shall see you later.
Bye.
Well, good afternoon again. It's your afternoon, Ben. I guess it's afternoon for you. It's evening for me. I'm on the whiskey now. I've had a couple of beers. It's all going downhill.
It's actually still the morning here. It's about the time I usually wake up. So
not a bad thing. And hello, Al. How are you, mate?
Not at all.
Is it evening or morning? Happy Friday.
Yeah, just about.
That's safe.
Happy Friday. Right, where's Annie left me with regards to tweets? I might cut out a few of these because I think Annie left me miles behind.
Warren wondering what the odds are on England being out. I've got a horrible feeling we're going to lose this today, aren't we?
You think?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really easy for Australia. They'll come in with a new ball. Suddenly they'll be pinging it in our heads and we'll look like rabbits in the headlights and gone for 110.
Very low opinion of the resilience of the English batting order there.
I've seen a lot of England. I've seen a lot of England, Ben.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for years, mate.
But for now, this is Chris Wokes running in, and it rebounds off Travis Head's thigh pad, and he and Lyon scurry through for a leg bye.
Every time you think Bears being
395 for 8.
Every time you think Bears being cynical, England back it up. So
it doesn't matter which team, rarely do teams come back from this sort of position. It generally just goes downhill.
Oh, certainly.
You know, so it wouldn't matter if it was Australia in this position. I'd say they'd probably be all out today. You know, occasionally you get a stand and you think, oh, you get a bit optimistic, and then that stand gets broken, and then everything goes tits up from there. So,
well, we do hope they can at least push into tomorrow. But of course, Australia's still batting now, and it's Chris Wokes, and good length outside off. Nathan Lyon pushes batsman-like into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, they might make it into tomorrow. It all depends how long these last 2 wickets. I mean, Head 136 of 130. It's just cracking innings.
Yes, and he is up. I feel he might be looking to accelerate a bit from this point on. As Wokes runs in and he beats Lyon, wafting unbatsmanlike, wide outside off, through to Butler.
Well, of course, England have a kind of historical problem with getting rid of tails, and you know, even in this summer just gone against India when Shami and bloody what's his name, Bumrah put on 80 or something for the 11th wicket or 10th wicket. We do tend to fall into that trap of setting the wrong field to the wrong players and not trying to make the effort of actually getting the wicket.
As Wokes bowls, Lyon shoulders, arms, and again through to Butler. Yes, you need one of those, a late order bomber who can sort of smash through the tail. England doesn't seem to have that.
Well, no, I mean that's where we really missed Jofra. Jofra would have been very interesting on this tour, man. He is a really, really, really good bowler and rapid as well.
Wokes runs in and Lyon is dropped. It was a tough one. He sort of thumped it back at Wokes. Wokes stuck out a left hand, got the fingers to it, put it down.
Never easy.
Just rubs it in. No, it was very, very tough. It would have been a spectacular catch if he'd got it, but he did get the left mitt to it, and it's just going to irritate Joe Root more, I'm sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, what did you think to England's bowling yesterday?
Wokes comes in and he strikes Lyon on the pad, and there's a bit of an appeal, but I think that's a bit high, a bit leg side-ish. I didn't think England bowled badly at all. And of course, they were unlucky not to have Australia in more trouble early. They bowled quite well, and they came back hard after the Warner-Labuschagne partnership. But they got a ragged at the end of the day, I think, possibly just through fatigue.
I think it was
Travis Head,
fatigue.
of course, took full advantage.
And I think that Stokes could bowl properly as well, and obviously Leach was getting hammered. They were really targeting Leach, so they didn't have an option of the fourth bowler.
Yes.
And that's where it all went horribly wrong.
I'm going to miss out a couple of tweets because I'm a bit unsure as to where we were. So Anthony Condon turned around and went, "Stark's going to Stark at the fall of the wicket," and then says, "Lyon double ton watch begins."
Oh yes, so we're all looking forward to that.
Yes, so only another 199 runs to go.
Right now it is Ben Stokes bowling to Travis Head, who just defends into the onside. There's no run.
If Lyon gets a double turn, I think all English people are just going to be lying around taking, I don't know, shooting themselves in the head and suicide pills.
I was going to say your whiskey may have moved on to things like Sillet Bang and
exactly anything. There's a well-stocked drinks cabinet here. It has to be said. No one would be going through that quite heavily.
Stokes charges in again, and Travis Head whips this round the corner down to deep backward square leg. Take a leisurely single. It's 396 for 8. I think if Nathan Lyon does get a double century, it's going to cast severe doubts on the captaincy of Pat Cummins. Because, rubbing your opponent's face in the dirt is one thing, but carrying on till you're 700 in this situation might be overkill.
Yes, that's what I mean. And they probably have enough now, let's be honest. But let's see. Hold on a minute, I've just got to get something.
Ewan Innes says that he thinks that Australia will declare when Head gets to 150. But I think
possibly.
I just keep going. Let him get you out. There's
a lot of time, isn't there?
All the time in the world. Good line for a song.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to, move the game on and press soon, but they certainly don't need to declare in the near future. As Stokes around the wicket to Lyon, and it's short, and Lyon has a real swipe at that, trying to whack it into the stands, misses completely, goes through to Butler, no run.
He has a shot for every ball, doesn't he, Ben?
Oh, he loves to have a go at he loves the hook and the pull particularly, I think, because he loves to feel that he's dueling with the fast bowlers. So he quite likes being bounced because it gives him a chance to unfurl his his Stan McCabe fantasies.
As we all should have.
But absolutely. Stokes around the wicket again, and Lyon this time he pulls and he connects. He smacks it out through mid-wicket, and that's running away to the boundary. Well, he's not without talent, Lyon. He's worked his way up to number 10 in his career, and he's not given that position up without a fight.
Hazelwood.
So that was a lovely. Hazelwood is very much the junior batsman of the team, but that was a lovely shot. Sort of
Stokes kind of
the front leg.
Stokes fed the fantasy though, didn't he? Really, with the way with the
he did.
Shot ball. He really did.
He wants Lyon playing that shot clearly.
Yeah. Just how about bowling it fast and straight and at the stumps? I don't know. As an aside.
He switched to over the wicket now, Stokes, and that. Well, it's fast. It's not at the stumps. It's at Lyon's rib cage, and it's hit the goat as he tries his third hook shot in a row, and cops it in the midsection.
It's probably better.
Actually,
it's better for him to bowl over the wicket.
Might have hurt a bit. I think so. I think bowling to Nathan Lyon, I don't think there's any need to get too experimental.
No, exactly. Well, this is the problem that England have. They do set some funky fields when actually what you need to do is just bowl normal and they'll make a mistake.
Comes in again, Ben Stokes, and he bowls, and it's a nice ordinary ball off stump, met with a nice ordinary straight defensive bat by Lyon. Very civilised way to end the over. And Australia is 400 for 8.
Jay Grover.
So clearly it's not 400. We're looking for.
Mog wants us to pick a score format, either wickets first or run first. So I'm going to propose hexadecimal or base 7. There you go, Mog.
Well, I mean, I've been deferring to the English way. Frankly, I think the English way is the more logical way. I don't like that my nation has decided that the wickets should come first.
Well, we could just go for too many runs for not enough wickets. Jay Grover, Bear's optimism is a fragile thread. I might just join you in the whiskey. Also, I'll grow a beard. You're letting the side down. Yeah.
Yeah, we're back to working from home now, aren't we? So grow a beard.
Why not? It's Chris Wokes bowling to Head, and it's short of a length, and Head swats it through square leg out into the deep for a single. 401 for 8, or 8 for 401. Take your pick, public.
It's 400 for 8. That's the right way to do
it. Working from home or working in your pajamas.
That's the one. Just a headshot.
400.
Just a headshot. Pajamas from down below. That's all you want. Let me see.
Chris Wokes now gets to have a go at the GOAT, Nathan Lyon, who turns it into the leg side down into the deep. Fine leg has a bit of a run around, and they get 2.
It's a little bit straight for me. You want to be still aiming at that top of off stump. Kind of angling it in towards middle and leg, and allow, at this level, you may be a tail ender, but pretty much everyone can turn it off their hip for a single. You've got to be challenging them to find that channel.
It's easy to forget that even a man batting at number 10 can have some, fundamental technique.
Yeah, got to survive at this level.
Here is Wokes to Lyon again, and Lyon just defends cautiously back down the pitch. Wokes nimbly picks it up in his run, in his follow through. Sorry.
But as I said before, it looks like a really good batting wicket now, which I'm sure it won't when England bat, but it does at this point in time. It looks pretty true now, to be honest. Not a lot of up and down, not a lot of lateral movement, not a lot of swing either. I mean, it's too sunny for swing probably.
So, Wokes bowls, Lyon defends. It is 403 for 8, although the scoreboard on the television feed seems to have gotten stuck on 400. It is actually 403 for 8.
Yeah, that happened yesterday. It went down for about half an hour.
Certainly did.
I don't know if it did over there, but it certainly did over here.
Wokes bowls to Lyon, and Lyon just taps that to wide mid-on, and there's no run again. Lyon, again, looking quite batsman-like. And after a bit of a flurry, it's possible the Australians have settled down and decided maybe there isn't any urgency to chase a declaration target.
I don't think there is there? I mean, Christ, there's...
Oh, they're absolutely not. No.
There is absolutely no, reason to chase a declaration target.
Wokes charges in again, and Lyon sort of plays outside off and sort of leaves, and the end result is it dies on its way through to Butler.
I think that one might have been the slower one.
Yeah,
I think
it was the slower one.
Let me catch up with some tweets. Warren wants to scrap all time zones and just be on fair time.
Well said, Warren.
Well, the thing to do is the bit like there's a drinking game with the film With Nail and I, that you drink what they drink when they drink it in the movie. We should do that with cricket. You drink when the bear drinks.
You'll all be quite pissed.
And you drink when the bear drinks. That's what we'll start.
I thought you were going to say drink when the players drink, so that every hour we have a Gatorade and that's it.
No.
That's
in the old days, people have been very tanked. I'm a lot more sensible these days. That's partly because there aren't so many people in Gorilla Towers to egg me on, really. But and I have to keep kind of compass mentis.
Jane with
there is a change of bowling.
Jane with a Y says, what? Travis says striking near about 100. Yes, he is. Tom M wants us to keep an eye on the speed gun because Wokes is bowling in the low 100 kphs. I think that's the deliberate slower ball, though, Tom.
Yeah.
Yes. But the speed gun's gonna get a bit of a boost now because it's Mark Wood coming back on, and he's gonna bowl around the wicket to Travis Head. Bowls, and that's short and down leg side through to the keeper. Radar a bit off on the first ball, which is forgivable.
He's genuinely troubled them a little bit, don't you think? They don't like his pace. They don't like it up him, which most batsmen don't. But
no, it is true. He's made the Australians jump on more than several occasions.
Certainly, Warner looked a bit discombobulated yesterday. There's a lot of premeditated shots, flapping it a lot outside his off stump.
Wood now again to Travis Head, who's on 138 around the wicket, and again just straying down leg, and Head flirts with it off his hip but makes no contact through to the keeper.
Let's see. Peter Lloyd, a Lyon double ton would be the best way for England not to lose this. Jay Grover, it's only midday.
True enough.
It's only midday for me, but Ben's voice is proper ASMR. So you're appealing to Jay's better nature.
I don't know if that's is that a compliment or not.
It's best not to assume that Jay's insulting you. That's probably the best way to describe it.
Fair enough. Here comes Mark Wood, and it's down leg side again, but Travis Head's taken a big step to the offside and tried to hoik this over fine leg. completely missed. He's lucky it missed leg stump. It was quite close to it.
Yeah, it was. It
Head.
went over, didn't it?
Again,
it went
this
over
is
the top.
just about, yes. And Travis Head that's a very T20 shot. All of a sudden, trying to manufacture a boundary, but it nearly cost him his wicket. Maybe Wood's working on a particular scheme here as he bowls at leg stump. Wood comes in again, and this one is short and bang on the money over middle and off, and Head actually jumps in the air as he defends into the offside.
I managed to get a single.
Very
off
well
that.
bowled by Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, vacant, isn't it, there?
Yeah. Wood had to jog through to get his own bowl in there. Hombre Nuevo wants to know what the weather's going to be like in Brisbane from days 4 onwards, just in case weather might pull an iron out of the fire for England.
Probably not.
I've heard the forecast is quite good, although with Brisbane you never know. There's always the chance of a thunderstorm in summer in Queensland. But I don't think there's a lot of hope on the horizon in terms of the forecast for England.
No.
Australia now 404 for 8. And Wood will get a chance to bowl to the GOAT, Nathan Lyon. And it's short, and Lyon takes out his pull shot and sort of clunks it through mid-wicket. Sets the England fielders a chase. And they catch up with it, but Nathan Lyon gets 3 for that attractive, if not perfectly timed shot.
I think Mark Wood is approaching full sense of humour failure, I think.
Yeah, well... I mean, it didn't get up particularly, did it? But it's pretty quick, and Nathan Lyon was onto it pretty damn quick as well.
Well, as they say, Nathan Lyon loves them short. You know, he doesn't always make contact with them when they're short, but he enjoys it.
Yeah.
Now Wood will bowl again to Travis Head. Around the wicket, and Head flicks it off his pads high, and it's over the deep backward square leg fielder's head for 6. That was an impressive shot.
Yeah, just picked it up off his toes, didn't he?
Just a lovely flick.
What's the 4th ball of the over that he bowled there, though? Right. So, Jay Grover, Stan McCabe Fantasy shit, and you are missing a fall album. You and Innes, then they get 2 days off to rest after skittling England out for less than 150. Mog, if we're going to go for non-decimal scoring methods, can we have the good old-fashioned Babylonian base 60? Anthony Condon's worked out that the hexadecimal score was 8 for 193, but that was a little time ago.
Jesus.
Mog is willing to die on the hill of which way round the runs and the wicket goes. Don't go giving the score in the rest of the world 5-5-5 for 5 way, then do the bowling and the figures the 5-5-5 format. It makes no sense. Maybe. Who am I to say? Neil Franklin, wickets first is the bowler's way, I think. Hombre Nuevo says, I've tried the Withnail drinking game. Absinthe was the replacement for the lighter fluid. Same results. Yeah, fairly much. Jay Grover, if I drunk when the bear drunk, I'd be fucking reformed. The man's a pillar of sobriety these days.
Oh, shut up, Jay.
Myself and Josh's benchmarks might be more of a challenge. That's a bit harsh, isn't it?
No, I have cleaned up my act a little bit.
They're not fully reformed, though, surely.
No, God, no. Of course not. I'm in here all night on my own with a bottle of whiskey and a few beers in the fridge. It's not fully reformed.
Just sound like a cry for help, though, doesn't it? Jay Grover, I know I shouldn't do, but I kind of missed the sofa days when everyone was battered. Janet Harper, I heard from another source that in the next 2 days will be sunny, hot and humid. To think that when Lyon came in, Joe Root set a field to bowl at him rather than at Head. Rolls eyes.
Yeah. How many days off between tests? Is it 3 days between tests?
I think so.
Yes, if the test runs its course, yes. I believe so.
crazy turnaround, isn't it? And then they get 7 days off before the Boxing Day test.
It's a frenetic lifestyle these days.
Yeah, it really is. I mean,
international cricketer.
What, have we played 17 tests this year or something stupid like that? I think by the end of the year we'd have played 17 tests or 18 tests.
And this is only Australia's third because their schedule's been so bizarre.
A lot of competitions in between us. Well, IPL.
Yes.
Bloody IPL.
Yes.
Your thoughts? Do you like T20 or are you a test man?
Oh, I enjoy T20, but it's Test cricket is the real thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing comes close to it really. No. T20 is a bit of fun, and that's perfectly all right.
Happy that Australia won, though.
Oh, it's very good. It's because Australia has not had a great history in T20, and for a long time Australia didn't really, the powers that be in Australia didn't take it seriously as a format, and didn't really even bother thinking about the sides they picked. So it's quite nice to see. Always nice to win a World Cup, no matter what it's in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true. It is a funny format, though. I mean, it is almost it's a lottery, really. And that last one in the UAE, I mean, literally, if you decided to bowl first, you had a 87% chance of winning or something. It's insane.
The coin was very much the man of the tournament, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
In this latest one.
Here we go.
Trouble. Here we go. It's Jack Leach after the drinks break. With Travis Head having just smacked a 6, and he's on 145. Nathan Lyon's on 10. Australia's 413 for 8, and Jack Leach is going to advance the game one way or another.
I didn't know it was this close to lunch.
It's not. We've got an hour to go. 5 minutes as well, which gives you a chance to say.
Early start, remember.
Yeah.
Leach prepares to bowl around the wickets to Nathan Lyon, and Lyon pushes delicately to mid-on, and there's no run.
The GPL, you've got an hour and 5 minutes. About 11 entries so far, ranging currently from 203 to 307.
Leach bowls again, and it's outside off stump, and Lyon just guides it past the slip down into the third man region. Takes a run, which brings Travis Head on strike to Jack Leach, and this could be entertaining.
Yeah, this could be explosive. It'd be good for Leach to be able to get a little bit of revenge, beat him in a flight, do his confidence no good.
Well, of course, there's always a chance if a bowler. Australia went after Leach,
big time,
as part of their plan yesterday.
Yeah.
But it could have backfired. It could have backfired.
Yeah, it could have done.
They could have slogged themselves out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if England maybe had set someone back straight away, thinking they were going to attack him, they might have got a catch down at long on early, and made them think a bit more. But didn't go that way.
Here is Leach over the wicket to Head, and Head doesn't have a go at that. He's back and defending a ball out of his stumps. There's no run. 414 for 8.
Yeah, he's hardly bowled this year as well, as Andy was saying, Leach.
Leach bowls again, and this time Head is attacking. He dances down the wicket and slams a cover drive straight to the fielder at cover. There's no run again, but it was certainly an aggressive shot.
He spent the whole English summer in the English bubble, not playing, and not playing for his county side either. So
it's difficult.
Yeah, it is. A lot of net bowling and not a lot of actual game time. And Root doesn't really trust spinners either. You kind of get the feeling. I'm sure if he had a really good one, he would, but I don't think he really trusts English spinners.
Does he trust himself?
Well, clearly he trusts himself.
He got a wicket too, so good on him. He may be England's best spinner. But here comes Leach to Head, and Head paddles that round the corner down a fine leg. Takes another single, brings Nathan Lyon back on strike.
Well, this is what we were talking about earlier. I think as a left-arm spinner, any spinner, right armers get used to bowling to a bunch of right armers because that's kind of how you get brought up. But lefties, you used to get bowled into right-handed batsmen, and bowling to lefties is nasty stuff if you're a left-arm spinner.
Leach bowls and it's straight, and Lyon goes back on his stumps and pokes the ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You can't really attack the stumps like you do with a right-hander coming around a wicket to them all the time, and it really plays with your head a little bit. It's not a natural line.
That was the end of the over, by the way, by Leach. Got a decent over. Only conceded 3 runs from it, so an improvement on some of his overs yesterday.
Yeah.
415 paid.
Jay Grover is confused by the bear being offended when he said he wasn't an alcoholic. He finds that confusing. I find alcoholic to be an offensive term. Collector of empty bottles is far more
better, much better.
Far more acceptable.
It will be Mark Wood to continue. He switched back over the wicket, has he? Over the wicket to Travis Head.
Ooh.
Bowls, it's on leg stump, and Head's flicked that in the air, but it's fallen in safely. And just get a single out to deep backward square leg. Head's really looking for that flick, and Mark Wood is feeding it at the moment.
Yeah, well, they got the 2 guys out there, haven't they? Exactly for that.
Obviously looking.
But it's weird. They're not going for they're not bowling it short for the pull. They're bowling it for the kind of the flick that's up in the air.
And Head seems happy to oblige so far.
Yeah,
he's
totally.
whacked 1 over the fielder's head.
When he is on 146, I guess he feels like everything is okay.
Actually, he's just gone to 147. So Travis Head has officially equalled England in the first innings. So there's some cheerful news.
And they lead 269. Yeah, I mean this is an innings defeat, even if England do reasonably well. You'd have thought that
it's a long way back.
It's a very long way back. A couple of wickets and it all starts going horribly wrong.
But here comes Wood again to Lyon, and it's short of Lyon. Does a 180 as he hooks and top edges it over Joss Butler for 4. Well, there's no fielders directly behind the keeper, you might expect.
Oh dear, oh dear. When it's going bad, it goes.
Fun and games continue.
Yeah.
If Mark
Wood it actually Butler got his glove to it, but he just parried it over the crossbar, so to speak.
Yeah, it was at full stretch.
If Mark Wood could bowl on emotion, this ball would be at the speed of light.
Oh, that's
and he's bowled again, and this time Lyons played the pull again, but this time he's just popped it straight up in the air, and it's an easy catch at square leg. And that is the end of Nathan Lyon's frolic.
Yeah, we have to say goodbye to Nathan Lyon.
The short stuff has worked.
Finally.
Got that one very high on the bat, and it just ballooned up, and Ollie Robinson running in from mid-wicket took it.
One more to go.
Parallel with the stumps. 1 more to go. We'll see what Josh Hazlewood can pull out of his bag.
We are...
And there's time for a changeover, I think it might be.
It will be. We'll do the end. Is that the end of the over? No, there's 3 balls left. We'll do the end of the over, and then we'll have a little change.
We'll push
the end of the over. It could be. Maybe we'll push through to the.
We may push through to the end of the innings.
Well, yeah, true. May well indeed. Hazelwood stuck around before, been a pain in it. I'm mind you, pretty much any tailender has done that to England over the years.
Yes, he has his moments with the bat. He has quite a nice cover drive on him, actually, Josh Hazlewood. If he gets the chance to pull that out.
I'm sure
a left-handed batsman.
Whatever shot he wants to play, Mark Wood will give him the ball for it.
Well, it worked for Lyon. He fed Lyon's hook shot until finally Lyon found a fielder. So
I'm sure someone's looking at that and going, plan executed.
Here comes Mark Wood, and it's short and it's quite nasty, and Hazlewood just sort of has to sway out of the way as it whistles past his face. He's a grumpy man, is Mark Wood, and who can blame him?
Well, normally he seems to be quite light-hearted, but he seems to be quite grumpy today, and I'm sure that giving the short stuff to the Aussie bowlers is what's required, really. I mean, they're going to give it to us, and they did give it to
absolutely.
us.
Oh, the fast bowlers union is long dead. So yes,
totally.
you gotta dig it in. These fast bowlers, they spend hours in the nets preparing. They're quite capable. You can't go soft on them.
I know. I mean, I don't know if you followed the India-England series in the summer, but it was the end of one day, and Bumrah was bowling the last over of the day, and I think he bowled 5 no balls, and he was bowling at Jimmy Anderson, and they were all short. And it was like 11, 12 ball over, and he survived it, but there was a lot of chat afterwards between. Everyone said it was deliberate and blah blah blah.
Wood has switched around the wicket, and he struck Hazelwood. Looked like it. Hazelwood had no idea about that one. He looked around in bewilderment after the ball ricocheted off. I think it got him in the shoulder.
Did it?
It's actually cracked him on the glove and bounced away into the offside. That's a very good short ball by Wood. Hazelwood had no idea, and that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, it could have done.
So that's good hostile bowling to the number 11.
That's the type of delivery that gets that rules fast bowlers out of the rest of the series.
Yeah. He bowls again, and it's full and at the stumps, and Hazelwood only just keeps that out. So Hazelwood somehow survives his first 3 balls, and Wood can be happy with his overs work in that. And with that, I think I am stepping out.
We are indeed.
A delightful first hour of my guerrilla cricket career. Thank you all.
Congratulations,
see you again soon.
Well done, Ben.
Yeah.
I think.
Thanks, Ben. That was fantastic, especially once you got the mic sorted.
Yeah, I think Annie is going to.
I'm Cat.
You
now.
are Cat. Okay.
You just have to imagine I've got an Australian accent because I couldn't even begin to try and do one.
Where's your puppy? Where's your puppy?
Oh shit.
For the purposes of this demonstration,
I got this guy.
That'll do.
For any David Attenborough fans, that's not a puppy.
Hey. Oh God, I'm on with Alan. Messy.
Oh dear. So the alcohol's still working anyhow, and a bit of adrenaline as well.
Do you know what? It is just about, but
starting to flag.
Yeah, starting to flag now.
Right, let's get the end of this innings out of the way, shall we?
Yeah. Just I'll be better once they're all out.
Right, Leaching, and that is a swing and a hoik that's gone through mid-wicket, and that's on one knee, and that's 150 for Mr. Travis Head.
And it's 101 for Mr. Leach. That is the fastest 100 in Test cricket for any bowler ever, as I understand.
Well, that's what records are there to be broken.
Absolutely.
Travis Head, 151 of 143 balls, 14 fours, 4 sixes. Made it look particularly easier than England did anyway, as Leach reevaluates all of his life choices. And he will come in and bowl again. The Australians are now 424 for 9 as he attempts the shot again, but the ball a bit shorter, a bit wider outside the off stump, and all Head can do is edge it into his own leg, and there'll be no run. Leach has just got to keep his head up here. Slings and arrows and all that. And that is again pitched a little wider. Head seems to have got his mind made up about the shot that he wants to play. The get down on one knee and try and pull it through mid-wicket. Mistimed. They'll take a single though, as the ball dribbles out into the leg side field. As we see Mr. Head raise his bat aloft.
I actually think he should make the best of it, because I don't think he'll get another 50 the whole series, but he'll be undroppable.
Well, I can remember 1986-87, Botham's 138 set the tone. So, and then that kind of ripples its way through the rest of the team. So, we'll see.
Yeah, the Australians don't have you don't the Australians, commentators of us lot, don't seem to have a high opinion of Head then.
Well,
he's playing one-day cricket, which is fine in circumstances.
But he's been playing Sheffield Shield, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done better in the white ball there.
Yeah.
So, Hazelwood is facing this next delivery, and a bit of almost Test cricket normality returns as he just pushes that ball towards a shortish cover, and there'll be no run. Leach, don't know if I'd like to see him bowl at a slightly quicker pace here. I know there's maybe some changes in the field. There's a short square leg coming in here. Not sure what ball Leach is going to try and bowl in order to get Hazelwood out that way, but that ball rips and snorts up off a good length outside off stump, and Hazelwood just fends, and the ball is fielded by Butler just a couple of steps to his left, and I think this might be the last ball of the over.
Indeed it is. I think Australia wouldn't actually mind losing this wicket now and have 10 minutes at England before lunch.
Yeah, you might think that, to all intents and purposes, you feel that within a half hour or so, England probably would be at least one down. Leach in. Just again, a good forward defensive shot by Hazelwood. There'll be no run, and I'm not sure if that was Wood doing the fielding. There's immediately hat off, glasses off, and who's on social media? And
I am. Can you tell me where we are, Al?
Yeah, I can try. I think it was Janet Hopper a few minutes ago. Whenever Leach comes up to bowl.
Oh right. Yes. Okay. Whenever Leach comes up to bowl, I seem to finish my drink. My liver will not be happy at this rate. Mog says, hack Leach bowling should be some prime comedy gold. Jay says, I've had a few, but I've decided Ben is mint, even though he looks like a Samoan panda. That's high praise.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, Jay's actually being nice.
I don't know why. I feel like we're all on the outs with Jay.
Yeah.
Oh well, it comes and goes.
I upset him every now and then.
It's fickle, isn't it? Wood in, and that bounces off a decent length, surprises Head, but the ball dies at the feet of Butler.
It's starting to do a few unusual things, the ball, isn't it?
That really was almost tennis ball like bounce. It was maybe it was a slower ball. Yeah, he ripped his fingers across that, which surprised good old Travis.
Travis has got a big smile on his face all the time, isn't it?
Well, if I was 150 not out, I'd be cock a hoop.
Would you?
Yeah, I would
cock a hoop.
Cock a hoop. Oh. Big step to the offside field to a ball on leg stump, and that
is burn. Is it burn?
No. I think it was Hamed who's dropped that one.
Yeah.
The ball went a mile in the air to deep square leg. Hamid put lots of effort in order to be able to get to the ball, because it was a good 20-25 yards in from the boundary. But doing all the hard work to get there was one thing. He absolutely...
Oh, he had it in his hand, didn't he?
Well, he went for it with two hands, and his hands kind of got separated, and it ended up being in one hand. And then out it popped, even before elbows managed to hit the ground. So another one spilled, and he's a big step away to leg. Mark Wood with a ball that actually would have hit the stumps.
He looked like he wasn't that bothered, though. I mean, I think he was just going all out to get as many runs as possible, wasn't he?
Absolutely. And Hazelwood has already departed the scene to get his pads off as the Gabba raises to its feet to salute a tremendous innings by Travis Head.
Absolutely. I genuinely think that was an alternative to declaring, because now they've got 8 minutes or so they can get probably 2, maybe 3 overs in before lunch, which is just a nasty
couple of wickets down then.
Yeah. I have to tell you, Paul Dennett, our friend, has tweeted that all technology is currently down, so no DRS is possible. This is pathetic and embarrassing for Australia. Indeed it is.
Is that really the case?
Yes, apparently. It's actually the ICC's responsibility, but I'm sure the Australians are responsible for putting it in place. Janet Hopper said, finally, reckon Hazelwood could get a few, though. You know Leach will bowl to him. Well, he didn't get the chance, really, because Head denied him. Mayank says, if England get this final wicket in the next over or two, they'll bat around 75 overs. At 4 and over, they can hit 300 for 1 and take a solid lead going into day 4. Simple. I love it, Mayank. Yeah. Have you put money on that?
Oh no, we won't.
Jay says, Annie, you can't speak in English. Let's not try any accent, no.
Thanks, Jay. You see, you're just not nice to me.
Well, you reckon that? He's saying to me, Jeremy, you utter Bradman.
I was going to say Annie Chave's words are going to be spoken by an actress. So let's go through this scorecard of 425 not out, shall we? Warner caught Stokes, bowled Robinson for 94. 70 odd of those being added after he was bowled by Stokes off a giant no ball. Harris caught Milan, bowled Robinson for 3. Labuschagne caught Wood, bowled Leach for 74. Smith caught Butler, bowled Wood for 12. Travis Head just led last man out, bowled Wood for 152. Green bowled Robinson without scoring. Carey caught Pope, bowled Wokes for 12. Cummings caught Hamid, bowled Root for 12. Stark caught Burns, bowled Wokes for 35. Nathan Lyon caught Robinson, bowled Wood for 15. Hazelwood not out, 0. 16 extras, 104 and a half overs, 425 not out. Just your lead of 278. So,
yep.
My first question for you, mine are Darren and Heron. Do England make Australia bat again? That's
unlikely.
Messi Jez votes no.
Yes.
Annie Che votes yes.
Yes, just because Messi voted no.
Yeah, I would because today's the last day of the test match that I'm doing. I would look like nothing more than the futility of making Australia bat again on the morning of the 5th day.
Get 5 runs or something.
No, less than that, 3.
Okay.
That'll be on the morning of the 4th day. Al, there's a bit of time to go yet.
No, I want that to be absolute grind from Hamid and Burns, or alternatively just let the ball hit the bat once from Burns' point of view. Yeah,
I've got to say, I think at the moment they are so shot they'd be pushing to make 200. Although there is this, I noticed Phil Callaghan has tweeted in that Leach isn't having a good test so far. I'd make the point that the last spinner to be not out, as Leach was, in a test match, also took 10 wickets in an innings. So there you go.
It's clutching at straws there. But yeah.
But, we'll take those straws, won't we, Al?
Well.
And we'll clutch them.
Sounds like you're clutching them closer than I am, which is more to be pitied than scolded. Let me assure you.
So, well, at least Burns can't do any worse than he did. I'm trying to look for positives at the moment as we're coming out to bat.
That's true.
Yes, he can't do any worse, can he?
It'd be hard to imagine how he could.
It's just got to be a hard reset, hasn't it? Just
although
go out and do it again, only better.
He could get himself timed out. That would be worse. By not turning up,
Can you get yourself timed out when you're opening the batting?
I guess so.
I mean, really?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? all I can think of is us in 3 minutes going, how can an opening batsman forget his bat and then be timed out and then be timed out going to get it?
My husband this season went out to bat without one of his pads on, and he didn't notice until the second over.
That's how pissed was he?
I'm not quite sure.
That's like quite something.
I know, and nobody else noticed either. That was the weird thing. In fact, he came running off, and we were all going, "Why is he running off?" And he had one pad on.
Is this why it's called pub cricket?
It was evening cricket, I suppose.
Yeah,
you know, he could have been, yeah. But yeah, that's quite impressive, isn't it? To not have one pad. He thought, God, I'm running easily.
I think I'm getting better at this. This is all
What if he'd taken both off? He might have run even better.
Yeah, exactly.
Jay says, say lads, now Annie's out of the room. Tell me what you really think about her. She's actually hungry and we can't talk about it.
I'm here.
And he reassures us. He says, I love you all, apart from not Fred and Sophie Katie, who I loathe for very different reasons.
No.
Mog says the game will be over just after tea, and I think he might well be right the way things are going. Mayank says, I'm definitely a wizard. England will bat exactly 75 overs today, just like I predicted at the start of the day. And Jeff Perkins says the technology fail is why Australia isn't allowed to become a republic. And Janet Hopper said, thank God Jack Leach won't have to bowl for a couple of hours.
He's gonna if Australia do that again, Leach is gonna just take them apart.
Well, he started off he got put to the sword a little bit in the first test against India and came back really well, so I have quite a lot of confidence in his internal fortitude. I think
internal fortitude.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't doubt you in that regard. It's just his capacity to put that into effect.
I love that. I love the way that it's like, I've got no problems with his internal fortitude. It is just his ability to bowl.
It's just his cricket. That's shit. Yeah, that's what
Jay says, I've never been to Queensland, but I've heard they only discovered fire last week, Thursday. Well, that's actually a bit close to the bone, Jay, because there's been some pretty horrendous bushfires in Queensland over the last couple of years. Warren says, wood getting head. Oh dear. I have got to tell you that last night's podcast from Peter Lawler and Gideon Haigh was entitled Gimme Head, so they were sort of going for the full Hugh Grant. Jeff Perkins says, do England even make Travis Head bat again? After all, Travis Head did exceed England's score.
Yeah.
Mog says, Burns run out without facing a ball while injuring his batting partner would be a better way.
Well, I suppose that's slightly worse, yeah.
So, in oh so many ways.
Or he could. Jay says he could do a David Steele spinal tap and end up in the toilets.
Oh God!
And Janet Hopper, ever the optimist, says, "What are the chances of Burns just dropping his bat on the stumps?"
Well, yeah, that could be worse, couldn't it? Or he could fall on them, impale himself on them, or something.
Oh dear! And Pirate Badger has taken a leaf out of your book, Alan. Given you're asking the Damen and Herren about their opinions, he's gone all German on us. He says, Damen Herren, dit is in Reserlicht innings wurde Engels nachhat is in Spiel van twee halven.
You sure you haven't been drinking, Messi?
No, but he has. No, it's bloody night. It's 9:21 in the morning here, and the thought of drinking is not something that appeals to me right now.
Well, so we're gonna begin the third innings of Drink Along with Bear, and it's going to be this man to open in the bowling. it's going to be Hamid to face the first ball.
Ah.
An interesting choice, and that is tucked onto his pad, and it's, I think, going a bit down the leg side, and Stark hasn't got quite the start that he got in the first innings.
And Burns is run out at the non-strikers.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Interestingly, plenty of movement again in the air and slightly off the pitch as well. Enough to keep Stark very interested. But interesting that they've swapped around who's going to face this first ball from the first innings. As this is ripped off a length. Hamid takes his hand off the bat and it dribbles down towards third slip, but already Mitchell Stark has looked by far and away the most intimidating bowler that we've seen so far this morning.
Well, he has got a new ball, to be fair.
Well, I mean, even so, I mean, that's pitched just outside off, and it's caught Hamid on the arm guard.
Yeah.
And the Bears informed us he's gone under. I'd go under that. Dear me.
You go under 0.
Yeah. Stark in for the third ball, and that is wide outside the off stump. And that's a great cover drive by Hamid, and that may well go all the way, a significant portion of the way. Anyway, no, it's going to be stopped by Nathan Lyon, just short of the boundary sponge, but that'll be 3, and Hamid is off the mark, and let's jingle up the other batsman.
He's got the drive of a champion from Surrey. His mustache is ugly. Got a shot finally, and his name is Rory Burns.
Well,
that was a cunning plot to get Burns on strike, wasn't it?
Certainly was. By the way, if there are any local breweries that want to send beer to send a big box of beer to the Bear, then get in touch with us.
Yeah, they're about to be listening.
Hashtag send me a big box of beer.
There is.
I heard the beginning of that.
I played the jingle already. Go on with it.
Oh, sorry. Stark into Burns as Burns takes that big step towards the off stump again, but he'll let that one go through to the keeper. Another Yorker length delivery from Stark, and there'll be no run. Here I was thinking I was trying to help, and it turns out you've already got a jingle for people to send you beer.
Yes, there is.
Shows I haven't got an original thought in my body, though. There you go.
Well, my linguistic skills have been shown up. Parrot Bradshaw said that was Dutch, or as Leah puts it, das war kein Deutscher.
I'm glad they're getting you to do this and not me, Messi.
I just know it wasn't Scouse, as Stark is in again, full length delivery, and Burns is walking towards his off stump, and he pushes the ball as far as a gully, a deepish gully, but there'll be no run, and there's just one ball left to go in this first over. Yeah, it's Stark really has got the bit between his teeth as he's been opening these innings so far. But Burns has justified his faith in his sports psychologist, at least, as he's faced these first 2 balls. Stark in, and that's hit Burns right in front, and he's LBW.
Bears bet came
Dare you. Oh, he's reviewed it. We're going to watch him be out twice.
Well, weren't we told? Well, Paul Dennett said that the DRS wasn't available. They must
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
So
I thought that was high, to be honest.
We are going to see, but he's been given out on the field, ladies and gentlemen. So umpire's call belongs to Mitchell Stark, and he's not bowled a no ball, which is very disappointing. So let's have a look. Certainly seems to pitch in line. He's not hit it. It's hit him. It's hit him above the knee roll.
It is quite high.
But remember, umpire's call belongs to Mitchell Stark. Hot spot reveals no spot on the bat.
And Messi was just saying how ugly he was.
Oh, his stats. He's
Oh,
the
it's
hardest
awful, isn't
batsman
it?
to watch. Oh.
Well, we might not have to watch him for too much longer. In line, and...
Missing!
Yeah, it was too hard.
Wow, you're eagle-eyed Messi.
I got that instinct the minute I saw it, to be honest.
A reprieve as umpire Rydell hugs himself and says,
Bloody Australian umpires.
Maybe. Jez, what wild languages have we got by way of social media?
Okay, so Leah says Stark quadruple hat trick in the first over, all downhill from there. I can sleep in tomorrow. Well, he's disappointed you. And Mike says Burns to get a diamond duck run out here. I can see it. So, Aninda's with us. He says, Annie Chave, impale himself on the stumps. I'm glad I'm far away from you this morning, and I suspect Burns is happier. He's even further away than me.
We were just trying to think of things the worse than getting out first ball and injured, that's all.
Neil Franklin says we used to play with one pad at school for what it's worth.
Yeah, but on purpose.
And Jay's got an apology. He says, for once I made an unintentionally offensive joke. He does often make intentionally offensive jokes. I didn't mean to take the piss out of the Australian wildfires, and I apologise. Thank you, Jay.
It's going to be the second over, bowled by Josh Hazelwood. And that is tucking Hamid up for room, but he'll just let that fall gently into square leg, and there'll be no run. I think we're going to have a change at the end of this over. I think we're about that time.
I think it's lunch at the end of this over.
No, I thought there was an extra. There's an extra half hour session.
Oh, sorry, I'm completely out of kilter. You're quite right.
Well, you are in Australia.
Yeah,
all this talk of lunch, and it's not even breakfast time where you are, Jess.
Yeah. I've just had breakfast.
Hazelwood in, and that is taken the edge, and I think that's been dropped at first slip, or it fell just short.
The luck's turning, isn't it?
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Annie. You
oh, no. Is that Labuschagne who dropped
that
it?
is taken the outside edge.
Well short.
Well short. Well fended then and stopped by first slip, but an edge taken as well as the LBW appeal. This is a fraught time for England's openers. As Hazelwood is in again, and a firm forward defensive shot by Hamid yields no run. England are 3 for naught after 1.5 overs. All those runs from the bat of Hamid. I think Rory Burns with that LBW review sweated off all of the sun cream on his head. just as the whiter than Casper the Ghost. Hazelwood in. And that almost squares up Hamid, but he does push the ball out into the offside field, and Lyon will do the fielding, but there'll be no run. Gonna just see who we've got coming up next. Who's your 1:30 crew?
It's Cat is with us.
Oh, the often replicated, never duplicated Cat Jones. Excellent. Hey, Cat. As we see the replay of the near Burns dismissal. Hazelwood in, and that is left outside the off stump by Hamid, and that'll go through to the keeper, and there'll just be one ball left of this second over.
Well, it's been a fairly predictable morning, really, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's much more exciting when England are batting, though, isn't it?
Mayhem Maybe not more. Mayhem when England are batting. I don't know if that's too many mayhems, possibly. As that is left alone by Hamid, that last ball of the Hazelwood over. It'll be a maiden for him to start, but at the end of 2 overs, England are 3 for no wicket. And I am going to leave you in the very capable hands of Cat Jones.
And I'll catch you this afternoon. See ya.
See ya, Messi.
Thanks very much to Alan and the crew who were on just before. Looks like we've got Tony back.
Have we?
Oh no, maybe he's on production. Who else do we have? We have Annie.
I'm here. No, I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here.
Oh,
I
he
just
is
had
here.
my microphone.
All right.
Schoolboy error. Microphone
Fantastic.
on top of head, not in front of mouth.
And we also have Stark, who's going to be bowling his second over in just a minute. And we have Burns and Hamid. The openers are still here. Annie, does that surprise you?
God blimey, I know. 12 balls as well, I mean.
So Stark's bowling to Burns, takes it off his hip, turns it round the corner. Backward a square, they're getting a single here. And the score at the minute in the third over of England's second innings.
And Burns
4
has
runs.
a run.
Yeah. Good work, Burns. Off the pair.
Yeah. He's going to go on and make a century now.
Yeah.
Well, he might follow in David Warner's footsteps. I mean, he rode his luck. It would be fair enough to say.
Well, they deserve a little bit of
review,
luck, right?
They do, Kat. They do. They do.
They huffed and puffed and certainly kept going, didn't they, in the bowling department? Despite drops and no balls and missed run-outs.
So Stark's bowling again. It's short, and Hamid sways out of the way, goes through to the keeper, Carey. It's looking a bit like Hamid sporting a bit of a... Has he got a bit of a mullet there, Annie, under his...
Yeah, him and Rory. I mean, it's something about being an opener maybe for England, but...
It's not really a mullet. It's a generally all-over hairiness.
Well,
he's got
it's not as bad as Rory's.
He's not had it shaved and shaped. It's just generally a magnificent coiffure.
Well, I wanted to ask you, Kat, whether all the men in Australia have mullets, or
just about all of them.
Oh, what?
Just about all of them. It's awful. The basketballers have them as well. As Stark bowls back of a length again. This time it's Hamid taking the ball, flipping the ball off his hip and getting a run at backward a square. So Stark, so far from his over, a single, a dot, and a single. What about in England? They don't all have mullets in England, Annie?
I mean, obviously Rory Burns does.
Only in caravan parks, by and large.
I think he got that at the airport on the way in when he landed in Brisbane.
Going to Australia, I better get this film. No, I think that you get the odd the odd person that does, but basically.
So we got 3 slips and a gully, a point, a mid-off and a mid-on, and a square leg in place for Burns, the left-hander. He's getting ready to face Mitchell Stark, coming in bowling short, and Burns says thank you very much, pulls this one all the way through square to the boundary for 4.
Couldn't have asked for a better ball off Mitchell Stark, really, could he? To make himself feel a lot better about life.
Oh, he controlled that so beautifully, didn't he, Tony? That was wonderful.
Yeah, he did. He was back with a square leg umpire and was always racing away.
Yeah. England are trailing by 260 odd runs at the moment, but they're making headway. 9 runs into it.
It's
and a
better than the first,
beautiful swinging delivery from Mitchell Stark. It's almost Yorker length, a little bit too full, but Burns can't get it away, and it's another dot.
Yeah, interestingly, swinging that into the left-hander and onto his off stump there. Of course, it was the one round his legs that did for him on the first morning.
So he's on the lookout for it, isn't he, Tony?
Well, he will be on the lookout for it, but that one was... it swung that bit further and was, comfortable enough on off stump. The one round his legs was the one that got him just in the most horrendous tangle.
Yeah.
And he was just...
So Stark a little bit wider on his run-up, trying the same delivery again as he's bowling again to Burns. This time it's on off stump and it's just pushed away defensively. It's the end of the Stark over, 6 runs from it in England, 9 for no loss. And who's on the tweets? Granny?
Yep. So Janet Hopper says, Hamid's off the mark. I'm going to sleep before Burns hits the ball. So that's a little way back. Burns should get man of the match now for not getting a king pair, says Mayank. Leah says, fuck Bear, play the County Road jingle for Burns. It won in the Jingle Ashes.
Yes, that's true. Are we getting all of our favourite jingles?
Absolutely. I don't know why he didn't do that.
I think the Bear's been filing them, to be fair.
Mog says, I think I did a jingle about the Bear being left alone with whiskey at some point. Not sure what became of it.
So we have Hazelwood resuming here. And the first ball's just defended away for no run.
Because apparently it wasn't in the machine, says Bear. But it
There
will
you
be.
are.
I'm sure it will be corrected at some point in the next couple of days.
Sorry,
It
Leah.
will. The jingle, the Bear and Whiskey, I remember that. It was sort of a country and western jingle. It was rather good.
I like the sound of that already.
Being a country girl.
I'm a country girl, yeah.
Leave the bear alone.
Hazelwood coming in, he's bowling to Hamid, who leaves the ball alone. It wasn't too far away from his off stump, but he's competently leaving that one and another dot.
Yeah, he's a good lever of the ball generally, though.
Yeah, it's nice. Good bowling too from Hazelwood so far. But England looking like they're good for a good 300 for no loss, Annie.
Yeah, easy. We've got this one.
If you wanted some fantasy cricket, this is there. It certainly is.
Hazelwood bowling again to Hamid, another defensive stroke, just trying to see out this new ball. And Hazelwood, no scoring from him. Will he have a single ball and a single run taken from his over, Tony? What do you think?
No, I mean, well, I think these two need to be just solid and correct and take their time. I can't see a situation. I mean, the beauty of this attack is they do bowl very tight.
I just want to get into lunch, don't they? Really, as well.
Yeah.
I'm not talking
Next
about
one
them being hungry.
Next one from Hazelwood is wrapping the pads of Hamid, but it's going down leg and no significant appeal. So doesn't Hamid look good in the pullover? He's got his jumper on. He's looking fantastic.
He's got some kind of padding underneath though, because either that or his body keeps moving.
Yeah, he's taken that on the hip. He's probably got some padding there as well. So you think he's got a chest pad under there? Or
I think so.
Pad?
Yeah.
It could be. He's 4 from 15.
Jumper under another jumper look.
Yes, it could be. Another defensive ball as Hamid's pushing that into the offside.
The Australians are looking annoyed. They're used to having wickets by now.
Managing to frustrate the Australians, always fantastic when that happens. And of course, I wasn't commentating in the first session of the day, but the highlight of that had to have been the 100 for Jack Leach.
Yeah, he looked really happy about it, Cap.
Yeah. Oh well. Hazelwood again over the wicket, and Hamid pulling his bat away at the last minute as he leaves this next one straight through to the keeper. A maiden for Hazelwood, and the score 9 for no loss.
Brian F. Singh says, I grew up in the era of Lillian Tomo, but the trio of Stark, Cummings, Hazelwood are the saltiest of the Aussies I have ever seen.
Lillian Tomo obviously was a wonderful women's cricketer, of course.
Lillian Tomo, very good.
Mayank says, what the fuck is wrong with Burns' shit footwork? He's going so fucking far across and gets himself tangled up. He always bats like that. It's crazy. He steps right across, doesn't he? It's just weird.
Beautiful vocabulary use in there. Lots of swearing.
Yes. Anthony Condon says
Social.
Burns has a real lioness stance.
So Burns is facing up to Mitchell Starc, who comes in, swinging the ball away from him. He leaves this ball straight through to Carey, who takes it behind the stumps.
Again, he's swinging it, but he's swinging it from sort of middle and off, further outside off. The beauty of the one that did for Burns, of course, on the first morning was that it kind of moved from middle and off to, from middle to leg, and it completely foxed Burns.
Well, this time I think he's trying to get him to nick off, right?
Yeah, maybe he's trying to get him to nick off, but maybe he's also holding back what we could call the first morning ball.
I mean, he's taking his guard outside leg stump. He's just really, he's going to be LBW there to one of Mitchell Starc's balls.
He always steps across, though.
Yeah, so another ball that's defended by Burns.
Yeah,
and Burns is 5 from 9 at the moment.
Solid enough. Well, he got that short one that he was able to pull away, and that was, like a flagon of water to a drowning man, or to a thirsty man. And he was delighted.
You always come up with some weird sayings, Tony. What do you have a little booklet of weird sayings that?
No, I've just got a head that's full of crap, basically.
Oh, that's what it is, right.
So this time Mitchell Starc is trying to bowl Burns around his legs. He has a little bit of a swipe at it, goes down leg side, and a little bit of interest from the keeper and the slips. Did he get a nick on it? But no, he did not. And another dot ball. That was a bit closer, Tony, to his leg stump.
Yeah. Yeah, that
I think it's hit his pants on the way through.
Yeah.
That was closer to the first morning ball. You're absolutely right.
Do you call trousers pants, Kat?
Yes, pants or trousers, but yeah, pants. We quite often call the cricket pants.
What about the pants under the pant?
They're underpants.
Oh, no, yes. The clue is, of course, in the name.
The pants under the pants are underpants.
Then sends one out square and gets a single, moving England to 10. Yeah, they're jocks, actually. In Australia, they're more likely called jocks. What do you call them in... What are they in England?
Well, jockstrap, obviously. The sexiest piece of underwear in the whole wide world, as far as I'm concerned. And...
jockstrap.
Yeah, I love a good
Not trouser
jockstrap.
stripes.
I can tell you I love a good jockstrap. But anyway, moving on. What do we call them? Pants. Yeah, pants.
They're pants. Oh. Trousers. Pants are really female pants in Australia. We're getting distracted on pants here. We'd love to hear your views if you're on the social media. This next one is 4 runs for Hamid. He sends the ball a little bit lofted out into the offside, and it goes all the way to the boundary.
But female pants are knickers.
Yes. I'm losing track now of what we call them in Australia. Undies. Female pants in Australia are undies.
Universal.
Yeah.
And
but don't think we call them knickers. The only people who call them knickers are people in a Monty Python sketch.
Before our audience get completely confused, we're in some sort of, what's the shopping channel for underwear?
Hamid's facing up to Mitchell Starc. He's driving the ball down to mid-off. No run, and that's the end of the Starc over. 5 from it, and England score 14 for none.
What happens when you have 2 women on commentating? It has to go to pants straight away. Right.
Strides. I thought Australian trousers were strides.
Strides.
Yeah.
Yes, they were called that in 1930, Tony, I believe.
Why have they changed?
When I were alive.
Why do they change from strides to pants?
I'm not sure. It was before I was born.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now I think we'll definitely move on. How about some social
I'll
media?
move on to Jay Grover. I'm forced to read far too much crappy fetish erotica, but Starc into Burns sounds like something I'd have to sub-edit just to keep the bear in whiskey. Right. Mog says, Jez, how's your pronunciation of Gothic, Old English, and Sumerian? Well, luckily, Messy Jez isn't doing it anymore, and it's me, and mine is really bad. Really bad.
All right, so we have Hazelwood resuming, and he's bowling to Burns, who's watchful, defensive, and just on the bounce, sending a ball to point for no run.
He tucked in very tidily behind that, and I think you're right. He's very consciously still sort of putting that leg across. It's the when the front leg comes across that he exposes that leg stump, and we've seen it a few times already. And you can bet your life Mitchell Stark will be more than acutely aware of it. But he's got Hazelwood to deal with at the moment.
Hazelwood, not a single run from him at this point, and he's bowling a little bit shorter to Burns, who's again just dropping the ball at his toes. No run. And he's got a very open stance, hasn't he, Tony, as he's facing
Well,
up
he
here,
has,
Burns?
yeah, he has, was he left eye dominant or right eye dominant? One of his eyes is dominant, and that means that's the reason he does that sort of head jaggle thing that he does.
I'd guess
correct.
it was the right one.
Don't forget, a man who, well, I'll just wait till after this.
And back of a length ball from Hazelwood, defended again by Burns. Do you think they tell them which eye is dominant? Do they do an assessment of that?
Well, yeah,
What's the process there, Tony?
he must. Well, he must know that.
Everyone can do that dominant thing with your finger, though, can't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
But that's for the stance. I mean, there's just a hint of Chris Broad about it. Remember, Chris Broad used to stick his backside out a fair bit. Even he would say that.
Did he twist his head around like that?
No, he didn't. He didn't have that. He didn't have those head sort of affectations that Burns has. But he definitely had the arse stick.
And another ball defended by Burns. This is textbook test cricket from these two openers. They're looking fabulous, and they need to get to, I don't know, as we said, at least 100 for no loss, right?
God, yeah.
Well, I mean, really, if England got to a lead of 100, is something to bowl at, and that's a long way off. So I think you've just got to take each session as it comes, which I know is the oldest cliche in the book, and get to the end of it with runs added and minimal wickets.
So Burns again playing with his bum very prominent, and this time he's getting a ball down to fine leg, just gets a little bit of bat on it, goes all the way to the boundary. Another 4 for Burns. And we're going to sing the jingle for you. No, we're not.
And the Bears
God.
returned.
I wouldn't do that to anyone.
Yes.
Chris Broad, of course, was also a left-hander. So he does have that in common with Rory Burns.
Right, yes. I wonder which one of his butt cheeks is dominant, Tony.
You'd have to assess
left or right?
I'm not sure what the scientific process to assess that is. Maybe I have to have a jiggleometer or something.
This next ball from Hazelwood to Burns. Burns plays it almost into his off stump. It goes behind him, and safely though. And that, I think, is the end of the over.
Okay, I'm going to fly through a few tweets and go pass over a few because we've got too many. Jeff Perkins says, of course a bishop has a book of weird sayings. Diana Patterson says, what does span mean on the scorecard on your YouTube screen?
I beg your pardon. That's a very good question. I'm going to go and have a look now.
Yeah, no, I don't know. O'Neill Harris says, Annie, you didn't know only British call underwear pants? No, I didn't know that.
That's true. Interesting.
For goodness sake, people, what's wrong with you?
I think span, by the way, is a programming error, which we'll have to talk to the technical department about. But the technical department appears to have made another trip to the woods.
Technical department's not here.
We have a change of bowling here. We have Cummins, Captain Cummins, who's coming in. He's bowling short to Hamid. He handles this quite poorly and just awkwardly sends a ball backward a square. They ran through for a single, but what happened to that ball, I think?
It seemed to leap up at him, didn't it?
Yeah, went a bit higher than he expected, a bit more bounce. Hit a tuft of dry grass. He's almost taken it on the glove, hasn't he there, Tony?
He did, yeah.
Oh, look, there is his chest guard. Did you see it?
Yes. It's massive. It's like he's always got a tyre around his chest.
Yeah, he takes it on the. He takes the hand off the bat, and in sort of removing the hand, he takes the ball. But what was interesting was the amount of bounce that Cummins was getting there.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if Cummins has changed his field since we started today. They're wearing a hole in the ground, those fielders, and another ball swinging a little from Cummins. It goes straight through Burns, straight through to the keeper, and misses everything. And Carey appeals for I'm not sure what.
No, I didn't see anything untoward.
Carey's good at appealing, though. I mean, as a new keeper coming in, you've got to appeal for additional things. He's not arrogant about it. He just puts his hand up and gives himself some practice.
He was, a tickle of glove was what he was thinking about, but no one other than him, certainly not Cummings, seemed remotely interested in
supporting his captain bowler. Another ball back of a length, pushed into mid-on, no run.
Yeah, the Australian bowlers do seem just a different class than ours at the moment.
Well, we haven't seen Broad and Anderson yet, though, Annie. I have high hopes.
No, they're nicely resting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They must have had a lot of sleep by now, don't you think?
I should think so, yeah.
That short third man is an interesting fielding position that they have there. I mean, they're clearly thinking that there might be the one that sort of is fended away and loops up.
And this next one's almost edged through to the keeper by Burns. I don't know how he missed that one, but Cummins is fancying his chances here, I would imagine.
Well, I mean, what a start for him as captain. Okay, lose the toss. Yeah. Wicket first ball, fifer for himself.
It's a good toss to lose.
England rolled for 147 and a lead of 270 plus to carry forward. He must be thinking this captaincy lark's pretty straightforward stuff.
Yep. And I believe he deliberately lost the toss, so good work from Captain Cummins.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. So Cummins is rolling over the wicket to the left-hander, Burns, who's on the pull. It's in the air, but wild leap there. Can't be saved. And I think it's Smith there. No, it's Harris chasing Richardson, chasing the ball out towards the boundary. They're running three runs from that. And do you think that was a chance? Was it in the air, Tony?
It was in the air. Certainly, if you watch the action, we'll have a quick look at the replay now. It's very uppish from Burns. It was looking for that sort of the reverse, what I call a reverse hand catch, so sort of with his arm behind him. But it could have been taken. But what I'm liking from Burns is aggressive intent here, positivity. I mean, he's clearly sat himself down, had a word with himself, and decided that there's two ways you could tackle the travails.
This one to Hamid's Yorker length, and it's pushed by Hamid to mid-off. And they get a single to keep Hamid on strike. At the end of the over, we have 5 runs from Cummins first over, and the score 23 for none.
Yeah, just let me finish that thought. One would be very much defensive, just crease occupation, and one would be carry the game to Australia a little bit. When the odds are against you. They're both good strategies, but I think he's going the more positive route, and we'll applaud him for that, I think. Anyway, Annie.
Messi just says, if Australian underpants are called jocks, shouldn't trousers be called over jocks? Yeah, see, you have no logic.
Yes.
That Craig Overjock, the bowler.
Jeff Perkins says, thought Annie was more into a good Josh strap. Now that's an image I can't get out of my head. Thank you very much,
Lord,
Jeff.
We're all left with that image now. We have Hazelwood who's resuming. He's bowling to Hamid, who edges a ball, but with soft hands it goes in front of second slip and just bounces short of a catch.
The thing is, this attack, they just don't give you much to play with, do they? They are relentless. And it's for a team that no matter how much time they've spent in the nets, I don't care what anyone says, it doesn't mean time in the middle.
It doesn't. It so doesn't.
And I think you've seen that to a certain extent. You've certainly seen that in some of England's fielding. The cricket time they had was playing against the Lions, and even that got curtailed.
In the rain.
In the rain.
Hazelwood bowling to Hamid, who's attempting to defender ball, but instead completely misses it and it goes through to the keeper.
The bear is back with a glass.
Oh, what's in the glass? Is it whiskey? No.
When he does get the chance, the scorecard is on YouTube, and I'm therefore assuming Facebook's gone a bit crazy.
Hazelwood bowling again outside off stump. It doesn't bounce. In fact, it dies a little bit in the pitch, and Hamid competently leaves that ball through to Carey.
Yeah, Facebook keeps freezing on my computer, so I turned it off. So, but that's probably just my computer. It's early in the morning after all.
If you put it on and then pause the picture, then you will still get the messages, and uses a lot less processing power. Little technical tip.
Oh. There weren't any
Reece
messages.
slips in as Hazelwood bowls to Hamid. Another defensive ball taken off his toes, dribbles into the onside, no run. You're here with Tony Bishop, Annie Chave and Kat Jones. We're just about to change over in the next over or two, but we've had fun over the last half an hour, and if you're in England, jolly good work staying up this late.
Well, it will be lunch. We'll be lunch in an over or two. We'll be able to tell you what's... so your chance to get the GPL, GorillaCricket.com/competition. I'll let Kat talk this ball.
And this ball from Hazelwood is short, and Hamid ducks underneath it competently.
Yep. Guess how many runs scored in the day? GorillaCricket.com/competition. It's only open till lunchtime. You've got literally there for probably about a minute and a half. The pot was at £68. It's grown since then. If you get the day's runs guessed on the money, then you win all of that pot. So you got that minute to dive in and do that. Don't miss out on that opportunity.
Hamid again facing up to Hazelwood. He defends the ball into the off. That's another maiden from Hazelwood from his 4 overs so far. Just the 4 runs and a couple of maidens. 23 for none after 8 overs.
Now,
it looks like one more. No, that's lunch.
Yeah, it looks to me like that's lunch. They started early. So I had a question for you, Kat, actually, with a bit of local knowledge there. I mean, if you had a 9:30 start in England, it would be unplayable in terms of conditions normally. I could just imagine a 9:30 start at Lord's, the tiniest bit of cloud cover, the ball would be hooping round corners, and teams would be out for about 30 on a regular occasion, regular.
And there'd still be lots of dew on the ground.
Yeah. But does that half hour just not make a difference from an Australian in somewhere?
No,
like
they
Brisbane?
could play in Brisbane. They could play at 7:30 in the morning, probably to be dry. The sun comes up at about 6 or so, even earlier, and it dries out straight away. You couldn't say the same in Melbourne, though. So, but probably you'd be okay in Sydney as well if you play early.
Okay. Would you want to just take us through the scorecard, and we'll wrap up on some tweets, and then we'll find out what the lunchtime entertainment is.
Indeed. So what we have here is Australia completing their first innings, all out for 425. We had just a couple of wickets at the very end of the day. We had finally Travis Head dismissed. I don't know how they dismissed him. He made 152 from 148.
Bowled by Mark Wood in the end, giving himself heaps of room to try and steer him away into the offside and exposed.
We also lost Mitchell Stark a little bit earlier today. He played a glorious innings, 35 from 64 balls. He was caught by Burns, bowled Wokes, and Nathan Lyon. Again, a good contribution, 15 runs, caught by Robinson, bowled Wood. So the end of the Australian innings happened and allowed England to have a little bit of a go at batting. And so far, no loss. We have Haseeb Hamid, 10 runs from 27 deliveries, and Rory Burns surviving beautifully with 13 off 21. And the score for England, they're still a fair way behind, but it is none for 23 at lunch.
Yep. What is that gap? 255 is the gap. And Bear, what? Oh, Annie, go on. We probably want to catch up on some social messages here and
I'll just run through some tweets. Yeah, Mayank says in the US we call them underwear or boxers. We call trousers pants, and we call sweatpants sweats. Easy peasy. You're all mad. Tom M says, I think we can all agree England have been pants. I think that's fair enough.
Yes, good call.
Yeah. Mog says, if people of my father's generation are to be believed, trousers are to always be called strides. Well, there you go. Jeff Perkins says Tony finally changed his strides around 1940 when he updated with some pants.
I'm actually not that old. No.
Jay Grover says, I get confused by Tony's sayings. He says them in such an easy, avuncular way. I'm sure I'd heard then that my grandma's knee. Then I'll try and say that.
That is easy for you to say. Do you want to try that one again?
Oh.
It was literally just a collection of words with no discernible direction or format. Try it
anyone would think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I get confused by Tony's sayings. He says them in such an easy, avuncular way. I'm sure I'd heard then at my grandma's knee. Then remembered my. You see, it's how he's written it.
Well, it's also untrue because I've never met his grandma.
My nan was a psychopath Northern Irish woman who thought any interaction not involving whiskey or tea was worthless. England. Neil Franklin says England is knickers. Everywhere else is panties. They are.
How did we get onto this?
Sorry, this is my fault.
We've gone back to underwear again. This is fantastic.
What is the shopping channel I was thinking of?
I have no idea.
I now have an image of you, Tony, just watching the shopping channel when the underwear ads are on.
No, that's no.
Right, I've done enough tweets. I can't be bothered anymore.
I think you probably have. Dan De Castro, hello to you. Shahid Koishi, lots of people on YouTube. We've been a little bit remiss, but we're delighted you are with us. Dan, we find out Dan's a Canadian apparently, so and he's been amused by some differences between the English language and American language. I won't go into those immediately here, but it's been an entertaining read over on YouTube. But we're going to go into lunch. Bear, what do we have?
We're going to play Gladstone Small again.
Hey!
Gladstone Small, fantastic. What a lovely man, and what a fantastic conversation. That 5 for 48 in Melbourne that won the Ashes in 86, 87. Lots of stories, including how Elton John played a leading role in England winning that Ashes series. We could probably do with him out there for this one, to be honest. But it's going to be Gladstone Small.
Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Tony Bishop. December the 3rd saw the release of Inside the Tour, the Ashes 86-87. It's the definitive story of that extraordinary tour, told to Mark Pugach by those who were part of it. It's a terrific listen, and you can find it via your usual podcast provider. One of those who was not just there, but was man of the match as England clinched the series at the MCG is my guest today, Gladstone Small. Gladstone, welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket.
Tony, pleasure. Delighted to be back. Great to hear you guys are going from strength to strength.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And yes, we are. So I'm going to start off with a fairly easy, gentle opener for you.
Half volley.
Half volley. Yeah. You took more wickets against Australia than anyone else, than any other opponent. Was there something special about playing Australia?
I just love beating them. I just love beating them. That was one. Listen, now obviously I played. That's probably because I played more tests against them than anyone else. But only out of all the ones I played against Australia, only one of them was at home in England. So obviously, the England boys, my captains and managers, obviously thought. First of all, I thought I was a good tourist. and I can take the heat of playing in Australia and all the stuff that went on with it. I just love. Listen, I've always loved the thought of touring. I love playing. I mean, I like home, but I like being away as well. And
you're making a career of it still.
If I didn't do it, someone else would do me. But no, so from a very, I went traveling. Obviously, a young cricketer back in the 80s. The season finished in England in September, and if you want to progress and learn and do things, you go play abroad. And I went to play in Australia, and my first season was 1982-83, playing club cricket in Melbourne. And that was my coincided with probably the Ashes tour, Bob Willis Ashes tour, and I got called into the England team that summer. The summer and at home, Bob Willis called me up for the Test match. Derek Pringle injured his back right in the note after practice on the day before the Test match at Edgbaston against Pakistan. And Bob Willis called me up to the Test match, and I myself wasn't feeling too well. But roll it forward, the England team went to Australia that winter. I was playing in Melbourne, so whenever the England team came to Melbourne, I was invited to go train and practice, and I got it. It was a great insight. It was a wonderful insight into Test match cricket and how the guys set themselves up in the psyche and the mindset that you have to be in. And I love that little bit that I got. And that Test match, that was my very first Ashes Test match I saw, because I had missed in 1981 Ashes, both from Ashes. I was playing county cricket, so back then the county cricketers, we played a lot of cricket. I didn't get to see any of those matches at all.
One feels the England team might be better if that was still true, Gladstone. But well,
that's another thing.
I've got a question for you then. From arriving in England as a young teenager to winning the Ashes, that's some journey. Before it happened, before that 86-87 series, was there ever a point where you thought, you know what, one day I'm going to win an Ashes for England? Did it ever cross your mind?
Well, listen, I grew up. The guy that gave me the love of the game, my granddad, born in Jamaica but lived in Barbados, and then he never left Barbados until when he died in 1993 years old. But he loved English cricket. He loved England cricket. And as a young boy, I remember him coming home from work on the sugar plantations and tuning in his radio to find out wherever England was playing a Test match. And that could have been at Lord's, at Headingley, at places like Old Trafford, places I didn't know. Only thing I know about them was that they had a cricket ground in those places. Didn't know where they were, and that meant Granddad would tune into England playing Australia in the Ashes, and so I'd heard about this thing called the Ashes from a little boy because of my granddad. So hence I knew the history and the tradition of it and the importance of what Ashes cricket was all about.
Wow.
And so then when I then got that to see it in '82 and saw what probably the best Test match that I ever saw actually was that 1982-83 Test match at the MCG, and then followed by the Edgbaston Test match in 2005, that famous one in 2005. And then interspersed with that all of the atmosphere, the tension, the players that plays in all those great matches, and it still makes the footnote that if an England player or an Australian player only could make 100 or take 1 for, who would the opposition be? The Australian would say England, and the Englishman would say Australia. It is still the iconic Test series played out in this great game of cricket.
Well, let's just remind people for a second about that 86-87 tour. England had unexpectedly won in Brisbane on the back of Sir Ian Botham heroics. They then drew in Perth and Adelaide, so a win at the MCG would give England the series. Enter you, Gladstone, to be man of the match. But should we actually thank Elton John for making that little piece of history possible?
We definitely should thank him for many things on that trip. And he was our tour mascot, on more occasions than one, I must say. And yes, that morning, luckily back then in 86, 87, I mean, obviously, like now the guys have been in Australia, I think, for a month or so, and they've only played about 3 or 4 days against each other. Whereas in 86, 87, we were in Australia for a month before the first Test match. But the clever Australians had started us in Brisbane. Then they took us around a tour of Australia. And as you well know, Australia is not Wales. It's not a small. You can't do it by bus. You got.
For any Welsh listeners, what Gladstone is by no means inferring that Wales is small.
Well, I'm just saying the size of Wales.
I
mean, it's so yes, you got, and they fly you all over from Brisbane to Tasmania, back up to Sydney, over to Perth, and then you end up back in Brisbane for the first Test match, and you play a lot of cricket. Luckily, the likes of both Sabotham and the senior players weren't too keen on, should we say? They were saving themselves for the main contest. So the likes of myself and the other younger players, people like Neil Foster and Phil De Freitas, Jimmy Whittaker, those sort of guys, Bill Athy, Chris Broad, those guys. It gave us non-senior players the chance to get into the tour and make a step for your players. So hence on that tour, and luckily I'd played the previous summer. I'd played probably some of the best, my most educated part of my cricket career was playing Sheffield Shield cricket, South Australia, the previous season. And that meant I'd played at the SCG, the MCG, WACA, the Gabba, I'd had that. So when I got to these venues, I wasn't, the size of the Australian grounds, they could leave you in awe of because they're much bigger grounds than the ones we play, than our grounds here.
Like the MCG is
not just in capacity, but in the size of the playing area. So I'd seen all of that the previous year, so that I was already in tune of what was required, as obviously the conditions as well, the playing conditions, the heat, the ground, the firmness of the ground. I love playing in Australia because that's the other thing you get. The grounds in England, because of our lovely weather here, they can be quite soft. The grass is lush and green and soft and springy. And so you got to really get your feet into it. In Australia, the grounds are hard, and so you can bounce, you can slide across the surface and use that for your rhythm.
We are going to come on chat a little bit about the differences and about the new Kookaburra ball. I've got a question for you about that actually. But the reason I mentioned Elton John, because wasn't it a very direct influence? Hadn't Graham Dilley created an opening for you courtesy of attempting to bowl at Elton John, and all of a sudden there you were at the MCG on Boxing Day opening the bowling for England? Just tell us a little bit about how that came about.
Elton John is obviously the guy as a superstar, hero, fabulous musician, and he was there. And he was in Australia that summer playing with the Melbourne Philharmonic Orchestra and getting involved. He'd met the England boys, Gower and Botham and Lamb, on a previous trip. And he's not a cricket fan. We all know his love for soccer, but he loves everything English. His flowers are English, his fruits English, his water is English, and then obviously the cricket team were. So he was around a lot, with partying and keeping us entertained at various points of the tour. And that Christmas, that Boxing Day morning, after quite a very lovely long boozy Christmas day where we all got dressed up in various fancy dress outfits and for our families and stuff. And that morning the first time we'd been down to the MCG to practice on that the Boxing Day morning. But and Elton turned up, and so there he was on the outfield, and Graham thought, I'll have a little jog up and have a little Graham Dilley. This is pick a Dilley, and he'll have a little ball to practice his outswingers to Elton, who couldn't lay a bat on anything, but on doing so, Graham tweaked a quad muscle, and sure enough, as I was there mixing the drinks down in the bowels of the MCG, as massive place, you can't down dressing rooms, you can't see what's going on the outfield. And Gatton came down to get his England Blazer to go toss the coin. He said, "Hey, Stoney, stop mixing the drinks, mate. You're actually playing. Picker just did his leg bowling to Elton, so you're playing." So that was it. Half an hour to go. I was given the thumbs up that I was in the team.
So you sat out the first 3 tests, and Mike Gatting, he wins the toss, and chooses to bowl. So and with that very late call up to the game, did you even have time to be nervous?
No, not at all. Which probably helps, quite frankly. Because obviously, I mean, you play. If I was the night before, if I knew that I was playing the next day in front of 75 whatever thousand people, I wouldn't have slept a wink. But I had a great night's sleep. Probably because it was induced with lots of Christmas spirit from during the day. But I had a great night's sleep and got to the ground and so but after Gat won the toss, put the Aussies in on a cloudy, overcast day in Melbourne. So the bowling conditions were the sort of things as a seam swing bowler you dream of picking in a nice green atmospheric conditions. And but still you got to come back. You walk out on the field and it's not a welcoming crowd that greets you.
Nope.
It's the pommy bashing start, shall we say? And Gat's got a sense of humour, so he sends me down to this famous place at the MCG, a place called Bay 13. It was known as, and they're I think they just let him out for the day from institutions on the proviso to go to the MCG and just bash up whoever the opposition were. So that was Gat's attempt to sort of get me in the mood and stuff, was to send me.
Well, it did the trick.
13.
It did the trick. What was it? 5 for 48. Can you still remember who they were? Can you reel them off just like that?
Not all of them. I'm David Boone. I remember my mate Dan. David Boone, top batsman, great, and a top man. Boone. I see him now. He's now a match referee. So whenever he's in town, we always have a beer or two together. I can't keep it with his drinking though. He's the record he holds for the most cans of beer coming over from Australia. But he's a great man. So I got him out caught behind by Jack Richards, I think, caught him. And I also got a really good pal of mine, sadly no longer with us, and someone who I'd played a lot of cricket with in Melbourne back in the early days. Two of my biggest Aussie mates, quite frankly, was one is the ugliest man in cricket, Merv Hughes, and the other one was sadly no longer with us, is Dean Jones. He was a Melbourne son of Melbourne, and he loved the Melbourne people, loved him, and he loved them. So I remember getting him out quite early as well, and I think I got Steve Waugh. You did. You got 3 of them. You're going well. I'm not sure. A guy called Peter Sleep, spinner, who I'd actually played with the previous year. He played for South Australia, so great nickname. Sunder Sleep was his nickname. Sunder. So I remember getting him out and one of the bowlers, I think. And then, but the thing with my five wickets were all, as I said, caught keeper. Yeah. Both of them caught one at second slip, caught Gatton at first slip.
Richards got 2, and I think both of them got 2 catches. Both of them might have got 3 catches, actually.
Yeah. So I got my 5 of 5, classic, seam up bowling. Both of them got 5. Yeah. I think one was caught, Jack Richards caught one running back towards me at that fine leg from a top edge pull. One was caught at third man. One was caught at deep long on, or one was caught at cover. So he got 5 as well. The great man. But it's a testimony of he was nowhere near fit, Beefy. I mean, no one else would have played that match. He was only about 67% fit if that. But he said, "Listen, mate, there's no way there's no way I'm not going to play this test match. We're 1-0 up with 2 to play. Just put whatever you want in me. I'll get the doctor to do whatever he wants to do. I'm playing this test match." So he was nowhere near fit, the big man. But
70% fit, 20% guts, 10% pure adrenaline, I would imagine.
and just 95% heart.
And 95% heart. Do you know that was going to be my next question? Compare your 5 to Botham's, but then you kind of as ever you were able to anticipate me and get ahead. Now, I'm going to ask you about the winning catch then. So, so your 5 were Boone Jones, Dean Jones, Steve Ward, Greg Matthews, and Peter Sleep.
Oh, Greg Matthews, more.
Yeah, Greg Matthews. But you also got that winning catch off Phil Edmonds.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that. And
the great Philippe Edmonds. He was always a wonderful character. Henry was his nickname in the team, and he was a smart fella. Well, a guy. He was a bit of an insomniac. Couldn't room with him because he was always listening to all obscure radio stations, Radio Russia or some radio Antarctica or something like that. He was always crazy, and then he was always he needed to amuse himself most of the time, and he'd spent a lot of time taking the piss out of Gat, quite frankly, on the field. Edmonds.
They played together at county level, of course.
It's the sort of things you would do. So I remember that he was bowling. By this stage, we were well in control of the game on that the third afternoon. We beat the Aussies on the third afternoon. Mm-hmm. And in comes Mervyn Hughes, the aforementioned Merv Hughes, the ugly Australian. And he comes, and I'm down backward on the sweep. Normally you're behind square of the square leg for the sweep shot. And Philippe, he keeps telling me to go square, keep to my left hand, go left. So by this stage, I'm now what would be about 30 yards out of position for the sweep shot. And he says, right, make a spot, make an X on the grass, so you don't move anyway, you guys don't move anyway. So the next ball he bowls to Merv, and Merv has this great big oik of a shot, and it top edge, and it's coming towards me. I steadied myself. Luckily, and I took the catch first in, and when I took the catch, I looked down. I was standing directly above the X that Phil Edmonds told me to mark. Call it luck or call it a great piece of intuition or whatever. But and then I just took the catch, and normally you see the guys these days would put the ball in their pockets as a memento. I threw the ball into the stand at the MCG, and so that was it. Some dog has been chewing it for the last 30 years or so in Melbourne.
Well, let's hope it's still hopefully in a case somewhere, being revered as it duly
I've never seen it again, so I don't know.
Well, Martin Johnson, obviously, the late Martin Johnson, famously wrote about the team. Can't bat, can't bowl, can't field. Did that jibe personally motivate or inspire you?
It certainly rankled. It certainly got our attention. Listen, Scoop, as he was known, was a lovely fella, and he was back in those days. Thankfully, the press boys, the media boys, the likes of Scoop and people like Chris Lander, they're great guys. And so we actually got used to get on well with those guys, because they used to get more expenses than we got. So we used to always invite us to come and go drink, to take us out for drinks and dinner, because they can afford it and we couldn't on the expenses that we got. So we got on well with those guys. But when that article, obviously it was definitely used as Mickey Stewart, the coach manager of that team. And he was very, very, very smart man, Mickey. He didn't have to say much, but the first person he saw that he showed that article to was Beefy. Was Beefy. So you can imagine let's just say the words that Beefy mentioned couldn't be printable. What Beefy said about Martin Johnson back then. But I remember that night before that Test match. And listen, we'd lost in that month before that, we'd lost to the Queensland rum drinkers up in Bundaberg.
Yeah.
The South Australian wine farmers beat us.
Largely by dint of giving you copious amounts of their product, apparently.
Yeah, well, there was that as well. But because we went, as well as playing the the Shield guys, we played what was called country 11s. We really ship ourselves all over the place to play these country 11s. And so because the guys weren't in Test cricket mode for the first, it was a good the warm up, should we say, was well, very more enjoyable than more cricket.
I will come on to that. Now I'm going to ask you about that eve of the series and what Ian Botham had said. The published version is that's it. The party's over. The real game begins tomorrow. Now I asked Chris Broad that when I spoke to him. He had a version of it. Every printed interview I've seen, every England player's got a different version of it. What's yours? What can you? Are you even allowed to say what he actually said? Do you remember the actual words?
I remember it very, very, very vividly. We were, as I said, we weren't at the races for that month. Obviously, yes, the likes of myself, the guys who are the younger, the guys who are trying to play their way into Test cricket in their career. Obviously, you're playing for England, so you're trying, but it wasn't. We know it wasn't a Test match. And then that night, the night before, we had a gathering. It wasn't a dinner. We didn't have a dinner. We just gathered in a team room, which was full of Castlemaine 4X and Beefy was sponsored by Lindemann's Wines or something like that. Some wine man. So there was lots of, and so he said, "Right, guys," he just said, "Right, party is over. Tomorrow, the real serious stuff begins. This is where the England team come to play." And it wasn't a big Churchillian sort of speech or nothing like that. Oh, okay. It was just a stage of right.
Collective focus.
Test cricket starts.
Well, you snagged another fifer in Sydney, but the series was won by then. Was it a big disappointment to not close the series out, dead rubber though it may have been? I mean, you got that fifer. Did you feel slightly should have won that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it was one of those ones where we were still probably celebrating, because back then, after the Melbourne Test, we went over to Perth to play. There was an America's Cup tournament where the other countries, the other country, the West Indies and Pakistan and India had all flown in for that tournament, and we won that as well. We went and won that tournament. So we were full on celebration mode, even more celebration mode when we got to Sydney for that last Test match. And then the Aussies there was confusion in the Australian ranks, which tailor, did they pick the right tailor? And some people thought the Aussies wanted to pick a guy called Mark Taylor, who eventually went on to captain Australia very well, an opening batsman. And they picked a guy called Peter Taylor, who was an off-spin bowler, for that Test match. And I think all of the England batsmen, including myself, tried to hit him into the Sydney Harbour, which is about 3 miles away from the SCG. And he ended up getting 6 wickets in the first innings and another 4 or 5 in the second, because we just tried to keep munging this guy out of the SCG on that Test match. So yes, the focus again wasn't quite what it could have been, but yes. We were 2-0 up with 1 to play in the Ashes. England hadn't won an Ashes series since Ray Illingworth's team in 71 or so. So it was something that was definitely worth celebrating. That's for sure. So yes, it was disappointing that we couldn't quite finish them off and win the series 3-0 or 2-0. So we gave them a little bit of a
still an Ashes win in the record books.
You give the Australians a chance, they'll take it.
Yeah, well, I mean, a huge part of that story in '86 was not just the win, although that was fantastic in itself, but everything that went on around it. There was the build-up, wasn't there, with the Gower Gatting I'm in charge T-shirt handover. There was the return of Ian Botham after, shall we say, an enforced break. There was parting wine, you've mentioned it, rum, fancy dress. I mean, I think you were Zorro before you went and put Australia to the sword, which is kind of appropriate. Well, it tells me we're running out of time. We're going to have to. I think it was because we had Dan on at the beginning. How did you manage to keep focus? Tell me that.
Well, listen. Again, you're playing for your country. You're playing Test cricket for your country. So there's lots of pride involved, lots of passion. You're playing against Australia, the arch enemy, shall we say? So that also is and obviously you're playing. As I said, you're playing for your shirt, you're playing for. So you can't take things for granted, and you want to set. If you can set a mark and set a standard that carries you through into your career, then the Ashes is a good one to have. So that's what it's all about, really. And I'm sure, as the guys in Australia for this current series, obviously, they'll want to create their part of history, and that's when you get a quiet moment to think of what the Ashes is about. And that's what really makes you want to get up there and be the man and perform.
You haven't quite done with Australia, Gladstone, because you came up against them again in '89 in England. Didn't you actually rescue a draw for England at the Oval there? Hero with the bat on that occasion.
Well, this just goes if only. Listen, I was on my way to my maiden Test match centuries, and I ran out of partners.
But it was a draw.
People like people like batting down the order with people like Nick Cook, the beast, and obviously I think came in number 11 that Test match. Sadly, recently passed away was the Kent bowler Alan Eggleston. Sadly, just recently passed away. So he was making his Test match debut, that Test match, and I know, and I remember obviously trying to get him to stay with me, as I was feeling quite confident. Even on 59, I was sensing myself getting 100 on a good batting track at the Oval.
Just 41 short of that. If we think ahead, then let's look ahead to the series coming up. Can our England side out there take inspiration from those heroes of '86, '87, starting in Brisbane?
Absolutely, they can, because once again, when you're in Australia, the Aussies aren't going to give them much chance. Obviously, you see the likes of typically Glenn McGrath will be saying it's going to be 5-0 to Australia, and that would be most of the Australian public will be saying that. So they'll hear that, they'll know that. But listen, it's I think this is going to be a really good Test match series against two quite even teams, quite frankly, and it's the one who gets the leg up first in this series could be the one who controls how it goes. So that's going to be the challenge. That's going to be the challenge for the England team, and that's why the Aussies always take you to Brisbane, because Brisbane, the weather, it's hot, it's tropical, it's hot, it's steamy. The pitch gets harder and faster as it goes. Starts off a little bit tacky, but then it gets quicker and harder. And so the Aussie bowlers become more into the game. So you're going to be tested. You'll be tested if you're not just your cricket, your temperament, your ability, but they test you mentally, physically as well. They'll threaten you. You're upstairs, with all the bouncer stuff. It's real, and it's a bit of a cake tin, the Gabba these days. It gets very steamy and hot in there, and so the Aussies, that's the reason why they love, and their record at the Gabba is quite formidable.
Well, England haven't won there since you guys, although you didn't play in that game. But '86, '87 was the last time. It's going to be a new Kookaburra ball. Sounds like one you'd quite like to have had in your hands.
Well, it's the Kookaburra ball. Listen, it's a new cricket ball. It'll be 5.5 ounces, But that's where the similarity ends. It always feels a little bit bigger than our Duke ball. It always somehow feels, that little bit more. You've got to really get it into your hands. And then the main thing in the cricket ball is obviously the seam.
Yeah.
And that seam on a kookaburra ball, it lies flatter. It lies quite flat, as opposed to our jukes, which always seems a little bit more. You can really feel when you hold a juke ball, you think, "Oh, I've got a friend here. I've got this seam as my friend." Whereas on a kookaburra, you don't feel that. And after 10, 15 overs, that seam goes even flatter. So you got to make use of a kookaburra ball. That's the key to it all. And the England bowlers will know that. I don't know, this new ball is obviously, I reckon it's got some...
Harder and a more pronounced seam, I think. So should last... You should swing and move off the pitch for longer than the old they say.
I look forward to saying that, but it's Aussie conditions. But I believe it's been obviously a lot of the practice games, the warm-up games that the England boys have been playing, admittedly amongst themselves. A lot of it has been rain affected. So that tells me that there should be a lot of moisture in the surface. In Australia, they use what they call flat covers. In England, we have our roll-on hovercrafts that above the ground. In Australia, they use flat tarpaulin and sheets and stuff. So in Brisbane, that means sweating.
They should sweat more, shouldn't they? Yeah.
Yeah. So I expect that the likes of Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, even though yes, the batters might be feeling a little bit of trepidation that they need the sunshine and the.
And we are back after lunch. I am joined by Forthy for the first time today. What, man?
Very good, thank you, Bear. Excellent. Probably a little chirpier than you are, given the time of day.
I've had a few whiskies, a few beers. I'm very much on the way.
Very good. Single malts?
I think it is, actually. I can't remember what it is. It's been knocking about in the house.
It's wasted on you if you can't remember what it is, Bear.
No, that means it's good, Annie.
That's true.
We should play some jingles for the bowler after lunch. Is this, man?
Don't call it a comeback. He was never really here. He played a couple of tests and then disappeared. His body broke down like a balloon. But he's back now, taking wickets. Watch the ladies swoon. Back to knock you out.
Yeah, enough of that. First ball after lunch, left alone by Burns outside his off stump, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
On county roads, he scores tons, but in tests, struggles for runs. Rory Burns, palmy batsman, send him home to county road.
Cummins comes in for the second ball. Defended out to the leg side, and it is a no run.
It is a good jingle, that one.
It is interesting. There's a great cover of Country Roads by Toots and the Maytals, in which they transplant the Virginian landscape, the Jamaica, Take Me Home, Country Roads, Where I Belong, West Jamaica, and then it goes from there.
Brilliant.
I think Jack even mentioned it in the podcast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your thoughts for the day so far, Forthy?
My thoughts are we're going to England are going to lose, but it depends how you lose from here. You can take a lot of positives out of a defeat. Very often, away teams lose their first test abroad for various reasons. I'm not quite saying it's a given, but it's extremely frequent. It's how you lose it. We don't want to collapse in a heap here, England. Need to show a lot of intent and send down all the signals for the remaining 4 tests.
That's the very positive thoughts of Forthy, as that's defended square on the offside. And there's no run, and I agree with you entirely, but I don't expect England to do it.
We always do badly.
Thing, yes.
We always do badly in the first test.
First test we are not very good at, it has to be said. Cummins in. Beats the outside edge of Burns' bat. Through to the keeper, there's no run. I mean, the thing here, isn't it? I mean, the ball gets pretty soft. I mean, it's a better kookaburra ball, I'll give it that. It does more often. But you've still got to get through 20, 30 overs and try and blunt your attack, lose 1 wicket, hopefully, most sort of thing, and then things do get easier.
Yeah, for sure. And, clinging to straws, etc., etc. We all know what happened in 2010, 2011 from here. 517 for 1 and all that.
Indeed, indeed. In fact, everyone got a ton, didn't they? in that game. Cummins is in against 2 wide of Burns off stump, and he just leaves that through to the keeper. And there ain't no run. 23 for none. England come back after lunch.
Yeah, they did all get a ton, but of course the crucial difference is that the top 7 England batsmen in 2010-11 all averaged over 40,
yes,
and only one averages over 40 in the current lineup.
Yeah, it is a difference. But that was pre-DRS.
Yeah, very, very fair point.
And we all know that Bear would have got several million more wickets if he'd had DRS.
Of course. Nah, but I mean, the point is, particularly at international. Oh my word, is that out? Oh. Yeah, it is. Burns played a weird shot at that. Either bounced on him hard, or he just completely got himself in a kerfuffle. He's kind of stood back and fenced at it and got a top edge that's gone through to Carey, and England lose their first wicket after us being really positive.
I blame 40.
Yeah, I do too.
No, sorry about that. Sorry.
And England lose their first wicket. Oh.
On your bike, mate.
Not quite sure why he played at that.
It was a very odd shot, wasn't it? He kind of stood there and sort of fenced at the ball. Jumped on him a little bit, and I think he gloved it. Did he not glove it? Certainly didn't look like it came off the bat.
What he should have been doing is watching David Warner play those deliveries for the first 50 overs yesterday. It was an absolute textbook example of how to leave the shorter ball on an Australian pitch from Warner yesterday. It really was.
Yeah, well, lack of preparation. We'll put it down to that, shall we?
Yeah, let's just roll that one out again.
Yeah, totally. Well, the next man is this man.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Milan, congratulations.
I mean, it was way too close to be playing that shot, wasn't it? You either get behind it and play a straight bat, or just, as you say, leave it. I mean, he's shaping to cut there, for crying out loud. I mean, it's just outside his off stump.
First over after lunch.
Just as well, you know, you leave everything you can, don't you?
He was still thinking about his roast potatoes.
Did I have roast potatoes? I thought it was
I don't know. Mine
well, we
just,
talked pavlova and fish the other day, weren't we? Shrimp on a barbie, and a bit of pavlova. Oh my word, this is strange.
You don't want pavlova on the barbie.
No, well, I don't know. Get crispy.
Whoa.
Change of bowling. This is rather weird. And his first ball, he just works behind square down to man or 45 and ain't no run.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly what the thinking here is. It's certainly not orthodox to put your spinner on in the 10th over.
Very not so. He didn't get a wicket in the first innings. He's still on 399, trying to get him across the line. He goes back, and Hamid just works that just in front of square. And he'll get himself a single, and he'll get himself off the mark. Maybe the thinking.
Yeah, I think you're dead right there, actually. I suspect that is the thinking, because these milestones shouldn't mean anything. It's just a number, but they do mean something, particularly to the individual. So I think they're trying to help him over the line and get on with it.
Yeah, possibly. Lefties as well. Milan's a lefty. Should get some purchase. Maybe they're trying to show up Jack Leach.
Well, that would just be cruel.
Possibly. He's going to come around the wicket to Milan, facing his first ball.
Milan's not a great starter, is he?
Nah, he's not. Not the greatest.
I mean, again, if you're being cruel, you could say he's not a great finisher in Test cricket either, but certainly not a great starter.
But we're not cruel.
No. When he gets forward to that one, though, defends it out into the covers, and there's no run. I mean, this is crucial here, isn't it? I mean, if England lose 2 or 3 quick wickets and one of them is root, things go downhill very quickly.
Well, they do. I mean, we get our Sunday back, and you might get a bit more sleep. It's the only positive.
Might even get tomorrow back.
Yeah, that's
round
very
the
true.
wicket. Forward gets Manan, defends comfortably.
And no one will win the GPL.
Well, Interesting. I'd have to work that out.
Mm.
I don't know how many Australian runs were scored today. About 70 or so. Tossed up. Well defended by
Wasn't
Malan.
there more than that?
They came out 340 odd, didn't they?
Look.
The
I
problem
can't
is,
remember yesterday.
as some people have pointed out, our scorecard has gone tits up. And there's nothing I can do about it at 2 o'clock in the morning. That beats the outside edge, turns, and Carey takes the stumps, but Manan's back foot never moved. And there ain't no run.
That was the classic off-spinner's delivery to the left-handed batsman, pitched on off and beat the outside edge.
Yeah, a bit of turn. Turned enough to beat the outside edge. My web guy's going to be in bed. Plus, we might have fallen out a little bit, and I don't know if he'll fix it. And the last thing it's been used for is ODIs.
Have you been shouting at him there?
Nah, not at all. There's a long story behind it, which I'm not going to go to on air.
Well, don't go on about it then.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything on socials, Annie?
Yes. In fact, Jay Grover said, "Oh God, is Annie back?"
You and Jay. Get a room.
He said, "Where's a Trazodone dart gun when you need it?" Thanks, Jay. And he also says, "I expanded on this last time I heard this interview."
Cummins is in. And that cuts back into Hamid. He leaves it and lets it hit him and goes through to the slip cord, and there ain't no run.
And he says, "So for brevity, I proper love Gladstone Small. I would compliment Tony's interview technique, but we both know that goes horribly wrong."
Gladstone is a very nice man. He came in here.
He is.
He did come in here a couple of times. So.
He bought me a glass of wine when I saw him last, so he's very nice.
Lovely man.
Cummins is going to come in. He's bowling to Hamid, who gets right behind it. Short leg picks it up, no run.
Still plenty of pace and carry in the pitch, isn't there? I mean, there was an LBW given, as we know, just before lunch and sailing over, but that was from a full length. So you'd be very reluctant as an umpire to give anything on this pitch, and you'd be right not to give it as well.
Well, exactly, which makes me suspicious about the man who gave it when he's an Australian umpire and an Australian bowler.
Yeah.
Wow.
But unfortunately, you did get reviews. And someone said the DRS system was down, but that's clearly not true because.
I'm confused by that.
We've had DRS all the way through. Now that is a good appeal. That's got to be out, surely. No? Review. They sound too high. Well, again.
Too high, Smith says.
But it looked quite full to me, and it cut back into me, beat the inside edge of his bat, hit the pad. They're not interested. I thought that was quite a full ball. But that's the problem, isn't it? On Australian pitches, it does tend to bounce, and it goes over the stumps. And having not been given out, maybe it's not as full as I thought. Actually,
It is back. It is back leg pretty high up.
Yeah, it did.
It's probably almost certainly going.
Now,
over.
weird. When I saw that first time, I thought it kind of hit him shin high. On the
got bloody long shins.
Yeah, very long shins. It's him on the back thigh. So there's no chance of that being out. They're not worth a review. Hamid survives 11 or 32, and Cummins is in short ball, ducked underneath comfortably by Hamid through to the keeper and in on run.
Yeah, you need a bit of luck to survive early on in Australia.
Yeah.
Of course you do. Let's hope Hamid gets his bit of luck. We're having a look at the replay, and indeed the ball is sailing not just over, but
Quite
a
a
good
lot over.
foot over.
Yeah, exactly. It was interesting. I was watching Hazelwood bowl earlier, and he was bowling at late 120s, early 130s. I thought it was faster than that. I was thinking, maybe he hadn't warmed up.
Maybe he's aging, slowing down the grass.
Yeah, possibly.
How old is he? He's 30 years old, so he shouldn't be aging just yet.
Be there just yet. Cummins in, fifth ball of the over, onto the pads of Hamid, who clips it up to mid-on. Ain't no run.
What did you make of Hamid in the first inning?
I thought he done all right. A lot of people, Grubby was scathing at the fact that he was playing at the time. Yeah, I know. Thought he'd been all sorts of trouble. I think he's quite calm.
Yeah, I think he's a batsman we need.
Yeah,
I totally agree. He did the job, did he not? He got us into the afternoon session. That's what openers are for.
Well, having said that, Sibley used to do that.
Yeah, but Hamid's better to look at.
Well, that's
and
true.
I don't mean that in a trailer.
Cummins is in. Full clipped nicely by Hamid, but can't beat mid on. And there's no run. That's the end of Cummins' third over. 1 for 5 he has. And England 24 for 1. Tweets?
Leah's quoting somebody saying, I like my whiskey like I like my women. 12 years old and mixed up with Coke.
Oh dear.
Oh God.
Oh,
I don't
dear.
know. Not quite sure where that quote
Yeah,
came
exactly.
from.
Who the hell is that? Some very nasty person is what I said.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, thanks for that, Leah.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Ravi Nair says the feed is going skew whiff again.
Where it can be depending on where you are. The problem with the internet, as Lion comes in, short, wide, Milan drops back, cuts, but only to Green, who's at cover, and there's no one. The problem with the internet is everyone says that to us, and exactly, someone sends me a message, and then everyone else listens to it somewhere else and goes, "No, it's fine."
Jay's saying it's a wee bit fucky.
Well, it's internet based. Down the track comes Milan and play back to the bowler, and there's no run. Tune in can be better than the website.
I'm not unhappy about seeing Milan come down the track. They seem to be using their feet more.
Well, you know, the way they took apart Leachy, maybe they should try that on Lion. Oh, that one turned sharp either. Beats the outside edge of Milan as he goes back thinking about working it into the leg side. There ain't no run.
What a
Leah's
ball that
saying
was.
the tune-in system's dead as well.
Oh, Christ.
That, for listeners, that ball pitched
Whoa.
the leg stump and missed off. That was a ball and a half.
He gets purchased, doesn't he, Lion?
Gets revs.
Yeah, revs.
It's almost like he bowls on Australian wickets.
Funny that. As Milan goes back, defends out to the offside, and there's no run.
That said, he is by far the most effective finger spinner Australia have ever had, really. It's a bit of a graveyard for finger spinners, traditionally, Australia.
No, he's
Well, I mean, after
pretty effective.
Yeah, but after Warren, they went through so many, didn't they? They had to settle on someone eventually if they wanted a spinner. As that turned into leg side, line square, and there's no run. And they gave him a run. I mean, you think how many they went through, much like England, basically
just trying to think.
perennially.
Howlitz, Beer, Casson, Fraser,
Keith. There was endless.
Yeah.
I mean, they went through about 13 or 14 before they
did.
I mean, they went through Lion and left him, didn't they? And then came back to him.
They did. Cameron White.
Yeah, exactly. That's clipped out to the offside, defended by Milan into the offside, and they'll get through for a quick single, get himself off the mark, and ends the over, and we'll change the strike.
O'Neill Harris asked you, Bear, whether you made any money off the wicket. He's looking for positives here.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I'd gone under the fall of
Sorry.
the first wicket and then didn't after lunch, thinking positively.
Can't even be positive.
Yeah.
Jay Grover said he just listened to Toots Country Road, loved it, ordered an album. For some reason, my recommended purchases included a limited edition of Roxette's Joyride and Kisses greatest hits. What have I bought in a drunken mania which caused me to be on this list?
Yeah, I don't know where that goes from listening to Toots and the Maytals. Yeah, that's a bit weird.
You may also like
Roxette. Huh? Yeah, right. Okay.
Mayank says DRS was down, but only temporary, while the graphics were also down.
That was yesterday. They've been all right today. Cummins is in, and Milan leaves that through to the keeper. Ain't no run.
One thing I would say, I don't know what your esteemed opinions are. I sensed amongst all the carnage of the first innings that there was a strategy emerging to be more positive. Butler certainly embodied it, but so did Pope. And they had been using their feet more to Lion. And, you know, granted, there aren't many positives to take out of this test match. I did feel at least they are determined not to be got on top of.
Yeah. They did seem. Butler did seem to play very positively, but then he has been following that trend a little bit recently.
Cummins again, ball short of a length, left by Milan.
But
Good
yeah.
leave. Super
I mean, as we think back to 2005, as we always do, England got absolutely trolleyed by McGrath and co in that first test, and everyone was saying, here we go again. But in fact, they showed a lot of positive intent in that first test, which spilled over ultimately to a series victory.
Well,
but that is
I like your positive thinking.
Well, that's what I was saying at the beginning of the day, though, isn't it? I mean, a test is a test. You can lose a test badly. It doesn't, the next test is a complete start again.
Yeah, absolutely.
You cannot take what happened before. You've got to start afresh. Cummins is in full. Milan defends up to mid-off, and there's no run.
No, everyone always calls for their heads, everybody's heads, as soon as anything
well,
goes
exactly,
wrong.
and it's always bollocks.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember? I always remember when England played West Indies in that great second Test match in 2000, and the camera zoomed in on somebody reading a newspaper saying "Pathetic England" as they were on their way to victory.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
It's a funny old game, and strange things happen from game to game as well. You can lose one horrifically and win the next one fantastically.
Yeah, it happened.
I mean, it gets harder as the series goes on, I think, as that's left alone by Milan through the keeper and there's no run. Look, I mean, if they lose this test badly and then lose the next test badly, then we all know where that goes. That goes down badly. But you have to think positively.
You do. I mean, it seems to me that... but it seems to me that test matches have veered crazily from one extreme to another much more in recent years. Go back to 2015. I think every it was 3-2 to England, but every match was more or less won by an innings either way.
Yeah, it was. But the last test England were 3-1 up, weren't they? So they couldn't lose. Short by Milan through to keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, one of those tests ended in like 2 days before the end of the third session, and.
I mean, like if you'd have just taken the first test that England played against India in India nearly a year ago, you thought, well, England are onto something here, and then they got wiped out in the next three.
Yeah, they doctored the pitches for them.
Well, they did, yes.
Yeah, I think we try and put some logic onto sport, and you just can't do that, can you?
I think the pace of Test cricket now is much quicker as well, isn't it? And DRS has made a big difference in certain places. Clearly here, I mean, this is the funny thing, isn't it? I mean, England used one DRS decision. That's edged.
Ooh.
Just short. That's what fucking happened to Australia. It's happened to England. Nice. Dropped just short, Carey. It's gone through him, down towards the fine leg boundary, and I'll get back for 2.
Soft hands from Hamid. Well played.
Yeah. Better luck. Inside edge. Just didn't carry, did
soft,
it? Outside edge,
soft hands, though.
Yeah, it was soft hands. Just played. Just short, Carey, who didn't pick it up in a half volley and palmed it down towards fine leg. They'll get back for 2. It's fine margins, and who knows?
I'm going to say some tweets. Franco says, good evening. Hamid appears to have a duvet as protection up his shirt. I was saying that earlier. He definitely seems to have
old school.
A big chest pad or something. And Jeff Perkins says he's had to abandon the website and go to YouTube. So try not to get banned.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I can't do everything about all technology,
Well, actually, you can't. You're doing the ball by ball as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's clipped on the hip of Hamid down to short fine leg, and there's no run. I mean, the problem with the whole process is I've got a widget on a website on a server that is getting served by a feed from somewhere in the Rockies on an audio server. I mean, who knows where the mistake is? Lyon tossed up and guided by Hamid past the slip, but short third man stroke backward point comes across the field and there's no run. It could
You're
be
trying
anyone.
to bring up children as well, and you've got to race across London when you forgot the key to Knuckles flat and then race back again. You've had a busy old time.
I do, and it's the middle of the night, funnily enough. And I've had a lot of whiskey and a few beers. That's tossed up by Lyon, well defended by Hamid, and is no run. I mean, the thing is, England can't really attack Lyon, can they? Because they're 200 and odd runs behind.
Yeah, that's right. That's probably the main reason he's on. It's a shot to nothing, really, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Back and across. Hamid just turns it around a corner. It's fielded a short fine leg. And there ain't no run. He's gone for 2 runs.
I don't know. He he started the series very well against India and then went right off the boil. I don't
really did, didn't he?
wait and see what happens.
Well, yeah, Lyon tosses that one up, driven by Hamid, but straight at mid wicket, and ain't no run. Indians play spin a lot and pretty well. Less well these days than they used to, I suppose, but still pretty well.
True. England should be pretty familiar with Nathan Lyon. He's got 399 Test wickets.
And a fair few against us.
Yeah.
It's knowing how to bowl on Australian wickets, I guess. Driven nicely by Hamid, but straight at mid-off and there's no run. I guess you've got to get a little bit more overspin. The angle of the seam a little bit more towards sort of 45 degrees, so you get that kick off the wicket rather than looking for the straight turn.
Yeah, it's really only Graham Swan in recent years who's managed to master it.
Yeah, they had stats for our spinners the other day, and it's basically a graveyard.
It's
for the
messy.
last years.
Perhaps you've got to be a bit of a tosser to toss ball. Anyway, Adelaide Barmy says highly variable test results aligned to climate variations. Maybe I think maybe he's talking about
climate change.
Oh, and Leah says it seems to be coming back. The skips get shorter. Franco sent us a picture of him in a gorilla cricket t-shirt. We get on air because of the bear or whatever.
Well, D Wells, that's short, and that's going to be 4 byes, and probably 4 or 5 wides actually. I'd have thought. Is it going to be 5 wides? Let's have a look at the umpire. But it's gone over Carey's head. Yeah, it's 5
Yeah,
wides.
5 wide.
Yeah,
5 wides.
wide and a 4 byes. And so we'll give that a jingle.
2 plus 2 is our member.
Poor ball, too short. And I've forgotten what I was going to say. What was I talking about?
If you hear some clumping in the background, that's my son who's moving out of home today.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just about to say it this time of night.
He's leaving home. As that's defended square on the offside, and there's no one. Celebration? Getting a whiskey out? What? Socks turned up on the left.
Yeah. Oh no, I'll be sorry to see him go. That's the end of 24 years under the same roof, so that's kind of sad.
Yeah, it is. I wonder what'll happen.
Yeah. Is he
24 years.
moving close to you? Or?
He's moving into an apartment, as they call it in Australia, in the city, in the CBD on Russell Street. So he's about 12k away.
Oh, okay, so not far. In Australian terms.
Cummins is in. Ooh, there's an appeal there. I think that pitched outside leg though. Probably going over. Everything's going over. And there is no run.
That was another one that would have looked plumb in the first test of an English summer, but not on an Australian wicket.
Yeah, it's a problem, isn't it? That's my point earlier. You know, it's like the review system generally gets used for LBWs. So in Australia, where it seems to be, especially on this pitch, where everything seems to be going over the top, there's not really a lot of call for it, is there? We had one review for England for an LBW that was going way over the top, one call for start that was going way over the top, and that's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no one. Sock, turn your picture off if you can hear me, because you disturb our picture on our broadcast. I don't know if you're listening though. He's just sitting back there, sitting against the wall, isn't he? Yeah, pitched
outside leg, that one.
Yeah, it did indeed.
Yeah, there's a stat I'm quite fond of, which was when England won in 1970-71 in Australia. During the course of 6 test matches, they had 0 LBWs upheld in their favour.
Yeah, that was famous though, wasn't it? That's in
Yeah,
towards the hip of Milan. He just drops it down the leg side and they're going to run. Australia got quite a few, I seem to remember, in that series. Is that correct?
Actually, I think, to be fair, they didn't get that many. I think they got about 6, but 6 more than 0.
0 is pretty shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit shit. There was a fairly notorious Australian umpire called Lou Rowan, who didn't go out of his way to disguise whose side he favoured. I think it's fair to say. I hope I'm not going to get sued.
Well, yeah, there was, well,
I'm not going to sue you.
Shackle Rana,
Yeah,
I remember when that all kicked off. Hamid, He's got to face up to Cummins. Ooh, beats the outside edge. Good ball. Through to the keeper. 141 Ks. Good speed.
Cummins is bowling well. This captaincy isn't putting him off his bowling, is it?
No, well, he's had a pretty good test, though, isn't he? I mean, it's Australia. It's all gone peachy, basically. First test, as they want it to.
Yeah, there's something slightly more edifying about getting defeated by an Australian side led by Pat Cummins than one led by, say, David Warner.
Yeah.
Oh
totally.
God, yeah. There's no disagreement there.
Cummins defended by Hamid, out to cover, and ain't no run.
I wouldn't really have a problem with Australian cricket if they were all Pat Cummins. If they all had the same approach and mentality and played the game that way. That's fine, isn't it? It's no doubt we've had some absolute idiots over the years.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Australia seems to breed more of them.
Yeah, they have a lot of moustaches and bad haircuts as well. Mank says, for anyone who needs it, use Hot Mic. That app is super smooth all the time. Mark Tannehill says, it's interesting on the topic of Nathan Lyon that only 2 English bowlers are currently ranked higher than him.
Who?
What do you mean in total aggregate test wickets taken? Broad and Anderson, is that the point?
Well, I don't know. I am just reading the tweet.
Well, Lyon's coming around the wicket to Milan, who cuts him sweetly. It's too short by Lyon. It's going to make it to the boundary. Lyon gets himself a 4. And England move on to 34 for 1.
But yes, I should think it is.
Can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well, thank you. Jim C has switched to Hot Mic after the website started spluttering, and all good here. He says, hats off to you guys for doing late nights to bring us to commentary. Much as I love our ABC, GC is a lot more fun. Thank you. And he says, maybe Hamid is having a Warnie hair transplant on his chest. I don't know, he's quite heavy. He's quite a hairy dude. Tossed up, left alone, no run. Hold on, I've got a guest here.
You've got a guest here.
I'm changing at the end of this over.
Oh yes, we are changing, aren't we?
At the end of this over.
Oh, do you know what? I'm going to bed at the end of
Are
this
you going
over.
to bed? I've got to stay up till fucking 7:30.
I'm exhausted.
Lyon is in, and again, Milan goes back, cuts, but only saw as fine as short third man. Ain't no run. At the end of this over, we'll be changing. Sock's going to be doing your ball by ball, and he's going to be joined. Fourth, he's going to stay here, and Indo's coming in as well. And they will take you through the next half hour. Lyon is in. Oh wow, left alone by Milan. Well, that's left on length. That's a good lead because it's gone over the top of off stump. And the Australians, Lyon's down on his knees. Can't believe it didn't hit the stumps, but that's the bounce, and it has bounced pretty much. Yep, it has gone over the top of off stump. Carey didn't pick it. A lot of hands on heads. But that's a good leave. I have to say that's a good leave, isn't it? I mean, he's left it on length and he knows it's going over his stumps. The Australians are doing that, and we were all fucking going, why are we playing at balls that are going to miss the stumps by miles, which is what Milan did in the first innings. Played by Milan out to the offside. They get a single off the next ball. Last ball of this over to come. And then we'll
not sure Cameron Green will be doing the same in the next innings, mind you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's unlucky.
Not.
That's one of the few balls that's probably was going to hit the stumps. I mean, everything else. I mean, if you watch Labuschagne, he missed a whole load of shit. Left really well, but a lot of stuff was going over his stumps. Lyon, last ball of the over. Hamid just dabs it down the offside. I mean, no run. Time for a change. Sock's going to take through
Good
next
night,
half hour.
everyone.
A happy Sock.
Night,
no
Annie.
doubt.
Night, Annie.
Good night.
And,
You managed to get Burns out.
Yay!
And we shall see you all later.
Good morning, everyone. It's Simon O'Keefe coming to you from Hackney in London.
Hello there, Simon. How are you going?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. It's just watching the replay there of that ball from Nathan Lyon going on with the arm and getting enough bounce to clear Milan's off stump.
It was a lucky lead.
Lucky leave, bit of bounce, who knows? It's one of those things.
Well, if he can anticipate that bounce, he deserves to be there for a while longer, let's put it this way.
Well, let's hope so. Make a bit of a game of this match.
Yeah.
It's going to be Mitchell Stark coming into Milan. This is the 17th over of England's second innings. I'll just remind you the score is 1 for 38. As Stark in to the left-hander to the left-hander. This ball's a little bit short and Milan flashes outside the off stump. He's got enough of it and down and beats the gully, and it goes all the way along the ground to one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A little bit too short there from Stark, and Milan was up to the challenge. He was quite a little graceful backward cut. Very nicely played.
Indeed.
Yeah, just a little bit too short. Welcome runs for England. Milan moves on to 13 as Stark resumes into Milan. This one a little bit fuller. Sees Milan just defending off the back foot out to the man at point, and he doesn't bother the scorers. Where is everyone today?
Where is everyone? We're scattered around the globe. Steve, I'm in Melbourne.
I'm in Singapore.
Well, there we go. That's a good scatter. That's been my flight to and from Australia over the years, right there. Melbourne, Singapore, London. As Stark resumes in, and Milan pressing forward is very tidy, very compact, and defending back down the pitch for no run.
Some reason I tend to end up in Dubai on that flight.
Well, if you've been going recently, in the last few years, I think Qantas had changed its base to Dubai, and now I think they've changed it back to Singapore, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. They had the partnership with Emirates that I think is now dissolved.
I do love Singapore Airport.
It is nice, I must admit.
I could have a holiday there.
I haven't been there for a couple of years, unfortunately.
Short and through to the keeper.
So, Steve, you're an Australian based in London. I'm an Englishman essentially based in Australia. Is that right?
I'm neither based in Singapore.
Yeah, yes. It's pretty correct.
Which sort of makes sense if I'm the hub while you take your flights back and forth.
That is true. Yes, I mean people complain about the English team being made up of an imperial 11. That's the way of the world these days.
Dark in again once more to Milan. This one fuller, but outside the off stump, and Milan shoulders arms, and it goes through to Carey. Well, yeah, it's the modern world, isn't it?
Yeah, and I bet South Africa wishes that it had all the South Africans in the team who are playing for other sides around the world.
I think half of South Africa. So I'm actually from Perth, and I'll tell you what, the amount of South Africans that you can find in WA at the moment is spectacular. We probably play a pretty good, decent cricket team and rugby team, just from the South African representatives in WA. As Stark is in again, this one closer into the body of Milan, and he defends off the back foot, pushes once again out into the covers, but there is no run.
We should ask listeners to make South African non-residents 11 testing.
That's right.
Quite a fair old squad. I better do a few tweets because we're getting quite behind.
Go ahead.
Jay, ironically, YouTube is fine. As I mentioned, Toots and the Maytals. I'm expecting a copyright ban hammer to descend at any time. Rohit Singh says the bear can't do everything about technology. Then fall Caesar. A Shakespearean quote. Classic from Rohit. Mark Tannehill. England only have to. Oh, we've had that one. Mog, moving to the CBD 40, the only thing that's a step up if he was previously living under a rail bridge in Seaford. Little local Melburnian humour there. Thank you very much, Mog. Warren, off to bed. England aren't all out, so I will take that as a win. Yeah, fair enough. And might just break off there as we're resuming hostilities, and Lyon at the top of his mark.
Yeah, it's going to be Nathan Lyon again. This time to the right-handed Hamid. His line is in. This one turning. Hamid off the back foot. Plays it into Marcus Labuschagne's shins. The padded shins, I might add. The ball just pops back down the wicket. And Lyon again. This one Fuller. Hamid, the classic forward defence to the spinner.
Ninja, what did you make of Nathan Lyon coming on so soon after lunch and so early in the innings? I was wondering.
Oh, I love the fact that Nathan Lyon's bowling with those two close-in fielders. I mean, what's not to like?
This line in again. Hamid is back and turns this around the corner to backward square leg, and the batsmen take a leisurely single. The score clicks over. England are 1 for 43.
And as far as spinners today in the world are concerned, other than Nathan Lyon and Ashwin, no one knows how to bowl in Australia anyway. So, you'd love to see either one of them there.
Yeah, we saw.
I don't think it would make.
I don't think
it would make one hell of a difference which English spinner you chose here.
Lyon into the left-handed Milan. Milan is back and parries this out to the captain. Or is it Green, perhaps? At forward point, and the ball is flung back into Carey's gloves. It doesn't trouble the scorers.
Never tire of watching Lyon bowl on Aussie pitches.
He's already bowled a couple of absolute beauties.
Lyon in again. Milan defends back down to the bowler.
What I love about him is, he's consistently bowling his stock ball. I mean, he really doesn't vary it. I mean, the occasional ball which goes straight. Other than that, he does not vary his bowling at all, and he's so effective.
Lyon in once again. Milan beats the field between cover and point. The batsmen get through for a very nice double there. Milan moves the score on to 15. England are 1 for 45.
I might just catch up on YouTube because sometimes we neglect it a little bit. Scott Harrison, the name Randy in the US gives me a chuckle. Superbus says more tedious complaining about Australian cricketers. Yeah, that's fair enough. Superbus rather. And we probably let our biases show a little bit too much at times. Forgive us. You'll probably swap it for Australia hammering England. Liam Mortimer, hey guys, an Australia here living in northern Japan. I stumbled across you guys yesterday and I couldn't be happier. Great work and enjoying the coverage a lot. Keep doing what you're doing. Isn't that nice?
We've just an update here that the England Lions are all out for 103, with Michael Nessa taking 5 for 29. As we have the left-handed Stark into Hamid, as him just defending down into the offside. First ball of the over, there is no run.
I don't know whether, I think Nisa must be very much in the frame before the end of the series, with so much demanded of the fast bowlers in a 6-week 5-test series.
Yeah, I agree. I would be very surprised if he doesn't get a run at some stage in the 4 tests to come. As Stark in again to the right-handed Hamid, he's back and defends the ball down on the onside. Does not trouble the scorers. I think I wouldn't be surprised, especially for the pink ball game in Adelaide, if he gets a go.
To run out, yeah.
Pleasure to. Sorry, I was just going to say that it's such a pleasure to see the reincarnation of Hasib Hamid. I think England really missed him the entire time he had forgotten how to bat.
Could not agree more. Yeah, the wilderness years, and he's back. It's fantastic.
Stark in again, Hamid. This one he turns around the corner. I think he may have this fine enough, and indeed he does. And that ball, very fine, leg glance. It goes all the way to the boundary. And Hamid picks up a very useful 4 runs for himself and a very useful 4 runs for England. Stark just straying onto his pads there. Very well played. To tickle around the corner. We see the hot spot. It's quite high on the bat, but it was well played, very deliberate. There's nothing false about that shot. It's very well picked up. The score moves on to 1 for 49. As Stark in. This one onto his pads as well. It's more square off his legs. That ball gets down to the man at fine leg, and very well run by the batsman. They do get around for 2.
When Hamid first appeared, he looked absolutely like an England opener. He looks like an England opener again now. And for those of us who didn't watch him in the meantime, it's a real enigma that his form entirely deserted him in the meantime.
He actually now looks like an England opener and an Indian batsman on the leg side.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
He's just got this beautiful feel for balls on the middle and leg.
As Stark in once again to Hamid. This ball cramps him up on the offside, but he dabs it down, and they get through for a very well run single. It's good to see. They're still looking for those little short ones. Score advances to 52. Hamid 19, Milan on 15.
It's a horrible cliche, but I'll say it nonetheless. Wristy in the defined manner of Indian cricketers and Asian cricketers through years, or is that too much of a cliche, would you say, in India?
No, but that's exactly what, I think you watched enough Indian cricketers over the years to know that that's probably not even a cliche, it's probably the truth. And somehow I think maybe his Indian origin somewhere shows there in his bringing up from what his dad taught him when he was young or whatever. But it's beautiful to watch.
Stark into Milan, off Milan's pads. This one flicked down the leg side to Hazelwood at fine leg, and the batsman gets through for a single. That's the over from Stark. 8 from it. Quite a fruitful one for England. The score is 1 for 53. Hamid 19 and Milan 16.
It's got one more YouTube comment. Certainly be reading these out if they continue in the positive vein that they are. Scott Harrison, keep it up, you guys are a lifeline for cricket courage for someone living in Brazil. That's one of the great things. Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
I can tell you, and in Singapore, because I have no light feed.
Well, here we are. We're not just contributing entertainment, but we're an essential service. We ought to be subsidised. Jay, my mum spent 16 years trying to get me out of her house. 27 years later, you never visit. I'm also only about 12 kilometres away. I've even fled the country 3 times, 4 if you count the lost years in Birmingham. Warren, not the same without THC. Mark Tannehill, ICC World Rankings, !
Line is continuing in. This one into the left-handed Milan, and it's just parried down to the man at backward point. There's no run. As he commences his run up once again into Milan. Milan advances down the pitch, decides against the big shot, meets the ball with a firm bat and pad, and for all these little bits of dancing, he does not take a single.
Just as important for Milan this innings as well, of course, not just in England.
That's right. Line in once again. Almost very well defended off the back foot. Good full face of the bat. Just parries it out to the offside, and there's a fairly good ring of fieldsmen in that Australian offside at the moment, so it's going to take a good shot, I think, to get through. As Milan in once again. That one looked like it was the arm ball, didn't spin. Milan's forward and is up for it. It's met with the full face of the blade. So Lyon is still searching for that 400. Is that right? Is he still on 399?
Yes, he is still on 399. I think we know about it. We got there.
It's been a long search.
A long search. Once again, doesn't get it with that ball as Milan just defends it back down the wicket.
What was that landmark that Tendulkar was on for like forever?
99th century, I think.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
I think he probably kept playing for 2 years when he shouldn't have, trying to get it.
Yes.
He was horrible.
Well, funnily enough, Lyon's been on 399 for the best part of a year.
Yeah.
But
they haven't played
in,
much,
last
you
ball
have
of his over, and that one also defended. It's a maiden over. England won for 53.
Thanks
Leah,
to
do you
Scott
remember?
Morrison, they haven't played much. Sorry.
That's very true. Thanks, ScoMo. Leah, do you remember when Richard Hadley suddenly got a lot of LBWs against the West Indian tourists? How weird. I'm quite sure what Jay's something about Belinda Frankham going on here. Why does it say Belinda Frankham under SOK's video feed? It's a question from Rohit Singh and Jay Grover, and they've debated at some length.
That'll be who also is known as the crazy redhead. I guess I've just logged in on my wife's Zoom.
That'll be the answer. Leah, thank F pot will soon be legal here, not thank F pot. Okay. Frank. Oh, I just lost him. Decide to update. Frank, is Nathan Lyon the new Monty Panesar? Well, I think they're in slightly different leagues there, if I'm absolutely honest. And Adelaide Palm is, oh yes.
Going to be Mitch Stark once again into the right-handed Hamid. This one off his legs. Well-legged Glass is going to beat Hazelwood. Fine enough. It's the third time in the last 2 overs Stark has drifted onto his pads. Hamid's up to the challenge. He's got full face to the bat. Fine enough, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. There's 4 runs. We're very well played. We've lost the bear in the studio at the moment. He's gone back to his bear cave momentarily, so we don't have anyone on our jingle machine.
From a quality standpoint, I would say among modern English spinners, if you want to compare, Graham Swan is probably a much closer comparison to Nathan Lyon than Monty Panesar.
As Stark in again to Hamid. This one is outside the off stump. He's left alone by the English opener, and it just goes through to Carey.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. Swan would have been the leading, probably the best English spinner since, oh goodness knows, really, since probably
Jim Laker.
John. Yeah, maybe Johnny Wardle or Jim Laker, like 50 years before him. He burnt brightly but briefly, Swan. He had terrible trouble with his elbow towards the end.
Yeah. But Derek Underwood, really.
Stark into Hamid. That's very, very closely cut off the back foot. That beautiful late cut between the gully, or the point in the gully, and he's gone all the way to the boundary. He's picked up a beautiful 4 runs there. Hamid's looking good at the moment. He's cashed in on a couple of loose deliveries just recently.
And he's... Oh, the bear's back.
The bear's back.
Prodded the bear.
I think Hamid's gained in confidence tremendously since the first innings. It's not surprising, right?
He played pretty well.
He's playing it very late and right under his nose. Superb technique. This should be commentator's curse.
Still 23. It's the start.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, really, is it?
27, yeah. No.
As 27 as Stark in to Hamid, and this one he pushes to the captain Cummings at mid-on, and there is no run from the batsman.
Yeah, but I think there was a lot of anxiety about Hamid returning to the Test arena, and he'd come back too soon, and all of those things on the back of a couple of big scores. But, I think a slightly desperate hunch has paid off here.
Well, England tried, 15 openers, and nobody could open?
Yeah, notoriously.
I don't think that was my choice.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Had to bring him back. As Stark in for this 5th ball of the over. To the right-handed Hamid. This one's short. Hamid ducks under the bouncer. Carey gloves it just above his head.
Yeah, the one thing that's missing that we haven't had under the first time for the last 4 tours, which have been bad enough, is an absence of Sir Alistair Cook, of course, who has been the one continuous factor in holding an England innings together for the best part of 15 years.
He obviously, Hamid obviously he's still having a few probably for the rest of his career, an issue with that finger. I know that when you see him in the field, it's pretty well wrapped. As Stark in, this one down the leg side, Gladstone Carey goes up, and he's been given. He's strangled down the leg side. Hamid, that one off a bit higher than his hip. Carey went up straight away. He's obviously got a little bit of a tickle on it, and the commentator's curse, as we've just said, is looking good, and now he's on his way, and that's...
Yeah, clear little edge. Commentator's curse, as we say, but, well, what can we say? Strangled.
Strangled down the leg side.
It is what it is, as the Americans would say.
Quite high in the bat too. It looked like it was up near the handle. It was one of those things. He could have got away with not playing at it, but he's gone. And that's England 2 for 61.
I might just fit in a couple of tweets while we're waiting for new batsmen to come in. Leah, here's another ancient Roman reference. When in Rome, do as the Visigoths did. Jay, nice to know the Lions are providing solid backup, and apparently Hamid has wrists. Indeed he does. Leah, all right, I got up 1.5 hours before the alarm. Someone in the house has clogged sinuses. It was like trying to doze next to a logging operation. Jay Grover, Monty Panesar seems madder than a bowl of cut snakes at the moment, mine. Not quite on Alan Mullally levels, but it's still no fun to watch. I'm afraid that is true as well. And then Michal Wood, I've got the telly sound down and Gorilla Cricket up. Anyone care to explain what the fuck Shane Warne is up to here? And there's an image of him superimposed on the cricket crouching down. Have a look at it on our Twitter feed.
But Shane Warne is there again. He's probably at the poker table or trying to get into some bird's pants.
Time for the captain to stand up and be counted.
Indeed, Joe Root in. England need him here. I mean, is there any chance England salvage this test? I don't think so.
1%.
I think that 1% belongs to Joe Root scoring a double here.
Agreed.
Good call. As Cummings, change of bowler, Cummings comes into the left-handed Milan. Cummings.
I suppose statistically it's closer to, 7 or 8%. It just never feels that way.
Well, there'd need to be a weather intervention, I think.
Yeah.
But the England batsmen, they need to treat this as batting practice. They need to get in there, and if they're going to get any wins on the board over this summer, they need to be able to utilise as much time as possible out there in the Gabba for the next couple of days. There's no point in giving it away. So we see the replay there as Cummins into Milan. Yeah. This one through to the keeper. We just saw a replay there of Hamid's wicket. It actually did get him on the very bottom of his right hand off the glove, so a bit of extra bounce. Probably played at it, got a little bit big on him. Just clipped bottom finger.
Two schools of thought on that one, isn't there? One, you're desperately unlucky. It's just one of those things. Whereas someone like Ian Botham always said, "What's wrong with that? That's a perfectly legitimate form of dismissal."
Both are true.
Both are true. Cummins into Milan. Milan's neither forward or back, but does get the bat on it and pushes it out to mid-off, and there is no run. I guess, his only other option to play that would have been to really lift his hands at the last minute. It's probably too high, the bounce being what it is, to legitimately try and play that to the fine leg boundary. I mean, you're either giving it the full whack with a hook shot pull or getting your hands out of the way, but nevertheless, at that speed, you only have a split second as Cummins in again. Milan very nice and compact.
I suppose that's probably the point, Steve, isn't it? That would be a shot he'd get away with back in England with the ball not getting up so high and maybe not coming on so far. So he played his natural shot as per English conditions, automatically with muscle memory. Now he's back in the Australian pavilion.
That's right. So if England are to have a chance of that 1 to 7% that we were just talking about, you would expect that these two guys are going to have to contribute a big partnership here as Cummins in again to the left-handed Milan. Shoulders, arms through to Carey. Do we know when the last time that either Root or Milan has had a big score?
Well, Milan's got one big century against Australia at Perth last time out, and he's been out of the team for a bit. Was the question when did Root last get a big score against Australia? He's never got a ton against Australia, but he's been obviously fantastic form so far this year with 6 tons.
Yeah, he was in the purple patch over the summer as Cummins in again. This one shorter, same result through to Carey and no run. That's the over bowled. 22 gone. England are 2 for 61. Hang on, I think no, definitely over gone.
I'll read some tweets. Not for the first time, Jay Grover is absolutely furious with me. It's a badge of honour. This is the most shithouse tweet reading from Forthy. I now retract all the nice things I said about your podcast. Oh, come now, Jay. Come. Let's be friends. As there's a lot of tests to go, a lot of nights to go. We need to get over this. Leah, speaking of Monty, has Vaughan been invited to whinge about cancel culture on GB News yet? Frank, incorrect. Milan makes a double here. Oh, God, wouldn't that be great? And Andrew Donison, just about to jump on Guerrilla Cricket for a frolic in the hour before tea. 50-50 chance of being on for the conclusion of the test match, I guess. And I think that's up to date.
Well done. Another change of bowling. Nathan Lyon is going to be replaced by, I was going to say this guy, but the bear has gone off to the bar again. So it's going to be Josh Hazlewood into the right-handed skipper, Joe Root. This ball is just defended onto the onside. No run.
It's probably a good idea to get Hazelwood in here because if there's one person who plays spin well, it's Joe Root, and you don't want Nathan Lyon to be unnecessarily losing the impact he's already had this morning.
Oh, by the way, just very quickly, Messi completely correctly. I'll come back.
As Hazelwood into Root. Root defends, compact, straight down the strip to the bowler.
Messi just reminds us quite correctly that Root has, of course, got 3 tons against Australia, including very big and consequential ones, just none in Australia.
Yeah, one of these guys has to bat long, you feel, for this not to be a capitulation, as Hazelwood, this one more direct. That's Root playing it to the onside, but it's just to the captain Cummings at mid-on. And there is no progress on the scorecard.
There's nothing technically to prevent it happening. The pitch is fine, their technique is okay, etc., etc. There's just something magical and mythical about Brisbane and the Gabatoir for English cricketers that seems to make them behave in an unfortunate manner.
It was the case with India as well until the last Aussie summer.
That's very true.
Hazelwood into Root. This one off his pads. He glances it down. This ball to the man at fine leg, which is Mitchell Stark, and the batsman just stroll through for an easy single, moves the score on to 2 for 62.
I remember listening to the denouement of the India-Australia test, fantastic as it was, in a ute. I was camping with an Australian. He was considerably less impressed by proceedings than I was, but we were sharing a glass of wine together in the early evening. It was an interesting bonding experience. I got out of his ute pretty rapidly at the end of play.
Where were you?
I just see this ball.
As Hazelwood into the left-handed Milan. Milan has a poke at it outside the off stump. Carey likes it, shouts. They're having a little chat here. The DRS timer is on. There's a bit of discussion. What's going to happen? And we've got a review.
He's reviewed it. Yeah.
He just wandered it at Milan. It's becoming a nasty habit of him in this test match, but he doesn't seem too concerned. We're seeing footage here. He's just having a laugh with the skipper.
He seems okay about it, which is a good sign as far as England is concerned.
Yeah, but there was no other. There was nothing else out there. It was not like the bat was anywhere near the pad. So clearly somebody heard something. Usually the bowler is the closest to the batsman in this situation. Geez, it's going to be close. It's very, very close to the bat. I tell you what, if he has got a feather on this,
we're about to find out.
Surprised. As we see the ball goes past, there's nothing on the hot spot.
I think there's anything on the hot spot, and to my completely biased eye, I thought I spotted a sliver of daylight. Have they got the mic working? Sometimes they'll go off that.
Well, we're about to find out as they go to Snicko. Very close, went very low down near the toe.
It doesn't look like it took a slip though. No, I don't think so.
It's not looking. It is odd that they all went up, but how do slips manage to convince themselves? Perhaps it's groupthink. Not out.
There we go.
There's no Snicko anyway.
No Snicko.
A lot of trouble with the equipment during this test match.
The problem with Snicko, or they're just not using Snicko?
I'm pretty sure they haven't got it, a Ninja. They haven't got the, the Stokes difficulty on the first day was because they didn't have the equipment. I think because of various reasons, COVID related, perhaps they haven't been able to unload all the equipment for this test. It's a bit amateurish, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, Milan survives the appeal. Australia lose one of their challenges. As we move on, it's going to be the last ball. This one, well played, has Milan back and parrying at Hazelwood. The ball balloons up off, looked like the shoulder of the bat. It's gone between the third slip in the gully, and the batsman get through for 3. It doesn't go all the way. Geez, he's lucky to survive that. That's just gone right between the gap between the fielders. Travis Head at third slip and Cameron Green in the gully. Good delivery by Hazelwood. Had him Milan poking, but batsman survives. And it looks like we're going to have a drinks break there, guys. So do you want to catch us on some tweets there, Forthy?
I will. Yes, very, very briefly, and then I'll hand over. Jay, I think Milan and Root had a good partnership against India. I think they did. Frank, the pitch is flattened, and I repeat, Milan makes a double. Let's carry on believing in that, Frank. And finally, Jay, I did say behaving in an unfortunate manner, and Jay has repackaged my euphemism as being shit. I'll hand you over to our next commentary team.
And we're going to have a change. See you in a little while, guys.
Yeah. Bye.
See you guys. Hey, hello, Donna. Good to meet you.
Hi, Messrs. How you doing?
Excellent, apart from the fact that I've just realised how much I miss Snicko.
It's quite amusing, the fact that it is. So one, it's not available. That's not amusing in and of itself. But because of border restrictions, the Cricket Australia and the ground weren't able to get the right tech support required in time, and so the match referee decided they'll keep the DRS process consistent for the whole match. But never fear, real-time Snicko will be available in Adelaide. So that's the silver lining they've decided to give us.
Cricket can fuck things up when nobody else can, can't it?
Yes. The beauty of the game that is so rigid that it has to take tea and lunch breaks at a specific time, regardless of what the weather may or may not be doing. And that's not the most ridiculous thing about the rigidity.
It's scary, isn't it? Sock, are you still with us, mate? I think you're scheduled to be on. Donna, while you're on and we got a break, because yesterday was your first time, you didn't really get a chance to talk about yourself much and introduce yourself to the audience.
Oh,
so, mate, would you like to give us a bit of background?
I'd love to. So, born and bred in Melbourne and played cricket for 20 odd years down here for Mount Waverley Cricket Club and then the mighty East Malvern Roosters or East Malvern Heat, depending on what we wanted to call ourselves at the time. I don't think either of those were official nicknames, and the club now has merged to become the East Malvern Taronga Titans. So I'll still happily... Oh, no, the Roosters was good because when you got a little bit bored in the field, you just could mimic a rooster, just throw a hand up on the back of your head and give it a bit of a rooster call. But spent a little bit of time then up in Canberra in the political sphere up there and played for the almighty Campbell Tigers Cricket Club, back-to-back premiers in the City and Suburban League. So
all downhill since then.
All downhill. My back doesn't like it. My knees don't like it. So now I'm just an avid watcher of the game, and I've been involved with White Line Wireless, been involved with Adam Collins and Jeff Lemon on their jaunt over to the UAE to call the Australia versus Pakistan test match, and now get to see this glorious game where they're coming back from Drinks England 2 for 65 off 23 overs, trailing by just a cheeky 213 runs. But never fear, there have been 6 test matches, 2 of them Ashes test matches, where a team has had a 200-run deficit in the first innings and gone on to win. So it's not impossible. It's pretty fucking unlikely, but it's not impossible.
I'll take your money if you want to have a bet there, mate.
I think actually this is a historic moment. 3 Australians actually barracking for Australia on the microphone on Guerrilla Cricket at the same time.
There you go.
Well, I'm making assumptions there, Donna.
I'm barracking for the great game of cricket.
Of course you are. We all are.
and a little bit of Schadenfreude as well. So it'll be Pat Cummins kicking things off as he comes into Milan, who pushes that into the offside, thinks about a single, says no. There's Travis Head there hovering.
Oh, listen, I think this is really important, the rest of today for England. They've either got to show some grit here and tough it out, and I'll tell you what, if they don't, you're going to carry a few mental scars into the next test. They need to show a little bit of grit here.
Yeah. Cummins into Milan again. That one down the leg side. Has he been burgled? Has he got a little tickle on that? No.
I think that it looked like it took a bit of deflection, but it could have also swung after it went past the bat or pad.
Cummins was interested. He looked very intently, but Carey wasn't. And as we've seen, Carey loves to go up.
I'll tell you what, it's only missed the leg stump by B's dick too.
Yeah, Carey's got Dick Weller proportions of appealing, isn't he?
Cummins on his way in again to Milan, and that one is pushed into the leg side, past square leg. They'll take a single. Score moves on to 2 for 66, or 66 for 2. And that's the first and only time I'm going to do the or when I read the score, because otherwise I'll do it every single time, because my Australianism will always make me put the wickets first, no matter how hard I try.
The proper way.
Well, I am a bowler, so it should be all about the bowler. The bowlers have taken 2 wickets, and the opposition have managed to get 66 runs. The beautiful bowler is on his way in again, bowling for Joe Root. And that one is driven nicely through the leg side, but Mitch Stark has gone down and fielded that. Has he landed on his shoulder?
I think he might have just given it a bit of the older hyperextension as he's gone down on it.
Yeah.
That's the rotator cuff cracker, that one.
Slid towards his left, fielded it one-handed, but came down on his elbow and is now just giving his left shoulder, a little bit of a rub. This next one is Fuller and hit straight to Mitchell Stark again, but this one goes straight to him. He doesn't have to do anything.
He's doing a few calisthenics there at mid-on. It's the classic rotator cuff. You extend that arm out, and the arm bounces, and your shoulder bounces off the ground with it. I'm just trying to think there was a big injury there not long ago with bowler, maybe during one of the BBL games on the boundary, that did something similar to that.
Cummins into route again. This one's pushed into the offside, can't beat the field, no run. A shoulder. I know that was Jai Richardson there a couple of years ago that did something like that, where he was fielding on the boundary and it's dived, and it's just when the arm goes out and then bounces up. Very common Australian rules football injury. Yeah, it's as you described it perfectly. The bounce, like that shoulder bounce. It's gross. Will Pekoski did that last year would have been in his debut test, because he's only played the one, hasn't he? He hurt his shoulder whilst fielding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And there was a mention before about Joe Root not scoring hundreds, and Messrs. You quite rightly said that he has scored them against Australia. It's just they've been in countries other than Australia. And I know I was at Lord's when he made 180, and that was that was a day. So Josh Hazlewood on his way into Milan, and this one is almost chopped back onto the stumps. Eventually just runs out onto the offside, and it's fine, but geez, it was close.
Got his left foot in the way.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I missed the end of the over. What's going on?
We were talking about shoulder injuries.
Yeah.
It was riveting.
So I'll get some tweets in at the end of this over.
Hazlewood on his way in again. And Milan facing up. Plays inside that one. I wouldn't say that he played and missed. Played well inside that ball. Let it go through to the keeper.
Go, Jed. You got a bit of time here, Jez.
Okay. Jay Grover says, as an ad man wonders about making idiots believe in the peer collective. Leah says, I just found out what a ute is. And the gods be damned, this is too stupid even for Americans. Who thought a utility coupe was something that makes sense? Oh, you'd never survive here.
Everything needs to be shortened. And Hazlewood on his way into Milan, and that one's left alone outside the off stump.
So I'm assuming, Donna, that you're commentating off your KO feed.
I am, because what I get if I'm not is I get the bowler running up, and then I get the ball in the keeper's gloves. And I'm pretty good at guessing when it goes into the field, but sometimes I might just miss a very important part. So
do they not have Channel 7 out your way?
They do. I just don't actually watch anything on terrestrial TV. All of mine is app based.
All
We've
right.
got Hazlewood on the way in here, and this one is defended into the offside, no run. However, Ant Condon was mentioning that even the Channel 7 feed is behind the feed that's coming through for us via Guerrilla Cricket.
Very, very close. Very close indeed.
Maybe in Perth it's better, but in Melbourne it's not so good. It's got to come a long way.
Yeah, it's actually slightly ahead on Channel 7 here. Perth ahead of the world is something that's not often heard.
Hazlewood into Milan, This side is flicked into the leg side. There'll be runs here, well fielded there by skipper Pat Cummins. Just the single. Score moves on to 67 for 2. Milan on to 21. Joe Root will face the last ball. He's just on at 1.
You can see Nathan Lyon doing a few shadow deliveries in the backward point area. Just giving Pat Cummins a little bit of a reminder that he's got a few more overs left in him today. I'm sure we will see him pretty soon. Australia got a good rotation policy. I like the way they handled their bowlers in the first innings.
Yeah.
It was really good. Cummins very, very smart with how he did it. Short, sharp spells. As Hazelwood into Root, and that one's left alone. He thought about playing a cut shot. He's still thinking about playing a cut shot about 5 seconds after the ball's gone through to Carey. He eventually does play the cut shot. End of the over, 2 for 67 off 25 overs.
So are you telling me there was a cut shot in there?
No, he didn't play it.
He thought about it. He thought about it, and he held the bat there, held the pose, and now he's talking to Milan saying, this is how I would play a cut shot.
Very good.
Mayank says we've become so used to the tech. Only a few years ago there was no Hawkeye even for TV audiences. The best we got was those 3 lines, and the batter would be turned into a ghost for us to see if maybe the ball would have hit the stumps. Now we can't live without snicker. That's quite true. And Jay says it's no coincidence that cricket is an overrepresented sport in zombie movies. All of us have followed a dysfunctional Egypt. Now I want to know what Dono did in the political sphere. I bet he was involved with Colo somewhere. Were you?
I was more a grunt man. I was more on the public service side rather than in the big house. But still, yes, fun and games up there. Nathan Lyon will be coming on to bowl, looking for his 400th Test wicket. This one pushed into the leg side, wide of the man in at short leg.
Lyon's actually been bowling well, I think.
He has.
And I really like that Cummings has brought him in so early.
His next one defended back down the pitch by Milan. He's spent 1,200 deliveries in the 390 wickets.
Wow, 1,200, that's a lot.
So, yep.
Yeah.
He's coming in again to Milan, who comes down the pitch and just pushes it into the leg side. They'll take a single. Mitchell Stark throwing with that left arm, so I think it must have just been, as they say in the classics, a stinger. It looks okay.
Jay Grover will be disappointed. He says, "Oh man, I miss having a telly. Is Carey doing jazz hands? I'm afraid not." And Leah says, "Don't kid yourself, Messi. Carey will never be able to fill the void left by Nerishan's Dick Weller move in Durham." Yeah, that wasn't the smartest, was it? Oh dear.
You're gonna have to remind me of the Dick Weller move.
Oh, he went out and got some durries when they were supposed to be in lockdown and got banned for 3 games.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a Dick Weller move.
Couldn't get his smokes delivered, just had to go down to the local shop.
Line moves
a bit more to it.
Line moves over the wicket to Root. This one pushed into the offside. Marcus Harris field in there, no run.
Yeah, you never quite know how much of the story you actually get in those circumstances.
That's right. He's getting a bit of turn, Nathan Lyon. There's definitely getting a little bit of grip off the surface of the Gabba. There's quite a bit of prodigious turn on offer. I don't think that 400th wicket is very, very far away.
I agree.
He's on his way into Root. And this one's flipped around the corner, almost caught by Marnus at short leg, but not, and it doesn't quite carry to the man at a leg gully. Not sure what Joe Root was doing there when you've got a short leg and you have Travis Head at that leg gully, why he was trying to play the flip sweep shot.
It's worth noting that this is Lyon's 5th test since his 399th test wicket.
Ooh, that's a That's a long time, not just in the 390s, but on 399. I hope someone out there is able to figure out the longest gap between wickets for a strike bowler. You're going to have Josh Hazlewood bowl into David Malan. This one is left alone outside the off stump. Good carry.
I suspect Jeff Lemon is all over it. He's been tweeting about it, the gap a bit, so I've no doubt tonight's final word will include some reference to that.
It's a long time.
It is. It's very disconcerting you having a different feed to us, actually, Donna.
I've figured out, Jez, that if I look at my TV, which is over there, it's on Dono's time. So I've got BT on the telly over there.
Oh, right.
And it's linking up with him. But yeah,
Hazlewood in now, and that one's a left alone again through to Carey.
I've got to say, I think Hazlewood and Cummins bowled really nicely this innings. I wasn't so impressed with Stark. His line wasn't great. I think he was pretty lucky to pick up that wicket.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. But I think that's you can pretty much say that about those three quicks at any one stage. You got Hazlewood and Cummings who just bang away.
Hazlewood bangs away again, and this one is left alone through to the keeper. Those last three balls have been carbon copies.
I mean, Hazlewood is the classic. He doesn't vary it up too much. He's very much the guy that makes the batsman make the mistake in a lot of respects.
Yeah.
Just
he's
puts
Glenn McGrath all over, isn't he?
He's Glenn McGrath all over. Cummings, a little bit quicker. He does vary it a little bit more, and he has that wicket-taking ball. Whereas Stark can be a bit hot and cold, But when he's on, geez, he's on.
Hazlewood's going to go round the wicket now. There's three slips and a gully waiting, but they're also putting the man out at deep backward square. Is he going to bowl a short ball, or is he going to be smart and try to double bluff him? Tries to double bluff, misses the outside edge. Marnus at first slip went up. Perry didn't.
I think you got to think about Stark almost in the same way you would have thought about Mitchell Johnson and how he's used. He's very much the strike bowler. You use him for 3 to 4 overs at a time. You just give him the ball and let him rip. And if it comes off, it's aggressive. It's uncomfortable for the batsman. And then other days, he can be a little bit loose and go for a lot of runs. So I think you've got to have someone like that in the team too, a little bit of X factor.
Hazlewood against Milan, just dropped into the offside, no run.
You were picking Nisa for Adelaide. Sock, who would you leave out?
Well, I think it will be. I think a little bit of attrition will show us that. I think if you were going to leave someone out of that 3, I would probably leave Stark out. I know that people want to have the left-hand, right-hand combination. I'd probably leave Stark out and have the other. Cummins is a shoe-in. You're not going to drop the skipper. So it's
Hazlewood in to Milan down the leg side. No little tickle there. Not a very good ball there by Hazlewood. End of the over. 68 for 2. Milan 22. Root on 1.
So I would leave out. I'd leave out Stark, and I would go with Hazlewood, skipper, and Nessa.
Right. Interesting, because Stark's got quite a good record there, I think. Jay Grover says, hasn't Lynn done it about 60 times? Leah says, yeah, I'm pretty sure there are a few places in Australia where I could survive. I don't even have a driver's license. There are some Australians without driver's licenses. Mind you, it doesn't stop most of them driving. She also says, well, Donna, as you know, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye. Then it's all fun and games with poor depth perception. Sorry about that.
Nathan Lyon will resume to Joe Root, who flicks this into the leg side, beats the field. It's going to go towards the boundary. The fielder is chasing after it. It's Jai Richardson. He collects. They'll only get the 2 runs. Root wanted a 3rd, but Milan was very, very insistent on not going for that 3rd. So in Jai Richardson out on the field again. I assume it's David Warner who's still not out there. Lyon in again to Root on the back foot, defends this one into the leg side. So no love sock for Richardson. I mean, I'm all
I
aboard
do.
Lisa.
I have a lot of love for Jai Richardson. I think that it won't be long, I think, before he maybe takes a more regular part. I really like watching him bowl. He's quick. He's got that real zing factor.
Root defends the next one into the offside for no run. Yeah, I'm all aboard the Nisa must-play bandwagon, but I do want to see Richardson in as well.
I wouldn't be at all surprised to see both of them play in Melbourne, given how quickly the Sydney Test comes after that, and have the other three all back for Sydney.
Root defending into the offside again. After the last over, where Sock, you mentioned there was a fair bit of spin, there was a bit of bounce. There's been absolutely nothing, although I suspect I'm about to see something. Lyon into Root now and hit on the pad outside the line of the off stump, going for a big sweep shot. Don't review that because that wasn't missing it. That was was well
outside the line of off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Root showing intent there with that sweep shot.
What I will say is that we definitely will see Jai Richardson, and I think we'll definitely see Michael Nisa in these 5 tests.
This next one is flicked into the leg side. They'll take a single to finish the over. 28 overs gone, 2 for 71. Root moves on to 4. Milan on 22.
Mark says it's always funny until someone gets hurt. Then it's just hilarious. And Jay says, due to the laconic nature of the commentary, I've now invented a ludicrous scenario where Donna was involved in wet work and probably killed Harold Holt.
So I'll tell you my Harold Holt story. Obviously, he was someone who drowned or was collected by Russian subs, whoever you choose to believe.
Shark.
I'm Shark. Yeah. I'm not a very strong swimmer, so when I was at school and we were doing swimming lessons, I really wasn't that keen when we walked into Harold Holt's swimming pool.
It's in Malvern, isn't it?
Yeah, Glen Iris.
Yeah, Harold Holt Memorial Pool.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No. Absolutely loved going there. Hazelwood will continue bowling to Joe Root. This one defended off the inside of the bat. I think that kept a little bit low. Milan is going down to have a look at where it bounced. Yeah, Harold Holt pool, great for us non-swimmers. Thanks, D. Lysell. Really pumping me up there.
You're still with us.
You made it to the other end.
Yeah, the brothers didn't throw me into the pool like they did with some other people. Hazelwood in again to Root and defended again. This one nips back in and keeps a bit low, just like the last delivery. Is the pitch starting to play a few tricks?
Well, it's been a little inconsistent in bounce throughout, actually. But if it starts keeping low, it's going to be a nightmare for him.
Not that starting 278 runs behind wasn't a nightmare.
Yeah. No, exactly. Jeff Perkins says maybe Lyons is just having a gap year.
Hazelwood in to Root again. This one's flicked into the leg side. There's runs here. It's going to go very, very close to the boundary. Marcus Harris chasing and does flick it back. They're going to have to go and have a look at that on the replay. It's going to be either 3 runs or 4. There's a nice shot there through the leg side.
Definitely.
It's 4, yeah.
The men from the future have told me it's a boundary. Definitely 4. Oh, it's absolutely a boundary. I can see why you were so confident. 4 runs there to Root, who's doubled his score, moves on to 8. Nice flick through the leg side there.
Well played. capitalising on something that he should. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hazelwood is on his way in again to the England skipper. Defended back down the pitch. Again, that one seemed to hit the deck and move back in. So Root's playing these deliveries very, very well, but it just might be a little matter of time before that front pad gets blown off.
We've got good news from Spinner Grace in Canberra. She says, clearly my work is a fan of guerrilla cricket because that's the only commentary I can get.
We'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any way you can.
Hazelwood in again, this time pushed back down the pitch by Joe Root. Hazelwood grabs it and considers throwing it back. Root hadn't moved, so I don't know why he was considering throwing it back.
And Mulga suggested that extraordinary picture of Warren squatting in the middle of the pitch looks like he was taking a shit, aka commentating.
Confirm that none of us are taking a shit at the moment.
Well, the bear could be.
Yeah, that's true. He's in the woods.
Hazelwood into Root again. This one is full into the pads, but pushed into the leg side. No run.
Jay Grover's having a go.
75.
Sorry. Jay Grover's having a go at me in capital letters after I was critical of Stark. He says, newsflash, Jeremy Henderson now agrees with Warren, claims he is my guide and leader. Some would say God. Yeah, not much danger of that, Jay. Jay also says, no love sock for Richardson. Right, the fact that they made me laugh. The booze is kicking in. Yeah, my reading's kicking out. And Leah says, Soviet submarines were assigned Western reporting names based on the NATO alphabet. So when a whiskey class ran aground off the coast of Sweden, that incident became known as Whiskey on the Rocks.
Well, it's going to be Nathan Lyon who's going to continue. And up onto his toes goes Milan, who's looks steady enough and pushes this away into the offside. Fantastic. Thank you very much to Sock. Dono is staying with us, and we should have 40.
Yeah, you got him.
The English voice all the way from Melbourne. Yes, we do. For in comes Lyon, forward comes Milan. Again, there is no run. 75 for 2. England, they've lost to Steve Hamid for 27. They've lost Burns for just 13, although he was naught on review. But England are making a slightly better fist of things this time around. But that, the proof, of course, is ultimately in the pudding. As this one pushed away to the offside, they take a quick single.
Milan's looking very solid.
6 for 2.
Milan's looking extremely solid here.
Is that the Aussie looking at the death curse that you're trying to convey upon him?
No, not at all. No,
he is doing all right.
Putting the boz on people.
No, he is doing all right. He's looked pretty decent. There's 3 on the offside. There's a slip there, and down the track comes Joe Root, whips it off his toes towards mid-on and gets himself a single.
I put the hex on poor old Hamid earlier, said how good he was looking 2 balls later.
Oh, that's you see, that's the one thing you should never do, but it's so easy. You suddenly go, oh, he's looking so comfortable, everything's going really well, bang, out comes a middle stump. Off he has to trot. Slipping a forward short leg, and onto the back foot goes Milan. Punches straight to cover. And again, there is no run. 77 for 2 England. We are close to the end of the 30th over.
Close to the end of yet another wicketless over by Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, 399. He's still stuck there. This was pushed away to the onside this time. Thought of a single, but Root said no. Stay as you are. So Root it will be. Who will face next over at the end of that one? It's 77 for 2. And 4th, are you on social media? I think you are.
I am indeed. Brian says, Yes, Brian, I'm heading to Pax Unplugged. which is a 3-day-long board game convention here in Philadelphia. Okay. Anyone got any good cricket board games they really like? Well, I think from memory there used to be one called, it was either Subbuteo cricket or Test match cricket. It was actually quite good as board games go. But
Yes, I remember that.
Remember that one? Yeah,
I do. There's always good old-fashioned Alzat, of course. Don't forget that.
Oh, as that, of course there is. Yes, I don't know. Not sure when you get a 3-day-long game convention out of as that. Maybe you could. It's possible. And quickly, Jay says, I felt guilty about an inadvertent Brushfire reference. And there's a fucking Harold Holt inaugural swimming pool. That is meant. There is. It used to be my regular swimming pool, actually. It is my regular swimming pool along with Ashburton, the Harold Holt Memorial Swimming Pool.
It's going to be the Australian captain in the attack. He's going to be bowling to the England captain. So captain to captain confrontation. Pat Cummins, right arm, over he comes. Spears this one down leg, and Joe Root quite rightly says, well, I don't need to do anything with that. My job is to stay here for as long as I can, and I don't need to be playing shots when they're speared away down the leg side.
Speaking of cricket board games, growing up, I had both versions of Test match. So I had the one with the felt and the bowler that you had a little trigger that you would push the ball in the bat. But I also had the board game version where you would rotate a piece of cardboard.
Cummins, Root, big high elbow, away towards cover, no run.
There's a cardboard spinning wheel that would determine what delivery you were bowling and then how many runs were scored or whether it was a wicket. That's how I found out that, or knew that a wrong-un was called a bosey, because that was the delivery. It was wrong-un or bosey.
Yeah, and of course you know why it was called a bosey.
It's named after Bosanquet, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Reginald Bosanquet's father or grandfather?
He was his father. He was Reginald Bosanquet's father. As this one is guided, I think, to be kind. Possibly slightly outside edgy. It's wide of that third slip, and it's going to make it all the way down to the third man boundary. And I would say for one of these, but I'm pretty sure the bear is
hibernating.
He's gone to his cave. I had to call him to let's go East Niche Shanxi. There's your jingle.
I have a funny story about when I was playing As That in a Romanian cabin when we were walking in Romania, in Transylvania, my friend and I, when we were students under Ceausescu's regime. I'll break off.
Yep. We'll wait for Cummins. His 3 slips down, ready. Forward comes Root, big high elbow. We, in the earlier days of lockdown, which now sounds like an era rather than just a short-term thing, of course, but we actually had a whole How's That tournament. We had some amazing teams. We had sort of a villains team, a historic team. I can't remember. I'm not doing them any justice. You can find some of it on the. We even had the young version of WG Grace bowling to the older version of WG Grace in one. And somehow Hendo ended up winning the whole tournament, having been losing almost nearly every match all the way through, and we couldn't quite figure out how that happened. As in comes Cummins, and that is very much an inside edge down to long leg. But it will get Root a single and bring Milan back onto strike. A little bit of fortune there for the England captain. 82 for 2. England, I think, after yesterday, will feel they deserve perhaps a bit of fortune. Dono, would you say?
Oh, 1,000,000% they deserve some luck to go their way. I think that was one of the things I was talking about earlier. The ball is just starting to seam back into the right-hander, Joe Root. So that one was the inside edge. He's going to need to be very, very careful.
Well, it's interesting, as you said that, the camera pans to Jimmy Anderson, who is wearing that yellow vest of the non-combatant, and this one is steered to square leg. No run on this occasion. I do wonder.
Sweet Jimmy.
Jimmy, yes, Jimmy's rested. You just do slightly wonder: are England guilty of picking the team for the next match without thinking about the match in front of them?
Yeah,
maybe that's a bigger discussion for the between overs. But I do feel that possibly the Leach selection and leaving out both Anderson and Broad.
I think they overthought it.
Wasn't that great.
It's a Pep Guardiola style overthinking there, I think. Mayank. Yes, Mayank really wants to know where the Harold Holt Memorial Centre swimming pool is. In Glen Iris in Melbourne. Anna Forsyth, thank you for keeping me company during my first time at the airport in 2 years.
Nathan Lyon, in he comes. A slip in place, forward short leg. And Root
apologies.
Guides it to point. They take a quick single and will bring down Milan back onto strike. No need to apologise. It's, I think, a small miracle of technology that we see a feed that is almost in sync with one another. I know. Is it Donna who's in the future?
No, I'm in the past.
You're in the you're in, but no. So
I'm in an alternative universe where England are on the verge of victory.
You're already in. Is it Hobart where they're going to play the last one now? And this one's cut beautifully by Milan. Backward a point, just rocked onto his back foot, and executed the most perfect cut for 4 runs. And again,
gorgeous stroke,
wasn't it? Just
wasn't. It's the back foot. Yeah, the back foot. I don't think moved at all, which is quite interesting. But he looked completely in control.
As Lyon comes around the wicket, forward comes down. That's a huge shout for LBW. Lyon goes up, the slip goes up, the forward short leg goes up. I don't know how he could possibly know, but he's up anyway. The only one not interested is the umpire.
I'm not interested.
You're not interested? I thought
that was
too far down, and it's very
far
hard.
too far down. Missing leg.
Missing leg. Yeah. It's arguably hit him outside leg.
Well, we're going to have another look. It was definitely
no way that's hitting.
Off down leg, and Milan had come some way forward. And, did take him on the toe. There was no bat, but neither was it a decent shout. This one is just pushed back to him by Milan. Perhaps after that little flurry, just recollecting his thoughts, playing a good straightforward solid defensive stroke. Takes him on the toe, does it? It just pitches short of his front leg. Lyon may be guilty, maybe just thinking about that 400th. Down the track comes Milan. Really beautiful cover drive. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Yes, it is. Gorgeous extra cover drive from Milan. Take that, he says, if you're going to appeal for those. I'm just going to take 4 more off you. And 4 runs it is. Gorgeous
Such a good shot there, because he came down the pitch and he wasn't quite in the right spot. So the footwork that he was using was going to get him in a perfect position to play a classical off drive. He realised that he wasn't in position, so he just turned it into a cover drive. That was beautiful.
Well, you've got that silly point to consider right under his nose. That was just pushed wide of the man. Who's that man at silly point?
Marnus.
Oh, so we put Marnus in there, have they?
Yeah, just the one who is just going to chatter incessantly and make absolutely no sense, and so the batter is just going to be going, is he having a go at me? Is he trying to tell me something? Is it some sort of code? Does he need assistance?
Who knows?
I'll jump on a tweet. Just to finish off on Anna Forsyth's. We're being at the airport, but it felt a little more normal with you lot. Boarding soon. Safe travels, Anna.
Yes, safe
Messi
travels, Anna.
posts.
Hope to see you at Lord's next season.
Indeed, yes. Messi posts an image of Test match, and as that, we may get back onto that if there's time. Mayank, are we back with the cricket? No, quite. Mayank sounds like Philly Convention Centre if it's a convention. And we're back with the cricket.
Well, it is. It's going to be Pat Cummins. 3 slips and a gully. And Root plays it late under his eyes and guides it to that gully. And there is no run. Good sharp delivery. Very tidily played by Joe Root, who's looked a little bit more the Joe Root we come to get used to across the summer, when he just was a run machine. Clearly didn't have a very good time in the first innings here, and he's south. The one thing on his CV is a ton in Australia that he doesn't have is a son on a ton. He may have a son in Australia, but I don't know. I very much doubt it. He certainly doesn't have a ton. This is pushed towards mid-on, and there is no run. 2 dot balls to start this, the 33rd over with England on 91 for 2, still trailing by 187. Psychologically, Dono, it's under 200. That's got to mean something, he says, clutching at straws.
No, it does. It does mean something. It means that it's less than 200 runs until Australia have to bat again.
That is true. Well, that in itself would be something, you know. Fourthie of this one is driven beautifully down the ground by Joe Root. Back past the bowler, absolutely perfectly executed straight drive, and it's 4 more. Again, we apologise.
Sorry. No, it's in 2 shots of the day. One lovely cover drive from Milan and one beautiful off drive. I refuse to talk these 2 batsmen up. I managed to get Butler out in the first innings and Hamid out in this. These 2 batsmen are playing appallingly badly.
The highlights of these innings are going to be great, because, as you said, that cover drive from Milan and then that beautiful straight drive. Oof.
Comes Cummings, whipped off his hip this time by Joe Root, but it's on its way down to long leg, and he will just get a single this time. Bring Dawid Malan. Dawid Johannes Malan, born in Roehampton, raised in South Africa. Played most of his cricket, of course, in England for Middlesex before heading to Yorkshire. I don't know whether it would be interesting to see if Yorkshire can afford to keep him. I suppose actually the Test players, it will be easier for he won't it, given that the ECB central contacts plays a lot of their salaries. Yeah, this one is whipped off his toes nicely by Milan. They take 1, they're going to come back for 2. They might think about 3. We couldn't tell you even if they did, but I don't think they would have done.
What was the verdict on Milan when he was at Middlesex? How would you summarise his performance?
I would say most of his time there, terrific. He had a couple of golden seasons, notably the 2016 Championship season. I think becoming captain didn't suit him as a person, to be honest, and it all ended rather sourly in the end. But when it was good, it was very good. It did just rather tail off in the last 2 seasons, particularly with the captaincy, as this one's pushed away into the offside. And there is no run. And he didn't suit Stuart Law's view of what he wanted for a captain, which, as far as I could tell, was mainly an Australian. But
an Australian that claims catches that are questionable and cost Victoria Sheffield Shield finals. Is that what he wants?
No, that's the fella.
I'm not over it. I'm not over it. Michael Klinger's not over it, I'm sure. Actually, no, Klinger probably is, but I'm not.
Anyways, at the end of that over, it's 98 for 2. And,
indeed, yes. Leah, Lyon bowling nicely and economically here, expertly building the pressure. You may thank me later when they've taken him to the cleaners to the tune of 12 and over. Yes, let's get the hexes going. Jay, I'm still in his bad books.
What did you do to beat?
I don't know exactly. I think I may have garbled one of his tweets. I'm sorry, Jay. If I were about to say don't put 40 on tweets, I refuse to tweet to him. Then I realised this might not be the devastating blow I'd have hoped for. Very amusing. Very, very funny, Jay. I'll do anything to get back in your good books. Brian Barris should be... Messi Jez, safe travels, Anna, yes. Leah, speaking of cricket games, I haven't played this one, but from what I can see, it seems to be the gold standard for stats-based replays. And there's a link, so I can't actually see it here, unfortunately, but if you go to our Twitter feed, you'll be able to see what Leah's talking about.
Lyon is going to continue to Joe Root, who guides him towards cover, and there's no run. It's flicked back by Travis Head to the bowler. Sorry, Dono.
A friend of mine picked up a cricket board game at auction recently.
Lyon in, short, pulled by Root away towards deep mid-wicket. Is that going to go the distance? There's nobody down there. It is 4 more. The Bears return from his cave. We're going to have a jingle. You owe us about 7 jingles, Bear. Hello, what is it? I can't quite read it. It's something Abracan.
Abracan. It sounds like a own label rip-off of Glenvoolin or something.
It's an album by Genesis, wasn't it? Or it was Abacan, wasn't it?
Abacan, yeah.
Yes, that one is fetched around the corner on the 45. Down to deep backward square. Be another single. Bring Milan on to strike. Lyon continues that quest for wicket number 400 for him.
this table cricket game, this board game that I got. It looks like Snakes and Ladders, and I've picked it up for my friend, and I've got no idea how to play it, and there's no instructions. So it's going to be great to try to figure it out. And it's just called Cricket Game.
Cricket, I like
so
that.
Aussie.
Yeah, it is. And onto the back foot goes Milan. Slashes this to Head, who is at backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah,
Jack
Dono,
Hope,
I
think.
spent.
Jack
I
Hope
spent
should, sorry, go on.
No, that's I spent a lovely little breakdown at Sandy Point, which is a very Australian name.
Is it a point? And is it
Lion,
sandy?
that one
Exactly.
beats the outside edge of Milan. Hands go on Heads. Well, certainly Nathan Lyon's hands go on his head. That one went on with the arm and seemed to just pick up that little bit of extra speed, and Milan had a swish at it, and it thudded into the gloves of Alex Carey. And Lyon
He's
is
not
there
getting
thinking that 400 was closer there than it has been for one or two others. And he comes again, nicely forward comes Milan, back to the bowler, no run. Donny.
He's not getting the turn and bounce that we saw. There were two deliveries bowled to Milan about 3 overs ago, which really kicked and really turned. And he's either just forgot where to pitch those, or I don't know, that part of the pitch is flattened out. It's a little bit annoying, because he could really be getting that short leg into play with the bounce to the right hander.
Well, no, that's right. And when he's in again now, that is left. Oh, sorry, we're watching replays. The classic error. Classic error.
Reminds me of that clip of Alan Partridge commentating on football when the other striker follows it up and whoops it into the roof of the net. It says, "And another!"
That again. Yeah.
Anyway, yes, sorry. We are at the end of an over, aren't we?
We are.
Just about.
We are.
I'll
We're about
just
to
quickly get a
comments, but-
tweet in. It's quite a funny one, this. Jay, the Gorilla Cricket ASAT tournament is up there with the Milgram and Stanford experiments as an example of dysfunctional group dynamics.
Well, it was certainly fun, as this one is worked away off his toes by Joe Root. Back of the square, gets a single, will bring David Milan back onto strike. 1 for 26 for the Australian captain. Remember, fantastic 5-foot in the first innings. On a day that started badly for England, picked up some hope, and then just fell apart. And then, of course, the second day again began well. Was promising in the middle, but Travis Head just battered into England into submission. Scored that third fastest Ashes equal third fastest Ashes ton, as England were worried about injuries to their bowlers, and really just the fight for a while, Dono, seemed to go out of them. Did you feel that? As they were battered into submission.
It was. I wouldn't say it was cruel, but it was definitely. The Australians were taking the opportunity to really just grind them into the ground, which I found amusing.
Cummins is going to be into the left-handed Dawid Malan, who, interesting shot. I think he was thinking of pulling, then he decided not to pull, but the ball took the bat anyway, and Malan has a smile on his face because I think he realises he possibly he didn't really get away with one, but the ball came on him quicker than I think he was expecting, and what started life as a pull shot became just a holding out of the bat.
That was definitely a ball hitting bat rather than bat hitting ball.
I think it was. Anyway, he stands ready. There's the 2 slips and a gully. This one is the pull, and he's executed that rather better, although doesn't get all of it, and it's just away past the square leg umpire for a single, and bring Joe Root back onto strike. We're halfway through the 35th over with England on 105 for 2, trailing Australia by 173 runs. After Australia had posted 425 to give themselves a lead of 278. There was discussion of a declaration amongst us. I don't necessarily think it was in Cummins' mind. Pulled again by Root this time. But there's a man on that deep mid-wicket boundary. It is Nathan Lyon, and it will just be a single.
If you took away the first day, it would be a normal test match, wouldn't it? 420 odd plays, 100 for 2.
Mm. Yeah. You feel a lot riding on these two.
I guess that's all sort of true. I mean, it's impossible, but it's sort of true.
Well, I'm in the alternative universe, don't forget.
Yes.
One person living in the past, someone in an alternative universe. Around the wicket comes Cummings to the left-hander. Milan has, well, I think to be kind to Milan, he just left the bat there and knew that the ball was going to pass it. But it thumped into the gloves of Carey. Caused a few ruffles of excitement in the Australian ranks, but to no avail.
I think the way that Milan looked back after the ball passed the outside edge suggests that he didn't necessarily do that on purpose. He has previously. He did a couple of overs ago, played inside a delivery, but that one, no. Cummins coming around the wicket and just missing the outside edge.
Cummins is in. This one is pulled beautifully by Milan, but there's a man down there at long leg, and it will just be a single. He does tend to like to play the ball very late, Milan. Play it late under the eyes. But that one, I'm 100% with you, Dono. When I saw the replay, you were right. There was an involuntary twitchette towards that ball, and it could easily have taken an edge.
Do some tweets. Matt Harris referring to the How's That tournament, test match and sofa. Jay, all sledging must now be done in semaphore or Sushan sign language. Leah, if the sledging needs to first learn an early form of hominid communication to understand the sledger and feel insulted, perhaps the team should rethink their sledging strategy. Jay, I hate complimenting Tony because he's touchy as a dugger, but he probably holds the commentary together and gives it a flow. So take the compliment, Tony. Take it. Take it.
That's extremely kind, and I'll take it. Thank you very much. Nathan Lyon. What he wants to hold is 400 wickets. He hasn't got it yet, and that is left alone outside of the off stump by Milan and through to Carey, and there is no run.
It's been the last over before tea, you'd think.
You would. Well, Lyon whips through them, so I think you'd probably be right, but we'll see. This one is pushed back to Lyon, who quite sharply thrust his right arm down, and he's quickly about his work. He certainly doesn't hang around during his overs, Dono, does he, Lyon? He bustles on with it.
Yeah.
Forward comes, and that one spat just a little bit up at Milan as he was thrusting forward. I think in his head again, he was seeing the ball that would just rolled back to the bowler. What actually happened was it came a bit off the outside edge. Fell well short of any fielders, but again it caused a little flutter of excitement.
That's the one. Bit of turn. Just now needs to get that overspin to get the bounce, and it'll just pop straight up to Steve Smith at slip.
Back foot and cut and not got a hold of him. Does go through to Carey again, and with T being so close for England, I'm not sure. Maybe Milan just wants to put aggression back in its box and see England through to T. 2 balls.
That's not a good shot.
No, it wasn't. Onto the back foot. That's a better shot. Big high elbow, steered away to cover. There is no run.
The high elbow always reminds me of Chris Broad. That when I first saw him bat in Australia, just pointing the elbow straight back at the bowler.
Very much so. This one's fuller and loopier from Lyon, and Milan can ease it away into the onside. This time it's the end of a maiden over for Nathan Lyon. None for 30 for him, 107 for 2 England, 26 for Root, 35 for Milan, and both Lyon and Root in some conversation. All seems jovial enough, and they are heading away to the pavilion. It is tea time with England on 107 for 2 and trailing Australia by 171 runs.
Ooh, very good.
Where do you see the state of the game now? Well, I was just going to ask Dono, state of the game, and then we'll do some tweets and I'll wrap up the scorecard.
So Root and Milan looking extremely comfortable, especially in the last half hour, last 45 minutes. Root playing very well through the leg side, which was quite handy when the ball started to seam back into him. He had no dramas, just flicking the ball through to mid-wicket. We've seen a couple of beautiful drives, the cover drive from Milan, the straight drive from Joe Root. They started that session at none for 23. So 84 runs in the session is going on at a decent clip, and that's the hardest thing when you're essentially trying to save a test match, to figure out, all right, what speed should we be going, how should we be batting. And it wasn't that they went quicker when there was no wickets down or these two have come through. There was about 40 odd runs before drinks, 40 odd runs after drinks. So pretty good session by England. The pitch is starting to do a little bit. We saw Nathan Lyon get a few bounce and turn. We saw Hazelwood in particular get those ones to deck back into the right-hander and keep just a little bit lower. So I think the last session and possibly the last hour is when we're going to see the pitch play a few more tricks, and that's where the technique of Joe Root and Milan will be tested.
Beautifully summarised, and I think that will be very interesting to see. You're absolutely right. 23 without loss was where England were at lunch. They've now advanced to 107 for 2. They've lost a lead for 27. He was caught behind by Alex Carey off the bowling of Mitchell Starc. Rory Burns, he got 13 more than he got in the first innings and faced 26 more balls than he faced in the first innings. Also caught behind, but off the bowling of captain Pat Cummings. So 107 for 2 at tea. Fourthie.
Yes, I'll just finish off a little bit of what's the word? Housekeeping. Anna just finishes out. She may be on her plane by now, but the compliments are cascading around your head and shoulders, Tony. An excellent, even-handed description of Milan from Bish. But I would have added he was a grumpy, particular bastard.
Well, he was. Yes, part of
there we are. Jay, we'll just finish off with a couple on YouTube as well. Jay, when I got enraged by Grubby, the best retribution I could offer was threatening to sulk. But I fear that existing in a mental happy place has proper undermined my fear factor. And he also adds, oh Lord, no, Tony, did you just say execute? It's too vicious. Probably should be at too bichet, vocative, but again, I'm very hesitant of correcting Jay's Latin. He'll probably come storming back at me after tea. And finally, on YouTube, a couple of comments. Andrew Stevenson, a bit concerned that we had 3 Aussies on commentary and they were a bit cocky. But you know, we love our Australian friends, and they're probably entitled to be a bit cocky right now. And finally,
you seen the scoreboard?
Well, exactly. Come on, we wouldn't really argue if it was the other way around.
You can't
and Shelton Film Productions, everything Australian bowls feels like a wicket, but maybe I'm so far into my England fandom that I always think the worst. Well, that is the default setting for all English fans, and you can see why looking at the scoreboard, as we say.
Indeed. Now, what do we have as tea time entertainment there?
Chris Broad.
Well, there we are. You were talking about Chris Broad, Dono.
High elbow.
The high elbow, as he said himself, I don't know whether it'll come up in this clip. He did talk about the prominent posterior, which was quite a noticeable part of his stance. But yes, fabulous discussion with him about the 86-87 tour, the team that couldn't bat, bowl or field, but managed to come away with a 2-1 win. And this is me chatting to Chris Broad, and we'll see you after tea.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. December the 3rd sees the release of Inside the Tour, the Ashes 86-87. It's the definitive story of that extraordinary tour, told by Mark Pugach by those who were part of it. It's a terrific listen, and you'll find it via your usual podcast provider. One of those who was not just there, but became man of the series, is my guest on Guerrilla Cricket today, Chris Broad. Chris, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Well, 6 Test hundreds in your career, I counted. 4 of them were against Australia. Was there consciously something special for you every time the Ashes rolled around?
I would like to say yes, but unfortunately I played against Australia in England and didn't do quite as well as I had in Australia. I think the pitches in Australia suited me better than the pitches here in the UK, and basically I think I had a purple moment, and for that 18-month period, I very rarely failed in pitches in Australia, and it was just a magic moment.
Well, some purple moment. Well, before we go on to that series, remarkable as it certainly is, I wanted to just take you back to your debut, actually, because that was at Lord's against the West Indies. You got yourself a 50. Now, that series, as we know, went horribly badly, really, for England. But you were facing Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner, Michael Holding, admittedly in a losing cause. You made yourself a 50 on debut. Didn't you feel after that series, crikey, things can only get better from here? Having faced that sort of attack?
Yes. I mean, I was so delighted to receive a call up to play, because I think it's every English cricketer's dream to play for their country, and I was very fortunate, having moved from Gloucestershire to Nottinghamshire that season in '84, and so quickly been given a call up to play for England. I was just enjoying the moment, and sure, at the end of the season, when I wasn't selected to go on the tour of India, it was very disappointing. But we were, cast your memory back to those days where we were very much in a horses for courses type selection policy, and my forte was allegedly against fast bowling. So to play against the West Indies was a forte of mine, and I think the selectors also had a view that the West Indies bowlers didn't bowl particularly well to left-handed batsmen. I'm not sure that was proven in that series, but
no.
I was just delighted to have played, and very disappointed at the end of the season when I wasn't given a chance to go on tour. But
maybe that disappointment fueled what was to come. So let me just remind people about the 86-87 tour. Obviously, England won against the odds, 2-1. You saw England over the line to win the first test in Brisbane after a few wobbles. Not yours. wobbles around you.
There were some of mine as well. Yes, right. First innings.
Yeah, well, true. You then went on to become only the 3rd Englishman after Jack Hobbs and Wally Hammond to score 3 consecutive Ashes Test hundreds. You got the 162 at the WACA in a drawn game, 116 at Adelaide, and then crucially 112 at the MCG for England to win by an innings. I guess one question is amongst all of that fantastic purple spell for you, do any of those stick out more than others?
Yes, the 100 at Perth. Your first 100 is always a very memorable moment. And my parents were in the crowd during that test match. So the fact that we won the toss and batted on an absolute road, and an outfield was like glass, was just an absolute delight. And yes, I mean, it's very sad, I suppose, in some aspects, that Test cricket or top level Test cricket will no longer be played at the WACA, but it has a very special place in my heart.
People might be glad of a bit more shade, but other than that, I agree. Those playing, I agree with you. And you mentioned your parents, which I recall you'd said before, and I can only imagine how that must have felt for you, and indeed for them. Well, now nobody gave England much of a chance, did they? And yet England prevailed, and you magnificently so. Was there any moment during the series when you suddenly thought things have clicked here? We are going to do this?
When we went 2-0 up at Melbourne with only one to play.
Okay. Were there no triggers though, sort of?
I mean, there wasn't the media coverage then that there is now. So the build-up to it was an England-Australia clash, not the Ashes. Although it was the Ashes. The media hype about England-Australia clashes now is enormous. And it was my first tour, and it was a tour to Australia, a country that I'd been to before and played some club cricket. So I was looking forward to it, and where I said that it was every cricketer's dream to play for England, it was certainly every international cricketer's dream English cricketer's dream to play in Australia. And of course, to win in Australia would have been the cherry on top, and so it proved. Very, very much so. Well, there was, of course, that famous quote. This must have followed you around. Of course, you've got the perfect riposte to it. But the late Martin Johnson, who'd written, of course, that it wasn't a great warm-up for England. You'd lost a couple of series. Australia hadn't won a series in 7, I think, since '84. It was remarkable. So they were struggling. You described them, I think, as a merging rather than a poor team, which I thought was good, was kind of you. But Martin Johnson famously said, the famous quote, "Can't bat, can't bowl, can't field." Did that poke a bit of a fire amongst the players on the tour? Do you know, I think we took an enormous lead from the senior players of the tour. Martin Johnson was probably right, because we didn't score very many runs. We didn't look like a team that was going to be able to bowl out an international side. And some of our fielding was pretty average. But the first month of the tour, for me, was desperate trying to find some form, but for the other guys was just acclimatising to a country that they already knew. And I will always remember Ian Botham standing up at our pre-test match dinner and giving us a right rollicking and saying, what's happened in the last month has now happened. This is where the tour starts. And of course, he went out and he got 100. Gower got some runs. Lamb got some runs. The senior players came to the party.
I'm very glad you asked that. You've mentioned that, because I had a very specific question about that. I've read I've read the quote from Ian Botham several times. It's something along the lines of, what gets printed was, that's it, the party's over, the game begins tomorrow. And I've listened to the podcast on which you appear, which is, as we've said, fantastic listening. Everybody remembers what he said differently, including they all get the gist of it. They all say the effect it had on them. What was actually said, you from Gladstone, Mike Gatting, they all remember something slightly different. What's your actual memory of what he said?
I can picture the meal. I can picture sitting in the room, and the cold, hard facts of the actual speech have passed me by now. But I do remember, in all seriousness, that here was this, legend of the game, and our lead player, if you like, standing up and using an awful lot of expletives to the rest of his team to say, this is where the tour starts. The exact words I can't recall.
Possibly with the expletive, that's why people remember it differently.
Possibly.
I'm guessing.
But for me, this was a man who had been to Australia a number of times, wanted to succeed in the country, and he was obviously from 1981 had a great record against Australia, but not necessarily in Australia. And I think he really wanted this team to gel together, as we had begun to do in the month leading up to it, but mostly off the field rather than on the field. And he wanted us to take the off-field gelling to the on-field part, and he was going to lead the front. And certainly by his actions on the field, he definitely led from the front in that first test match. And the first test match in any series is massively crucial because in Australia had just drawn a test series in India, so they were the favourites going into this test series, and we needed to come out fighting.
Well, you certainly did that in Brisbane. There was a quote I read from you a while back about, a lot of the acclimatizing was about wine and social more than than the cricket at one point, which makes me want to kind of ask you, because there was so much going on around this tour. I mean, this is why the podcast is such fun, because you get a little bit of the sense of that. I mean, but you had, even from the build-up and the poor form of both teams, you had the Gower Gatting I'm in charge handover, you had the return of both of them after a brief sojourn away from the game. You had partying wine, rum, fancy dress, Francis Edmonds following the tour, and Elton John was your team DJ, I think, after Melbourne, and your cheerleader in chief. I mean, there's so much going on. How, as a comparative new boy, but with so much responsibility of opening innings, how did you keep your own focus with everything there going on around you?
Partly because I wasn't totally involved in the party side of it. I was, and throughout my, I've got a great friend, Phil Bainbridge, who, he enjoyed the social side of cricket, and I enjoyed drink, but my focus was mainly on the playing side of it. Phil had massive more talent than I did, but I was boring, if you like, and I enjoyed playing cricket, and I couldn't play with any sort of ailment, so I needed to focus on the job in hand. And obviously the disappointment of '84 of missing out on a tour, I was desperate to do as well as I possibly could, and so my focus wasn't necessarily on a lot of late nights and drinking and socializing. It was doing what I needed to do and going out on the field of play and scoring runs, and so I think that was my focus, and it just, yes, of course, there were times when we would have a drink together and socialize and enjoy the tour, enjoy Australia as it was as a whole, but for me it was about doing enough socializing until that was it, and you move on to the next day's play and being able to do that.
Well, something else I'd read in the past, that you described Mike Gatting as your sort of captain, get up and go, who loved the challenge. Tell me a little bit, perhaps, about how he helped you as captain, because ultimately the team did focus. They knuckled down. They listened to Surya, who wasn't Surya, and I don't think at the time. And you got that magnificent result, and you piled on runs, and you did it. Tell me a little bit about how personally Mike Gatting helped steer you along.
Well, I mean, cricket is a very funny sport in that the captain has a massive influence over how the team gels together and plays. And, in my career at county level and at international level, there are various captains who you look at and who I look up to and respect. And obviously, Mike had a great deal of respect from a number of people within the team. Yes, there have been captaincy changes at international level on a fairly frequent basis. But for me, he was a Joe Soap type character, a Mr. Average type character. He wasn't a highly educated individual who mixed with the hoi polloi. He was.
We are back. I'm sorry, I'm munching toast. I'm not supposed to be on. And I'm joined by Kat and Messi. And Al's supposed to be here, but he's not.
But we are, aren't we, Messi?
Yeah.
Well, I'm mostly here.
You're mostly here. It's daytime for you. It's fucking 5 o'clock in the morning here.
Well, I've been up for 7 hours, which is extraordinarily unnatural for me at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, but it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been up.
It's a nana-nap time for me.
Well, not just yet. Not while you're on air. I need you. We need you. Particularly if Alan isn't here yet. He may be having a nap.
Yeah, he might well be. He might fall asleep. I'll take his position when he does. I'm spaced out. It's 5 in the morning.
So who's doing ball by ball?
Al's supposed to be, so I'll take over from him until he turns up.
Super.
That's first ball after tea, and it's Stark, and it's clipped into the leg side by Joe Root, For no run, should we have some jingles? This man's banning. I don't know why we've got this jingle in here. I've got to go and find another one. And Mitch Stark is bowling at him. I'll give him a jingle after this ball. Comes in and Strew fast, pretty full. Defended by Root up to mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, England are very good at losing wickets straight after a break, so you'll be happy, Cat.
Oh no, I'm not. I want this to go to day 4.
I'm going to say it looks like it's going to day 4, which I wasn't sure if it would. But things can change quickly, as we all know. You know, a couple of wickets and suddenly the pressure gets on and everything collapses. Which I imagine, to be fair, look, if England get to day 4 with these two still in, it'll all go tits up before lunch tomorrow. Don't worry. Because that's very much the English way. Oh, that one comes back into Root off the pitch, but as most things here, a gun over the top of the stumps. There's a kind of raised arms, but no one appeals.
Yes, I think Stark's been reprogrammed over lunch. He was a bit all over the place before lunch, but he's come back with really good line and length so far. Only 2 balls in, but promising signs.
I didn't think he bowled that bad earlier, really. I just think that he is quite quick and occasionally gets it offline. But because he always kind of bowls the same ball, you kind of know where it's going to go. And if you get in the rhythm and he doesn't get you out, you can kind of get to where it's going and play him reasonably easily. Stark, even with that pace, bowls one full and doesn't swing in, goes past. And Root lets it go through to Carey, way outside his off stump, and there ain't no run. 107 for 2 England after lunch. Tea, actually. And Milan is
That's going to be happening a lot over the next 5 weeks.
Well, it's a bit hard to tell what meal it is when it's 5 a.m.
Yeah, well,
so welcome to anyone who's joining us at 5 a.m. bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
I got a half slice of toast that I managed to finish because I didn't think I was going to be on air. And I brought it in, but Al is clearly fallen asleep on his sofa. He may turn up at some point.
If anyone knows his phone number, give him a ring.
You can always WhatsApp him. Root clips that off his hip, but straight to square leg and no run.
Yeah.
Funny you should say that.
Why? You WhatsApping him?
Yeah, I'll give him a call on WhatsApp.
So it's quite possible that England won't trail by 171 runs. They can get 170 in this session, can't they? And that'll be even Stevens. That'd be good.
Well, it'll be kind of 2.5 hours. I mean, if they get... it could be 120. They could only trail by about 50 going in tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, presumably, well, I don't know if Australia's bowlers will get as tired as England's were yesterday because they haven't had to bowl the full day. It's only an hour and a half less, but that's quite a lot. As that's guided by Root. Trying to get it past Gully, but he can't, and there is no run.
I'd quite like to see Pat Cummins decide to bowl some off, some out of left field bowlers, like maybe give Smith an over, make him bowl, make his vice captain bowl.
Oh, that'd be fun. I remember when he first bowled when he came here in, 2009?
Yeah.
And he was
I must say, Pat Cummins is looking spectacularly good in the floppy hat out there in the outfield.
Well, everything's gone really well for Pat Cummins. This could be his first bad day if England managed to get out of this with 2 wickets down.
Yeah. We forgot to go to tweets there. I think we've got Lion coming in for this next over. Have we got anything on the socials?
Yeah, particularly from Jay Grover. He says, "Cat, where's the puppy?" Oh, baby. he's not fussy.
I'll put the puppy on screen shortly. He's had a groom today. He's been to the hairdresser and he's had a blow wave.
Oh wow, feeling cool as the puppy, yeah. Lion is going to come round the wicket to Milan. A little bit of turn, but it's pretty full, and he just defends it out to the offside, and there is no run.
And John Alford says, "Morning guys from Madrid. I've got an hour of listening before I'm up and out to the daily grind." Welcome, John.
That's an early daily grind. That's right. There's only an hour ahead. It's 7 o'clock. Down the track comes Milan, drives nicely, but straight to mid-off. Probably didn't go through for a run. They did, actually. Quick run. Root's on strike.
So I can't raise Al. He's either so deeply asleep he can't hear his phone, or he's just got his phone on silent.
Well, that is the
Oh, well.
problem.
How many shifts is he in for? He's in for every single session, so it'd be good if he turned up.
Scan, you shall appear.
Ah, there you go.
Oh!
Right, you're ball by balling. I'm gonna get out of here and finish my toast. I'll see you
Right.
all later.
Enjoy the toast. Lion is in, and that is just outside. Roots off stump, and he will just block that ball back to the bowler, and there'll be no run. England 108 for 2.
We'd like to know what everyone's having for breakfast, so make Messi read out lots of tweets.
For breakfast. That'll be. I'll think about that in just a second, as that's slightly dragged down, and it gives chance to Root to paddle this behind square. But there'll be just a single, and Root will move on to 27 and bring Milan onto strike. He's 36.
I may have given a wrong impression with the thing I said earlier. I said it was 5 Test matches since Lyon's 399 wickets. Actually, it's 390. It was 5 Test matches ago, but even though it's been slow progress since then.
No, he's in.
So how many is he on now? I wish they'd tell us.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal as Milan blocks this 5th ball of the over back to Nathan Lyon, and he will just let the ball dribble into his hands, and there'll be no run.
Sorry, there's another ball.
Yes, there is. As again, the carbon copy of the last delivery blocked back in the direction of the bowler. That is the end of that particular over. England are 109 for 2, 38 overs in the books. Cheers.
So Farong is with us in Mirpur in Bangladesh, where he now has electricity again. 170 odd behind. Can England score enough runs to make Australia bat again? Third day pitch should be good for batting. Cheers. It should indeed. Third day Gabba pitch is usually very good for batting.
I hope your phone was well charged there if you were short of electricity. So always good to be ready for disasters like that.
Yeah, I've no doubt it's a regular occurrence for Farong. So I lay odds he's pretty smart in that regard. And Shay says, the puppy had a blow wave? Ma, right. What did Ma say about puppies in the little red book? I don't know.
Stark in for the first ball of his over, and Root half blocks, half drives as far as a short cover, and there'll be no run. Stark 1 for 34 so far in this second innings. Not quite the once in a lifetime start that he had in the first innings.
Well,
I'm assuming that the nation collectively lost its shit with the first ball of the first inning. That is bumped back down to mid-off with the second ball of the over, and there'll be no run. Cat, there must have been just and Jez as well. Just this.
I'm not entirely qualified to speak on behalf of the nations. I think I've only seen the woman at the checkout at the IGA supermarket since that occurred. I've seen much more of you than I have of the nation.
We have the puppy here, but he's trying to eat the microphone.
Cat, let's try and hit the microphone. Oh, that's so cute. It's adorable. Is that slightly back of a length from Stark, and Root just rides the crest of the wave there, and it dribbles to gully, and there'll be no run. Have you decided on a name yet, Cat?
Now this is Batman.
Tell me there's going to be a second puppy.
There is going to be a second puppy. The second puppy, we already have a name for the second puppy. We don't have the second puppy. This one has to be toilet trained first, but the second puppy is going to be called Bobbin. So,
Bobbin.
Bobbin. This one has had a blow wave. He's so fluffy. It is embarrassing.
Nothing's embarrassing about a puppy. As that is in the slot, and Root is able to free his arms and drive, and what a glorious, sumptuous drive it is. And it reaches the boundary sponge with little effort. And
he looks in good form, doesn't he? What a glorious shot. Shot of the day.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. That's just beautiful.
It's all lovely and dreamy and
Gow would have been proud of that.
Well, I think anyone would be proud of that.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to know that we're on YouTube and Facebook so they can actually appreciate the puppy's occasional appearances.
No,
This is going to double our ratings.
This is very much on the leg stump and turned behind square down towards a long leg, and I think they'll scurry back for 2 there. Good running between the wickets from Milan and Root.
After a good start to the over, he's away with the last 2. He got a 4 and a 2.
It's interesting that sort of stock ball is other people's surprise, that sort of full swinging Yorker length delivery, and everything else just seems to be a bit scattergunnerish.
Root says thank you very much to the full length deliveries, that's for sure.
That is true, and he leaves that last ball of the over alone on length and height, goes through to the keeper, no run, and that's the end of the over. Jez, I'm assuming that the appearance of Batman has melted hearts as well as the internet.
Well, they're waiting to share their excitement with us so far in that regard. But Leah says...
I've got a bit of unfortunate backlighting, so you can't really see him that well, but I'll try and rectify at some point. He'll come back on the screen.
What's going to be
Leah
interesting...
says England are going to do this, aren't they? They're going to rob me of another full night of sleep, aren't they? The absolute mad lads. And Mayank says, I visited near a lot in the past, and having fully charged and ready to go power banks are a must. When the electricity goes out and you have either no generator or it's out of juice.
Nathan Lyon's next over begins with a push through the covers by Milan. There'll be a single there off that ball. Milan's on 37, Root's on 33.
Nice delicate little push there, and managed to almost find the gap, but not quite. Still, a single is good.
Sort of a sort of an inside-y, outside-y field for Milan through the covers.
Oh,
do you think Lyon will immediately retire in game if he gets to 400? Just walk off. That is back of a length, and Root, as is his wont, goes deep in his crease to try and beat the man at the 45-degree angle on the leg side, but he cannot do so, and there'll be no run.
Do a Graham Swan.
Yeah, just good night, everybody. That is a slightly quicker delivery, but Root is able to get himself and bat in line and block the ball for no run. Still 162 required for Australian pads to be put back on batsmen's legs again, as that is reached for by Root up to mid-wicket, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. I like the idea that England had in their mind's eye pictures of our listeners and went, right, we're going to keep these people awake. That's what we're going to do. These people shall not sleep.
I think there'll be a lot of people waking up actually surprised at the score.
Yes.
But they'll be all over by now as Milan tries to come down the pitch. But it loops up and Lyon appeals, like, if I catch it, does that count? Please give me my 400th wicket.
It popped straight up off the knee roll, didn't it?
Off the knee roll, yeah.
Lyon had a bit of it catching practice.
Yeah, I love that. Paul Rifle gave him the look of, like, if you appeal for that, I'm going to send you back down to 398.
You should lose a wicket.
You should lose a wicket
Good
for that,
call.
as that is a full-length delivery, which Milan doesn't put his pad in front of, but just bunts the ball back to Lyon, and that's the end of his over. Just 2 singles from it. A little bit of a chat there with Root as he collects his hat.
And Joe Grover says, well, it's tea for me, but I'm having a sourdough sandwich with raw onion, salami, Edam, brie and rocket, drizzled with olive oil, stuck in the air fryer, and then grilled in the foreman. Fuck you, Sheffield is proper metrosexual.
That's good. That doesn't sound like that. That's good meal. We want to hear all about what food people are eating.
And he also said that puppy is so adorable. I just cried many tears.
I love the idea that when it won't come back, you're gonna be going Batman. As
It is a bit embarrassing already in the park.
Yeah, Stark pushes this ball across Roots off stump, and it will go through to the keeper harmlessly, and there'll be no run. Yeah, is there going to be someone behind you going da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, Batman?
Yeah. Who better to go dana than Dan?
In true, there's parts made for people. Made for people.
Oh dear. It's a lovely picture.
It is. It looks absolutely gorgeous, Cat. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Stark is in, and again, it pitches on off stump, which means that with the angle, it will go harmlessly through to the keeper. Was this a lockdown decision, or was this we were always going to do this, so let's do this decision?
Yeah, so sadly lost one dog. Sadly lost one dog and got the next one.
Yeah. Oh dear.
But you've always got to have a dog. We always have a dog in the house.
We've got. I mean, our dog is really quite placid, except if now if I was to go and try and wake him up. This is a fuller length delivery. Root, instead of just letting it go through, just blocks this and dribbles to mid-on. No run off these first two balls of the over.
Another good start for Stark from this over. So he just needs to keep it up if he's wanting to keep control, but often he loses his direction in the back half of the over. I wonder if Cummins has said to Lyon, listen, mate, you got one more over. If you don't get your 400th wicket, you're not bowling again. That's what I'd do.
Just increase the pressure.
Yeah, why not? Tell him he's got a time limit.
Yeah. Or you do know the whole world's watching you not get the one wicket, don't you? As that is a short delivery right into the ribs of Root, and he's able to, with a minimum of effort, just be able to block the ball straight down in front of him. No run so far.
That was a good ball, that one.
It was. I think he should allow Cameron Green a chance to double his wicket tally in one ball.
Yep.
I wonder. Reaches the point now where he's just begrudgingly watching other people take wickets. Like, it's great. It's great when we win. It's like, no. It'd be great. If I don't get any wickets and we win, that's fine. As Root just lets the ball hit the face of the bat, and it goes slightly wider of gully, and Milan calls him through for a pretty sharp single. Just releases the pressure a little bit that had been building.
Yeah, that was a nice little delicate shot. And a single, which gets Milan back on strike. He's 37 from 99. And I'm very glad I missed out on the Milan jingle. It's my least favourite jingle. Didn't hear it. Thank God for that.
What's your least favourite jingle, Jez? You're on mute, Jez.
Sorry, Dane Pete, undoubtedly. The appalling one. That has actually driven listeners away. But some people love it because it's so crap.
Indeed, as that is outside Milan's off stump. You kind of take one hand off the bat as he drives it, and it goes backward a square, maybe a little bit outside edgy. But that will go all the way for 4.
Nice. And I don't think we have any jingles at the moment. We don't have a producer there just playing the jingles. Right.
Fear.
Oh, we do.
No, that's me. Just fear.
That was definitely a one-handed drive there from Milan, wasn't it? What an interesting shot.
It makes you wonder why it is that they take the hand. What forces them to take the hand off the bat? Maybe it's feeling that it's a bit edgy, and it's like just one hand. Light hands.
Mayank says, I refuse to ever name my pet animal anything silly. If I get a dog, I'd name him Steve or Julie or maybe Ravinda.
I don't know. I reckon there's a Mr. Fluffykins in there somewhere in that tweet.
And Leah's just reposted the Batman jingle in honour of the puppy.
Is there a Batman jingle?
Yeah.
I think there must be.
It's a YouTube piece. I haven't actually. It was while I was on mute. I was trying to listen to it. I thought, nah, I can't listen to all this.
Nathan Lyon pitches that one up, gives that lots of loop and air. Rooter just pushes it to short cover there for the mistimed drive. No run. 122 for 2 in England, trailing by 156. As that is swept on length, and these Roots, as he did all the way through the tour of Sri Lanka and the early part of India, has managed to sweep that in front of square. And by the time the boundary rider catches the ball, it's 10 yards over the boundary sponge for 4, and he gives some high fives to some lucky Gabba residents there. But that's it's such a beautiful sweep shot that Root plays. He gets his head so still in front of the ball. So the next one is pushed back to short cover, and there'll be no run.
It was Cameron Green who was running around the boundary there, and he actually slowed down. He thought he wasn't going to get to it, and then he realised that he should put a bit more effort in and sped up again. I think he might have been able to cut that off if he'd kept up the pace.
Yeah, laps of the track there for Cameron Green once this game's over.
Yes.
That is back of the length, and it's fielded by the short leg side fielder, and there'll be no run.
He does
probably just didn't want to go for a slide, right?
Yeah. It's a long way down for him.
Yeah, it's like, that's a really... Oh, I should get that. It's coming my way. That's a bit more leg-sidey by Root, and he will play the ball to deep square leg, where the aforementioned Mr. Green does the fielding and immediately missed. I thought he missed. So, Carey, though, with some telescopic arms. As we see some near misses of where Lyon has almost got that elusive 400th wicket. This is very much the case of the watched kettle never boiling, as in Milan is in, and that's beaten Milan's outside edge. A desperate cry from the wicket keeper. Lyon,
but no appeal from Lyon.
He looked skyward and rueful.
He's sort of resigned, isn't he? Mayank says, what's the bet now that Nathan Lyon doesn't get his 400th in the entire Ashes series?
Well, that'll be good. That'll be good for England. Really good for England.
Leah says the important question is this: would Australia be entitled to a super sub in case Lyon retires on the spot upon reaching 400?
I think that would be. I think that would be certainly generous and in keeping with all of the spirit and the laws of cricket to allow Lyon to retire immediately. Stark's going to continue. England just keeping the scoreboard ticking over just enough to stop any real pressure as Stark begins with a full-length delivery just outside off stump, and Root will drive that down to mid-on, and there'll be no run.
It feels like it's time for Stark to have a rest, actually. He's looking a little tired, and he often doesn't get much more than a 3-over spell at a time. So I think Cummins is coming back on. Maybe he's going to give Lyon another over, one more chance to get the 400th, and then maybe Cummins will come back on. I hope so.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gave Green a shot.
Oh, we'll just watch this ball, and then... I didn't know how far he was through his run. Stark in, past the umpire, and that is, again, right on the money, and Root will defend resolutely, and there'll be no run. It's interesting that, with this being Cummins' first test as captain, we're still trying to learn how he feels about rotations and switches and double switches and that sort of thing. But you would think there would be a certain degree of empathy from bowler to bowler about spells not being too long and knowing what combinations might work together.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
Only the 4 bowlers used so far, as we see that there is a little bit of obviously a drunk Brisbane Lion who's eluding the defence of the security and police, who's come onto the pitch in order to obviously make some deep-seated point about some sort of world affairs, and is currently
and true to form, the broadcasters are not showing us the the streaker, but they are showing us 30 or 40 security guards running around the ground in every single direction. It's almost like it's an invisible pitch invader and they don't know where he is.
Yeah. Can we have it? We should make a jingle. Can someone make a jingle of the song The Streak? That's why they call him The Streak. Boogity, boogity.
It's quite possible we do have a jingle, do we, for pitch invaders?
We've got a jingle for almost anything.
Yeah, we got the Benny Hill stuff. Is there too.
I often think about jingles now the way that I used to think about film noir detective novels. Those gumshoe detective things where people would self-comment, self-narrate.
Well, Channel 7's showing a completely different feed, but it also is pretending that there's nobody on the field. So Farong says, Lions stuck on 399 wickets since the amount of days that equals Bradman's highest score plus 3 days. So how many days? Sounds more interesting this way. Quiz for today, who was Lions' last wicket? Oh, and the puppy is back, and the lighting is good.
And the lighting
Get on
is
YouTube now.
The lighting is good, and Root's off drive is even better, beating a sprawling dive from mid-off. And that is another glorious, sumptuous shot, which goes for 4 runs. Jingle, 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 jingle.
Jingle, jingle, jingle. It wasn't a bad dive from head, though. That was a good...
It was the dive of someone who's gone, I've made 150. I don't have to reach this ball. No, but he had the good sense to continue sliding on his chest as he realised that the ball had beaten him. No, but it was a lovely drive. 131 for 2 was the score, as that is uppercut to a short ball that was, I think Root was going to leave that initially, and then, I thought he uppercut it, but it's been signalled as 4 byes. So an indication just of how short and quick. It whistled past the shoulder of Root. He looked to just ramp it over the wicket keeper. I think the wicket keeper kind of short arms it a little bit there. I think they could have stretched a little bit further.
I agree. I think that's a bit of a miss from Carey. Stark might be a bit annoyed about that, but it looks like the Brisbane streaker has been good for England and bad for the rhythm of Stark.
Let's see if Stark can put the idea of a naked man out of his mind, and that gives Root a chance to free arms. It goes behind square on the offside. Well, there is a fielder there on the boundary, and there'll be damage limited to a single. Stark's 50 is up, and there'll be just 1 ball left of this over for Carey to face. For Milan to face. He tips it over the crossbar there, but yeah. Feel like
streakers these days wear a lot more clothing than they used to. But now that you've said that, we can all just imagine that it was a naked person because we have no evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, imagine a naked person of your choosing. That's the beauty of streakers, as that is a short bouncer length delivery. Milan ducks and sways underneath it. He'll be on 41. Root's on 45. England 136 for 2. Jez.
So Leah's come back to us with her breakfast. I have a jet lag breakfast, black coffee and vape juice. Yeah, I know that one very well, Leah. That's what I started with this morning. Jay says, from the sublime to the whatever, love Batman, and now I'm looking up Cat's nose. Nay, bother, Jez. Manly tears, not many.
Yeah, I mean
manly tears. Sorry.
yeah. I'm glad we could help.
Jay says,
we're changing. I think we're changing over in a minute.
Help! Okay, I'm being replaced.
Oh, we're redundant. Okay, I shall move on and leave it to my replacement.
So that means I think I'm on ball by ball. So Lion is resuming here in his bowling. To Root, it's a dot. And who do we have joining us? I can't see. It's Forthy, right?
Yes, it is. Good afternoon, Kat. I have my Cocker Spaniel Toby next to me.
Oh, fantastic.
My dog Cosmo's
and Alan, you're still on, are you?
I'm still on. I disappeared to cough deeply, and now I'm back.
What's your specialty role in this session, Alan?
I am ball by ball.
Oh, you're ball by ball?
Yes, I am. Sorry, no, I'm social media.
Okay, I'm ball by ball then.
Yep,
And
sorry.
There's another ball. Root takes a single off this next Nathan Lyon delivery. It is not a wicket. I don't know why Cummins persisting with someone who cannot take their 400th wicket. It's the easiest one, isn't it, Forthy?
Yeah, it's slightly hilarious if you're English to see Nathan Lyon toiling away. But I think the logic sort of went out the window a while ago. It's not even as if he's got an attacking field. He's gone sort of super defensive. It's very odd.
Yeah. This next one, Milan's whipping it off his toes competently. It's going out through deep mid-wicket. It's going to go all the way to the boundary, and that's a beautiful 4 runs to Milan.
Look, it's a puzzler. I think they want him to get his 400th and get it out the way. But the longer this goes on, the more counterproductive it becomes. England are halfway there, trail by 137, 141 for 2.
Yes, I think we said we were hoping that they would get within 30, 20 runs maybe by the end of today. No loss, no further wickets lost, and that would be glorious as Lyon comes in again over the wicket. It's off the edge, squirting off the edge, out to backward point. And Lyon puts his head in his hands as he does every time he doesn't get a wicket.
Is that why he's lost his hair?
It's possible. We've got
Yeah. He wants to be bowling these balls to guys who have just come in, not to guys who have put together a 100 partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. Milan shoulders arms, and this next ball goes through to Carey, the keeper, and 1 ball to come from the Lyon over. Do you think that last over those byes that Carey missed, was that Carey not jumping high enough?
Yeah, I think he'd be a little disappointed.
Yeah. And the last ball, Milan guides this backward of point, and there's a man out there. So we don't have any more change to the score. 5 runs from that over, 141 for 2, trailing by 137. And we have someone on tweets. I've already forgotten who it is.
That is me. And if that's not a story of my life, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure what it is.
It's Al on tweets. What have we got?
There's no coming back from that. Jay Grover, if Alan grew a ginger beard, you think he'd look like a Votracker. I have got a ginger beard. Well, it's now more grey than ginger, but the effect is much the same. Jay Grover, Al being the Votracker, Alan Bennett would be mint. I'm not sure what that means. Janet Hopper, I have woken up for some reason and seem to be wide awake. Imagine my shock that England's still batting. Feels good. Glad you're with us. It's always nice to wake up with a complete start after oversleeping. Thank you for covering me for the first couple of minutes, Bear, and the rest of you.
You came back so fresh. I'm glad you had those extra couple of minutes of sleep.
Yeah, it was just like, no, I'll just lie here for 5 minutes. Because if I didn't have the camera on, drooling would have been so something that the people wouldn't have needed to see. But, Kat, there has been that change in the bowling that you wanted.
Yes, but it's not Pat Cummins coming in. It is Cameron Green. I think someone predicted that. Was that you, Al? You predicted Cameron Green would be back.
No. Credit where credit's due.
Who was it?
This is all Jez's doing.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Messi Jez, for bringing on Cameron Green. And let's see what he can do. And we have some reports in with a confirmation of who is hosting the 5th test in Australia, and it is Tasmania. Hobart will be the location.
That's pretty cool. I like that. I like the idea that it's being spread around and that no one's having to double up. I like that.
You can see Dan behind me booking tickets to Hobart as this next ball from Cameron Green, the first ball from Cameron Green to Root, and he leaves it alone. It goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get 2 in Melbourne, but it mustn't be greedy. And I'm glad it's going to Hobart.
So, Kat, for those of us who aren't too familiar with what Hobart's like, what's Hobart like?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's like a little English village. It's like York, except less history, as this next ball is a Yorker length ball from Green. It was glorious, and Root just driving that ball down to long off, I think, and no change to the score though.
Yeah, the Vikings didn't invade Hobart. Vikings didn't invade Hobart. It's beautiful, isn't it? No. Yeah, it's on a hill. It's similar to Auckland in some ways. If you love boats, then you'd love Hobart, wouldn't you?
Yeah, a lot of convict history there too, right?
Well, not that that'll play well in an Ashes.
Root's just dropping a ball in short and running for it. A quick single taken. And they're changing the strike order, turning over the strike nicely there. And 1 run to the score, 142 for 2.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar with Tasmania, it used to be a little bit of a joke, everyone's related to everyone else, and all of those kind of rural gags. But over the last 10 years, it's reinvented itself with a museum that's opened there, which is at the cutting edge of modern art. And it's really replaced itself on the map, the MoMA Museum. And suddenly everybody wants to be going to Tasmania.
There's a MoMA Museum in Brisbane. I've got friends in Brisbane, and it was amazing to walk around there. It's lovely. So
both of those museums are fabulous, but the one in Tasmania in Hobart is amazing.
Yeah,
Cameron Green is around the wicket to Milan, and he's getting a ball, I think, that hits his thumb. He shakes his hand and doesn't take a run. Comes out and does some gardening on the pitch.
I've got a sort of dim memory. I haven't got my stats in front of me. I don't think Knuckles down. We could look it up, of course, but there was a famous test match in which Justin Langford, Adam Gilchrist rescued a test match. Is that right, Kat? Against Pakistan about 20 years ago?
Before my time. Milan's on strike to Green, and this is a spectacular save from Carey as the ball spits off a length, and what a wonderful bit of wicket keeping there. That's the best we've seen this test.
Well, he more than made up for his earlier error, didn't he? That's fantastic.
Definitely saved 4 byes there. Did it come off his hip, actually? I'm not sure what it's hit on the way through.
It's just an ugly looking shot, isn't it? Because Milan's not really looking. He's got one hand off the bat. That's the type of fend that all it needs is a little glance off something, and it's an ugly looking dismissal. But yeah,
but he's not out, so that's good. And this next one again, short from Cameron Green, and Milan sways out of the way of it. Cameron Green's got a lot of green patches on his pants. Is that deliberate to match his name?
I was going to say all that glitters might be gold, but he's looking quite sweaty. all that glistens is Cameron Green.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes.
End of the over anyway. What have we got on the social media?
What have we got on social media? Jay Grover was talking about the Benny Hill theme to talk about the streaker. Leah, the literary genre is called hard boiled. Chandler Hammett, where we're talking about film noir. Messy Jez has retweeted a picture of the puppy using a YouTube picture. Let me just.
Can't wait to look at all of these later on once we're off shift. So we have Lyon coming in and bowling again. Another over to Lyon. I don't know why they're persisting. And this ball turned into the onside. No run.
What is the thinking here? Anyone got any thought? I mean, they have at least put a short leg in now, which they didn't have for most of the afternoon. It just seems to be trying to keep the runs down at 150.
Yeah, one slip in as well. As this next ball is just defended back down the pitch by Root.
Do you reckon it's just give him his 400th wicket and now every over is like going, go on. Go on.
Yeah, it's like one of those psychological things, too much invested to quit now.
Root's on 47 and he's trying to sweep a ball and completely missing straight through to Carey, almost edged it.
At nearly 90 kph, do we think that was the quicker ball? Or?
Yeah,
it was perilously close to off stump. I will say that. I wonder if Root should put away that sweep for a bit.
You're right. I think Kay completely mistimed that. It was a faster ball, and this next one's turning, and this time Root does get hold of it. And he's got all of it, and it's gone out into the boundary for 4 runs.
I want to give up this.
That's his 50.
Yeah, the minute I say you should put away the sweep, look what happens. I think Bear's returned from hibernation.
Yep. So well done, Joe Root. 51 from 80 deliveries, and that's England 146 for 2.
As the Queen celebrates in the crowd.
But whatever else happens, England haven't collapsed in a heap, so that's almost job done today. And we'll take it from here.
Yeah, nearly matching their score from the first innings now.
Zine comes in again, and forward defensive is Root this time. And Milan now, we're on 50 watch for Milan. He's already brought up his cow and ton. He's faced 100 deliveries, but he's on 45. He's at the non-strikers end, though. And Root is awaiting Lion, who's over the wicket. He's coming, using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball and dancing down the wicket on the drive, but it goes straight to a fielder and there's no run.
That's Root's 74th score over 50. And on 23 occasions, he's converted those into hundreds. So, Janet Hopper, England batting time. What a novel approach. Batting properly. Jay Grover, oh my word, that puppy is adorable. Also, Guerrilla Cricket jingles have utterly screwed my ability to remember lyrics. I just sing along with Guerrilla Cricket. Jay Grover then goes, 40, we meet again. My old nemesis. Mark tweeted a picture of, I'm assuming his cat. Lalawatu is completely unimpressed with this dog talk. Janet Hopper, it is as if Australia have caught whatever has been wrong with England. Good to know that it's not just us. Farong congratulates Roots on 1,500 runs in a calendar year. Only one batter has achieved this feat twice. Who is he? Bonus point or gold star if you can name the years.
What, English cricketer? It's Michael Vaughan, if it's English, I think. Is that the question?
No, I think this is the most runs by an Englishman in the calendar year.
I think that's Vaughan, isn't it? 2000 and that Australian tour 20 years ago, 2002.
I'm not sure if that was like 1480 or something like that, but I don't know.
I'm sure it will be revealed.
I'm sure it will be revealed. We'll let Farong be in charge of revealing answers.
But we'll let Cameron Green come in and bowl another over, I think, first. And this ball, Milan's getting a single, moves him to 46. Just the one run off Cameron Green's first over. So it was a pretty good start, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Yeah, it's very good. He's a big lad, that goes without saying. He's about 6'7", Cameron Green, but he's chunky with it. He's not like lanky like Tony Gregg used to be. He's a big unit at 6'7".
Yeah.
Kind of in that Kyle Jameson chunky, tall mould.
Same mould, exactly correct, yeah. Something in the Australian waters, you just don't get characters like that in England. It's the diet, I think.
So Cameron Green coming in again over the wicket, a little bit of swing in the air, and it's a very straight drive from Root. Pat Cummins is down there at mid-on, and he runs around to collect it. They get a single.
We're looking for Cameron Green to get his second Test wicket and Nathan Lyon to get his 400th. So we're looking for one bowler here to double his Test aggregate and another to get to the magical 400 at the moment.
Yes, well, we don't want this to happen till day 4, correct?
Or 5.
Disappointed disappointed in the captaincy of Pat Cummins in so much as that he's not wearing 2 hats.
Yes. Cameron Green decides it's time for a short ball. And this next one is pulled by Milan, and I think he's taken it. He's sent it straight to a fielder. So no run there. England are trailing by 130 runs, and you are with Al Hotchkiss and Ian Forthy. And we have Batman in the background barking, and I'm Kat Jones. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope you're encouraged by this scoreline if you're tuning in from England, as Cameron Green decides to go around the wicket. And Milan can't make contact, straight through to Gary.
Yeah, this looks like a deliberate strategy from Green. Going to bowl into the ribs coming across him, and they've actually posted a leg slip. So they're trying to get him out the same way they got Hamid out earlier in the day, to deliberately to try and get a little flick down the leg side.
Just a quick question to the bear. Is it Gary who's much in favour of a leg slip and you're in charge of a short mid-wicket? Is that... Is that how it works? Yeah. Thumbs up from the bear there.
So we have a fuller length delivery this time from Cameron Green. It's in line with the stumps, possibly. It's wrapping Milan on the pads. Cummins is having a look at it. The DRS timer is ticking. What do you think?
I think it's
missing a leg.
Yeah.
It's and probably too high as well on this pitch.
Going
Apart
over.
from that, looks good.
There's at least 3 criteria upon which it will not hit the stumps.
Yeah, Pat Cummins had already avoided eye contact.
It's good work.
Good captaincy.
And another short ball from Green, and Milan doesn't want any piece of it. That's the end of the over. Just a couple of runs from it. A good over from Green, and England are 148 for 2.
Good boy.
Socials.
Yeah, good boy. Ponting says Ponting in 2003 and 2005. That might be the answer to our 1500 runs in a calendar year.
Can't remember the question. Can you remember the question now?
1500
or more, is it?
1500 or more in a calendar year twice.
Ah, yes.
Okay.
Morgan, how about Swing Low Sweet Chariot for a streaker's jingle? Good morning from Windhoek. Good morning to you, sir. My computer keeps on adjusting where I am in my Twitter read. Damn you!
That's so annoying.
Damn you! You're right, Forthy. The Vikings didn't invade Hogart, says Leah. The English did.
Correct, they did. Yes.
Yeah, you're welcome. That'll be us. I haven't got time for another one, I think, before we Lion starts.
No, we have Lion coming back. Figures are none for 48. He's bowled 17 overs. Root's working with the spin and sending a ball out to square leg. And they get a single. And I think now what Cummins has decided is, Lion, you are bowling continuously until you get the wicket. You are not coming off. That is it. You can bowl every second over forever.
Yeah, he's like a club captain that's got a strategy and refuses to deviate from it.
Yeah.
I think perhaps a more experienced captain might not be taking this strategy, it's fair to say.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a change of field now for Milan. And so I think the third man's come up to a short third man position. Milan's on 46. And we also have a silly mid-off, and this ball's driven out into the offside, and there's no run take. Oh no, they did take a single there.
No, they took it without the misfield, didn't they, Forty? Sorry, stop everything.
They did. No problem at all. No, there's the old Mike Tyson quote, isn't there? Everyone's got a strategy till they get smacked in the face. And I think Pat Cummins' strategy of bowling Lion has been smacked in the face and perhaps should cease around now. But we'll take it as England.
Yeah.
150.
So Root's on strike. England have brought up the 150 for the loss of only 2 wickets. We have a leg slip and a conventional slip as Root sends a ball out to cover point. Harris is fielding out there, and there's no run.
I suppose trying to think logically, they don't want to exhaust their bowlers on a flat pitch with 4 more tests to come, but that's one part of the strategy I could see.
Well, a strategy would work if Lion got a bunch of wickets. That would certainly refresh the bowlers as this next one's pushed into the offside.
Good Aussie common sense. Well said, Kat. That was by far a superior strategy.
And Lion's brought up his half century as well. It's none for 50 for Lion. He's round the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Root and getting some applause and some nice garries there from Carey and from the slips cordon. Actually, there's only one slip.
My son was in a call centre once and got a call from Nathan Lyon. He was very tempted to call him Gary on the phone.
Really? We need more of this anecdote, but not just yet, because Lyon's bowling the last bowl of the over. He cannot get a wicket with it. It's a straight bat offered by Root to keep the ball out. It was hitting middle stump, but Root has defended it, and the score 150 for 2 at the end of the 48th over.
I'm going to read out some comments off YouTube. Andrew Stevenson, thank God you're back. We were getting bored with these Aussies on commentary. Don't do it again, please. They're so cocky. Sheldon Film Productions. Every Australia bowl feels like a wicket. Maybe I'm so far into my England fandom that I always think the worst. Joe Root makes me think I want to be a better batsman. Rick says, I have a British Bulldog German Shepherd cross called Bayo because Bayo woofs. I'm rooting for Lion to get his 400th run given up this innings, that is. And Sheldon Film Production says, was the streaker Mitchell Johnson by chance?
I think that's just your personal fantasy. I don't know that it really occurred.
We said to project who you wanted that naked body to be. And, there are questions, more questions than answers there with the Mitchell Johnson comment, I'm afraid.
1970s are a different country. I think the streak got to number 1 from memory. As Ray Stevens, I think.
We definitely can we have that as a jingle, Bear?
mate, he gives the too high symbol.
Yeah, I think that's indifferent.
So Milan is looking for his 50. He's on 47. He's facing Cameron Green. He's coming in for his third over, and he's pushing a ball to mid-off, no run.
But Milan's task is actually going to be, if he gets to his 50, and we all hope he does, for English, to convert. He's got 7 Test match 50s, but only 1 Test match 100, which he got in Perth on the last tour. So that's his homework.
Plenty of time for him to get to his 50 today. As Cameron Green again around the wicket to Milan, who's defensive, and no further change to the score.
If Milan is going to properly secure himself in his number 3, what do you think he has to do throughout the Ashes? I mean, what does good look like from Milan's point of view for through the series? A couple of 50s, maybe a century, maybe.
I think you always want a century, don't you? Third ball of the over. It's into the body of Milan, and again just defensively into the onside, no run.
He's 34, isn't he, Al? And at 34, your time's running out. If he gets dropped next time, it'll almost certainly be for good. So he's going to have to really pile up some runs in this series.
Just laughing at Batman's desperate attempts to be able to clutch whatever it is that Cat's toying with him like a supervillain.
It's my hair tie. He's very fond of them. So Cameron Green bowling well for Australia so far, and he comes in again. This one's left alone by Milan and angles across. Carey competently takes it in front of the leg slip position.
It's quite sad actually looking at your puppy there, Kat, in some ways, because I've got a 10-year-old Cocker Spaniel next to me. All the energy got sapped out of him years ago. He's just been lying. He's lying, barely moving all afternoon, which is quite nice in some ways as well. It's quite relaxing.
Yeah. Dan just said we'll swap as Cameron Green comes in again. Another dot ball, so straight through to the keeper, and I think that Milan is not tempted to have a go at Cameron Green. He's bowling well.
Messi Jez has made the point. That's what we said last time Milan was dropped 40. Yeah, some people, it's a bit like the Terminator, isn't it? You just cannot actually, you put them down and they keep coming back. Johnny Bairstow's another.
Bairstow could be in this series somewhere. And Root's cutting this next ball. It's going backward a point and heading out towards the boundary, but Richardson's out there and he's going to bring it in just inside the rope. They've run 3, so a little bit of a blip at the end of that Cameron Green over. 3 runs from it in total, all from the last delivery in England. 153 for 2.
Milan's got his 50.
That's Milan's 50. Congratulations to him.
And you know that can't be bad. Gets 50, and you know you should be glad.
John Alford says breakfast in Madrid this morning is toast dribbled with olive oil, covered with very finely chopped tomato and sprinkled with a pinch of salt, and a coffee. Oh yeah, that sounds amazing. Peter Jones, my eyes are dim, I cannot see, I have not bought my stats with me. Oh, there's a break in the action, that's good. Jay Grover, I am so pleased for no rational reason about Hobart. I also I watch too many horror movies and forgot what Dan looked like. When I switched onto YouTube, I see a picture and then I nearly dacked my send. There's a man on the sofa. Oh yeah, it makes total sense. Mark says I blame the Dutch for pointing it out to them. I think that's about Hobart. Janet Hopper, it seems to be this thinking is let's make a game of it. Cummings is allowing us to hope so that they can destroy that hope tomorrow. Vaughan says Leah was 1481 runs in a calendar year if memory serves.
Oh, it's Labuschagne time.
Ooh, we need a new jingle. We've got a new bowler coming on. It's Labuschagne. This is glorious news.
He keeps floating on a night beam with an average that is obscene.
His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not as lavishing. It's not as lavishing.
I am laughing because his first ball from Labuschagne's absolute filth. It's a filthy half tracker and it is spanked all the way to the boundary. What a shocking ball.
That's absolute buffet bowling. That's disgusting.
I don't like.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It almost took the head off Cummins too, as Labuschagne comes in again and tries the same trick. This time, though, it doesn't get quite to the boundary, but they do run a single.
Yeah, this is dangerous bowling, dangerous to Australian fielders.
It is, but someone's going to catch one of those, right?
Yeah, well, Cummings nearly caught it in his forehead. Jez says, how pissed off is Lyon going to be when Labuschagne takes a wicket with a half tracker?
Yeah, that's for sure. And of course it'll happen. Partnership's 97.
Cummins needs to move to a safer position if that's what Labuschagne's going to be bowling.
Yeah, all out to the boundary, boys. All out to the boundary.
Yeah, I think everyone is now on the rope for Labuschagne, except we do have a slip in, and that's an interesting delivery, turning very sharply to the offside, and Root is facing up, but that was a dot.
Almost a wide, to be fair.
Yes. The partnership now is 97, and we're getting another little bit of turn, a little bit of leg spin there from Labuschagne. So he's warming up a little. The last two balls were better, weren't they?
Like all part-time bowlers, they look very enthusiastic.
What you want me to bowl?
However, now Root's got the measure of that, and he can see where the ball is going. But it is going to backward point and no run. You said they did run through for a single there.
Cummins was so alarmed at the prospect of the ball coming his way again, he misfielded it and let it go through his legs.
Jumped out the way of it.
What's going to happen now? We've got the left-handed Milan on strike, and he just defends the ball. It goes out to mid-on, and there's no run off that last ball. 6 from the first Labuschagne over, and 50 overs up, 159 for 2 England.
Let me see. Messages retweet some work by Jeff Lemon Sports to talk about Root's milestones of calendar years. Farong is giving out gold stars for people who correctly identified ponting, and years for the 1500 runs in a calendar year. Question. Jay Grover, Poppy plus Dan, double plus Adorbs. Farong, which
Dan's more adorable than the puppy, right?
I was going to say that's time dependent, right? There's times where that's going to be right.
Now it's almost time for a change in commentary, but looks like I'm doing this next over. It's Cameron Green again, because Cameron Green is doing well, and this next ball's just defended away by Joe Root, who's on 54.
We're going to be joined by Gary Nate.
I'm trying to think of the history of unlikely removals in Ashes cricket. My mind went back to Ricky Ponting, who's come up again, getting Michael Vaughan out in the 05 Ashes. I don't know if you remember that one.
Surely equal first is every wicket by Steve Waugh.
That's true enough.
Cameron Green bowling a straightish ball to Joe Root, who's sending the ball to mid-on, no run. The puppy has taken my hair tie and he just gave it back to me and it's drenched.
Yeah.
That's going in the washing machine, puppy.
If you're not careful, puppy, you're going to go in the... No, sorry, that's we can't say that live on it.
No cruelty to animals live on air, or you might be prosecuted.
True enough.
So we're trailing only by 119 as Cameron Green bowls. He's actually quite quick. He's bowling at 135 kilometres an hour, and Joe Root defends the ball, awkwardly defends it back down the pitch.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery how he managed to get through 4 Test matches and not take any wickets at all. He's a perfectly decent bowler who can give you, that I don't know, 10 overs max, just to kind of see you through if you've only got 4 frontline bowlers as your 5th option.
And he probably feels a bit of pressure. He didn't do very much with the bat, but that is an excellent bouncer, the next ball from Green to Root, and Carey has to jump high into the air to stop that from going for byes.
That was a nice bit of English understatement there, Kat. You're quite right. He didn't do much with the bat. He didn't hit the ball with his bat. He just let it hit the stumps, the only ball he faced.
Yes, embarrassing. Awful when that happens. Worse when it happens to an opener, though, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, yes.
What did you do with my hair tie, Batman? You've swallowed it, I think. As Cameron Green bowls again to Root, another defended ball. 4 dots so far from this over.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure being applied by Green, but the worry is that all it's going to take is another half tracker by Labuschagne, and it's all going to be for nothing.
Labuschagne's not getting another over. Cummins is warming up. I almost guarantee Cummins is bowling the next one. Anyway, we have Joe Root on strike. We have 1 ball to come in the Green over. And it's Joe Root offering a very straight bat. He holds the pose beautifully. And that's the end of the Cameron Green over. 150. It was a maiden. Beautiful over from Cameron Green. 159 is the score. And I think we're doing a switcheroony if there's people ready to go.
I think there is. Fourthie, I'll get you into position with some tweets here.
Thank you.
Mog culture. We have culture. Everywhere else is shit, I tell you. Mog Marnus onto bowl. Get the shit. Gets wickets ready. Jingle ready. Jay Grover. I don't think I've ever seen Labuschagne bowl. What's he like? Bit of evidence now to talk about that. Peter Jones. Loose bus change, but we'll still end up with better figures than Leach. Ravi Nair has pictured a cat picture. Jay Grover, now that I've realised that Dan is not the Revenant, it follows that he's definitely double plus a daub. So, Garrett, it's all in your hands.
Yes, as Marnus Labuschagne is continuing, and he's punched to mid-on, who is, I think, Patrick Cummins, and he's quite deep, so they take an easy single. England are pleasing 160 for 2. Joe Root on 54 on strike. Dawid Malan, having cashed in on some dubious bowling from Labuschagne, has gone to 56. I very much enjoyed the last half hour of commentary from the team, as this ball is just pushed through a gap in the covers to the man sweeping, and England will milk another easy single. I was very taken by Kat's request that Patrick Cummins field somewhere safe to the bowling of Marnus Labuschagne, and I thought that position might be Hobart.
Well, as long as he's not bowling in Hobart, then he might have to come back to Brisbane.
Indeed, and this is down the leg side. There's an enormous appeal from Labuschagne, who's never knowingly undersold in any of his communications, and he's asking here, what do you think, Skip? What do you think, Skip? And Skipper says it pitched about a yard outside leg stump, Marnus, and somewhat crestfallen. He does crestfallen very well as well, does Labuschagne. He goes back to his mark.
Yeah, I think it was pitching in line, but it's definitely missing leg. Yeah, it was missing leg there.
Labuschagne again. Leg breaks from around the wicket, and Malan pads up. It's always a little dangerous for the left-hander to pad up to the leg break bowler. And Labuschagne, he reminds me of one of those. There used to be a kind of set of facial expressions that you would get in silent movies, where they would show things like disdain or fear or something like this, and they were always very over-exaggerated. And Marnus Labuschagne very much has that about his person, as the next ball is just punched up to mid-wicket. A perfectly normal over. He's gone through the entire gamut of emotions from A to Z.
Isn't there a form of Italian theatre where there's certain set there's certain set roles? I remember watching an episode of Inside Number 9 about that as a basis.
You're talking about the Commedia dell'arte.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes, as a single is taken to mid-off, and Milan goes to 57. England 162 for 2 overs from Labuschagne. He's gone 0 for 9, but excellent entertainment value. Your tweets?
Just one in at the moment. Mark Zip reports suggests Snicko is missing because they couldn't get a replacement across the closed state borders. Does this mean that there are no shipping services between states? Couldn't they just put it in the mail, or UPS, or DHL, or FedEx, WTF, which I think is not a shipping service. It's Mark Zip's conclusion on that bit of sort of rank amateurism.
Yes, it does seem somewhat strange that whilst one can understand people not crossing state borders, although this deep into the pandemic you'd think there'd be some way of ameliorating that. The fact that they can't get equipment from on one of these roads that we sometimes see, that I remember seeing in the first Mad Max film, these great long straight roads with their trains of lorries.
Maybe where we're going, Gary, we don't need roads.
Well,
what about Australian ingenuity? Just get a camera from your local shop and stick it facing the line.
It's a young can-do country, we thought, as Patrick Cummins, a young can-do captain, is around the wicket, very full, and Milan has no timing, but nevertheless he gets a run wide of mid-off. Now, if this were England batting, I'd be saying something like, the game is just drifting here. If this were England bowling, I'd be saying the game is just drifting here. The captain needs to do something because the batsmen are very much on top. I can't see how they're supposed to be getting a wicket here, and the batting is just sort of milking the bowling as it pleases. I suppose when you've got a lead of 200 and odd from first innings, you do have that luxury. But any ideas how Australia are trying to get a wicket here, guys?
I'll let you comment.
Yeah, this ball is punched back to Cummins. No run.
So you go out.
Go on.
I was going to say that certainly I think Cummins has been a little experimental in terms of some permutations and combinations, but I think that's been gearing himself and the bowling up for maybe one big effort in with the remainder of this session. But I think you have to take into condition that maybe Brisbane is reverting a little bit to type, that it's a decent batting track, and maybe we're going to have to be patient here.
Cummins is in, and Root just nurdles that off the legs, goes to the vacant leg slip area, and they jog an easy single. Whether that will be given as leg buys, I think it has been given as leg buys. England 163 for 2. Yeah, fourthly. Why no phalanx of slips? Why no short leg here? I mean, it's an enormous lead still.
It's a mystery to me, Gary. It really is, and I cannot for the life of me fathom why Lyon was given all those overs. Not only given all those overs, but with no close men around the bat, with the exception of one slip. I think Cummins has hit his first barrier, his first challenging day, and he's not really met the challenge today.
Unless sometimes I wonder if it's to get the over rate up. As this is punched, but he does pick out Travis Head, man of the moment, at mid-off. And for once, there's no run, because England have missed the field pretty regularly in the last couple of overs, but they hit it then. England 164 for 2.
Yeah, look, whisper it, but we're only England only 114 runs behind here, with two batsmen who've got their eye in. So let's see what we get.
Yeah, well, they say Brisbane, the best day for batting is day 3, bleeding into day 4. And Cummins is in, it's down the leg side, and that's a good take by Alex Carey. We've already seen one dismissal at leg slip. I'm really surprised they haven't got one in, particularly at this time of day. Bowlers are getting a little tired. There's going to be the odd leg side delivery, and batsmen seem incapable of resisting the urge to leg glance, and leg slip's always in the game with a leg glance.
Yeah. All around the world, people are filling in their Gary Bingo card.
Yeah, absolutely. I got over rate and leg slip in the same delivery then. That's pretty impressive. As this ball is punched beautifully by Malan. He looks an absolute class player when he gets that full ball. and with just this lazy swing of the bat, a kind of Fred Couples like arc, and the ball goes to the extra cover boundary. What a beauty!
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's all time in that, Gary, isn't it? It's not try to hit the ball too hard.
Just waited for it, played it under his eyes, but he looks such a classy player. I remember when he was 20, seeing him make 100 in a 2020 game against Lancashire at the Oval when he was playing for Middlesex. There was a test match on at Lords, so the quarter-final of the T20 was moved across the river, and Milan just looked $1 million as I think he was either 19 or 20 off a all international Lancashire attack, and he played lots of shots like that in that innings. Inexplicably, Labuschagne is on to continue his silent movie antics as Root gets a short one, could hit it anywhere, but decides just to push it to Travis Head at deep cover, and they walk an easy single. England now 169 for 2.
What was the name of that mustachioed villain in Laurel and Hardy, black and white? So I'm trying to remember.
This ball is pushed back to Marnus, and there is no run. Will something? Was it Will? Or
it was Will something, I think.
Yeah.
If
social
his
media
was
will help us
actually
out.
something, I would be staggered.
Marnus is in again. It's very full, and Milan waits for that. Seemed to hang in the air a little, and he's invited to take the easiest possible single to long on, and does so. So Labuschagne being milked mercilessly. England now 170 for 2. So he's in again as Marnus, and this is punched by a route through the vacant extra cover. Head fields again. Left arm return to Alex Carey. This is easy runs here, isn't it?
It just strikes me again that Labuschagne, we thought Labuschagne might have been a 1-over solution, that maybe give yourself an extra over, get yourself warmed up, boys. But quite how many overs you give him is always an interesting sidebar.
This ball's down the leg side and just tucked off the pads, the vacant square leg, and they're through for another single. Yeah, it's the kind of spell that you get on a Sunday for the bloke who paid his subs first, And
That's right.
If they paid the subs first in early April, you think, I'll just give them a couple of overs on a Sunday. But Labuschagne's in again, and this is wide off stump, and I mean, Root just disdainfully slaps that ball to extra cover, and they really should be taking 2 there, but did they take 2? I don't think they did, no. He goes to 58. Milan has 64. England have 173 for 2, and we have your tweets.
Yes, Leah. Yeah, Labuschagne is no Buster Keaton, that's for sure. Ferron, keep on going, Root and Milan, 100 partnership. Is this a cunning plan to get England within 10 runs of Australia's score and lose by an innings, just like the mighty Tigers of Bangladesh? Jay Grover asks, right, who the fuck let the Evertonian Colonel curtsy? I seem to be nurturing an irrational hatred of Labuschagne. I do like the idea of the QE2 going across the Nulla ball as a sop to Al. Doc Brown is the captain. Okay. Nuna, it's a massive if, but if we can get through the first couple of spells from Cummins and Hazelwood relatively unscathed, the rest of this Aussie attack can be got at. It's a big if, that's for sure.
I'm just thinking of previous conversation about shipping the Snicko, whether one route would be sort of up the Murray River or something like that into the heart of darkness to get it from one state to the other to be able to provide the technology. And Milan, or rather Root, rocks back and just allows the ball onto the bat, and it goes backward of point, but in the John T. Rhodes position it is fielded, and there is no run.
I think that a remake. I was going to say a remaking of Fitzgeraldo set on the Nulla ball plane is what the world's been waiting for.
So, Mr. Herzog or Herr Herzog, there is your challenge. He's never knowingly shirked one, as he is as Werner Herzog. So there you go. As this ball is past the outside edge, and Marnus gives it his silent movie look for surprise at first slip. Nobody else was bothered. Yes, I mean we need to cast perhaps Fitzcarraldo from the current players. You know, who's going to be in the Klaus Kinski part? Who is the obsessive? Is that going to be Stephen Smith? I think that it would have to be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be Stephen Smith. I mean, I was going to say Matthew Wade, but he's not playing. He's got the kind of wild-eyed craziness about him.
Yeah. I think Cummins is in again, and this is defended by Root. I think the Claudia Cardinale, I think she was in it as well. I think that part may be a little harder to cast.
There's probably someone on the support staff we could get promoted.
Well,
I'm not. Knuckle could probably tell us.
At least Perry, surely Mrs. Mitchell-Stark should be able to.
Very good. Yeah.
Be able to play that part.
Whether she looked quite so good with the parasol, I'm not so sure. But still,
better than Mitchell-Stark would do anyway.
Yeah,
let's say that.
Yeah, I'll give you that. As this ball is punched and through extra cover, and there's a long chase with great enthusiasm. Is that
it's Travis Head, I think.
It's Travis Head again. He's the man of the moment, and I'm sure they're through for 3. Pat Cummins taking a pretty scrappy return there. That's okay, isn't it? Elisa, it's not Elisa Perry who's Mrs. Mitchell-Stark, isn't it? Healy, isn't it?
No, Healy. Sorry, my mistake.
Is it Alisa Healy? I'm not
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You see, this is where your superior knowledge of films. Once I get past Herzog, Cardinale, and Klaus Kinski, my knowledge of the deep cast of Fitzcarraldo rather falls apart, I'm afraid.
Well, mine does too. It's somewhat distant in the past there, but you know, maybe you could do it for the Sydney test, because of course Sydney has its opera house, which at the time seemed as unlikely as one up the Amazon, but since then has become, of course, an absolute landmark of Australia. And I heard you earlier talking about the museum at Tasmania, so yes, I think the cultural tourism to Australia is something that once the pandemic is over, we should consider more fully.
Well, I wasn't going to ask you about Fitzcarraldo. I was going to ask you about what your thoughts were about your reflections about Sondheim after his passing. But
well, yes, indeed. I'm off to see West Side Story this afternoon, 1:30 at Curzon Mayfair.
I've got high hopes for that movie.
I have as well. A trailer is just fantastic. As Milan on 64 gets a short one from Cummins round the wicket, and he slaps it down to the man at long leg, who doesn't move a muscle but picks the ball up and returns it. England 177 for 2. Well, I'm a huge fan of Sondheim. I mean, it's not a tragedy when someone who's 91 years old leaves us. It's a joy that he was with us for those 91 years, and what a fantastic legacy he leaves. When we were in lockdown a year or so ago, I wrote a piece at Broadway World about the 5 shows I wanted to see when we were allowed out, one of which was A Little Night Music, and I did go to Leeds in the summer, as this ball is very full, and Root taps and goes to the left hand of extra cover, and you can pick up a very handy 279 for 2. And I saw Opera North did a version of A Little Night Music. It's often done by opera companies, and it was just fantastic. I think West Side Story is my favourite of the Sondheims, but certainly joint second is A Little Night Music and Sweeney Todd.
The thing I always find interesting about remakes is that if there's a flaw with the movie, and with West Side Story you could say that the flaw is towards the end. That sometimes what you do is you persecute the remake for not solving the original problems of the movie, if that makes sense.
Well, Spielberg has called it a reimagining, I think, rather than a remake. Yeah. And from the trailer, there's obviously some instances of homage, not least in the casting of Rita Moreno, who I think is 90 years old and still looks $1 million as dancers often do. And of course, the original story is closely based on Romeo and Juliet, so it's constantly sort of looking back. But I'm just hoping, I really hope, because my ears aren't great, I really hope that they have the sound up loud in the cinema. The Curzon Mayfair is a beautiful Art Deco 1920s cinema with an enormous screen and a great bowl of an auditorium. So it's the right place to see it, and I just hope it's loud enough.
One inheritor of Stephen Sondheim tradition is Stephen Merritt of the band The Magnetic Fields. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but
I'm not, I'm afraid.
His album from 20 years ago, 69 love songs, a lot of them, very much in the Stephen Sondheim tradition. He would see him as his sort of main influence, I think. No, recommend that album, and much else that the Magnetic Fields have done over the years to everyone.
Well, I shall look them up. Fourthly, where do you stand on the traditional sort of criticisms of Stephen Sondheim? Is that you can't whistle any of his tunes, and secondly, all those internal rhymes and double rhymes and triple rhymes are all a bit sort of smart-arsey and showy. I quite like both facts, actually. The fact that A Little Night Music is all written in 3/4 time, it's waltzes, which make them very difficult to sing and impossible to sing along to, gives it a kind of unique flavour, and I think a lot of Sondheim's music has that. But also, I love all those internal rhymes and alliteration and assonance and everything else, but some people think it's just a little too showy.
A little too arch. I'm not an expert on Sondheim and never pretend to be, but those two criteria you set down there would make me a fan rather than a detractor of Sondheim. I like intellectual cleverness when it comes to song lyrics, always have. I was watching the Sparks film last night, which is intellectually very, very clever, but I love all that stuff. I love that tradition of wordplay and all of those things, which is actually more embedded in the American tradition than the English one, funny enough. Al, where do you stand on Sondheim? Do you have a thought?
Musical theatre is a really important part of our family. Where my wife sings, and I think what was beautiful was that there was an awful lot of recognition about just how important it'd been in almost every career in that sort of genre. I think he was the Shakespeare of musical theatre.
Yes, I think that's a very big statement, but I think it's fair when you line up the contenders for that position. I think he's head and shoulders over them, and of course it helps that one of the main contenders two of the main contenders for that role. One was his mentor in Oscar Hammerstein, and the other, of course, was his first collaborator in Lenny Bernstein. Now, there is a Bernstein biopic in the works, as I understand it. Bradley Cooper is going to play Lenny Bernstein, and I've read a biography of Bernstein, and if it gets anywhere near the amount of drama and colour of that biography, then we're in for a fine movie next year with a biopic of Bernstein. But I'm going to go. I'll be reviewing it at Broadway World tomorrow, and I'll probably be going to see it a second time next week if it's half as good as it looks.
Sounds good.
Side story. Yeah.
Well, we've been indulging ourselves in that because there's been a bit of a drinks break.
Yeah.
There's 20 overs left in the day, and the gap is now less than 100, and Nathan Lyon's back in the attack.
Yes, so I think the Australians will have pressed the reset button there in that Sondheim intermezzo, one might say. And we're back on. Milan has 65, Root has 63. England's deficit is 99, and Lyon won't be very happy with that, because just when you want to keep the pressure up, he drifts down leg side, and that will either be a couple of runs or it will be a couple of leg buys. We're just waiting for the signal. I think it's buys or leg buys. It's extras anyway. So Alex Carey missed that. I mean, he's been a little scrappy behind stumps, what I've seen of Carey. Is that fair?
He's had a couple of great takes and a couple of horrible misses.
As Lyon is very full there to Milan, and I think before the drinks break, Milan would have slapped that down the ground for a single, but he wisely is getting his feet moving again and just pushes it back to Nathan Lyon, still searching for that 400th wicket.
I think they've missed the reset button and hit the repeat button by mistake. I cannot believe that Nathan Lyon is still toiling away into his 19th over wicketless. There's got to be other solutions.
And Milan gives it the broad bat, and it goes back to Lyon. Yeah, I mean, the new ball is not going to be today, is it? I don't think there's any chance of a new ball tonight, as Milan comes down the track this time. But he does what very few sort of England batsmen have done over the years, which is come down the track and then defend. Michael Clarke and Ricky Ponting were very good at just coming down the track and defending, but somehow when England batsmen leave the crease, they feel obliged usually to play a big shot, and you don't need to. You just need to, just play the right shot for the ball. As Lyon is in again, wide on the crease round the wicket, and Milan pushes that to Pat Cummins, I think, who's in close enough at short extra to save one. So it's a better over after that that first ball drifted down the leg side. And Milan looks up again, and he goes back and cuts, and that ball was not there for the cut. And there's a sort of hopeful appeal for a bottom edge through to the keeper, but perhaps it was the dot balls before that led to the injudicious shot, because that was not the shot for that ball from Milan. And well passed over the bat, but little lack of patience there.
Very much so. I better get on to some tweets because we're a little behind now. Leah, England being only 2 down is ruining my Gary bingo by denying me the value of a good number 8 space. Jay, as getting something over a mountain is the central conceit of Fitzcarraldo, setting it in the nullarbor is getting proper fucking Beckett. Farong, just need to work on my coming plan to sync GC via hot mic to the mosque across the road. The imam is trying to do Cat Stevens' version of reading prayers. Indonesian imams have better melodic presentation. Jay, Sondheim death is gutting because he voted for Team America World Police in the Oscars and sent Trey Parker a message asking to collaborate. That would have been mint.
As this is just nurdled to the left hand of backward point, who is Nathan Lyon, and Root, as he does, he picks up so many singles just in that by squeezing the ball off the outer part of the bat. He goes to 64. Milan 65. It's one of those curious things in big partnerships. This isn't yet a big partnership, but it's certainly a handy partnership. It's amazing how often the batsmen stay within a run or two of each other, isn't it? You often get 2 batsmen making their centuries sort of within an over or 2 of each other, even though they've been together for 4 or so hours. And as is the case here, Root has his 64 from 109, Milan has his 65 from 143. But their step in time, to continue the musical theatre analogies, as Milan rocks back and helps himself to an easy single into the offside, and Cummins, the bowler, needs to be better supported by Cummins, the captain, by having a short extra in there.
The way that run was taken is probably indicative of the point you're trying to make there, which is that there is their willingness to take quick singles to keep the scoreboard ticking over is what's allowing them to share the load.
Yes, as that lifts from just short of a length, and Root was put on his knees there by the delivery. I don't know if it hit him on the shoulder or something, but Cummins asked after his well-being, and Root gave him a nod, I'm okay. We're just seeing the replay here. It wasn't much short of a length. That really got up, and it was well played by Root in the end, who rode it, and it hit him on the glove, I think, about head high. And yes, it was a nod from Root, I think, as an inquiry from Cummins as to his well-being, but also a nod from for getting the ball so high as the next ball is defended. And if England can get, and this is the realm of fantasy, if England can get 150 or so ahead, when you see a ball like that, you think, nice.
Well, never say never.
Yeah,
that's down to single digits, and there's only 2 wickets down. Let's just take it from here and see what comes.
Yeah. Indeed, and speaking of taking it from here, we're due a change on commentary at the end of this over. I think I'm going to summarise it. I'm not sure who's doing ball by ball, but here is Cummins, and that's not really that short, but Root, who's seeing it like a football, is able to swivel, pull it down to long leg and get yet another single. He goes to 65, one short of his number.
You're going to be joined by the bear, and Mr. Jess is going to be on social media.
Super. Yes, I get the feeling the bear is not the fan of musical theatre that the three of us are. So I think the Sondheim and other references are going to go. Yeah. There's the bear giving it the signal of dead ball when it comes to musical theatre. As round the wicket comes Milan. This one gets up, and it's sort of swivel pulled again by Milan, and there's a sprawling stop there at backward square leg by who is that?
I think that
is that.
I'm not into. I think it might be a substitute fielder, but I think he nearly got undone by the spin there. He did well there because it's bounced just in front of him. I think. Yeah,
he did well.
Yeah, he did do well. He has a very pristine baggy green on, which suggests he is a fielder rather than a grizzled veteran of the Australian squad.
I'll see you for extras if you need them. Yep.
Al, just quickly, you're taking over on socials. Is that right?
I am.
Oh, sorry, Messi. First one up is Jay Grover from 8 minutes ago on West Side Story, and
that's what I
gets
thought.
me greeting 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an uncontrolled shot that by Milan. It was Marcus Harris who was the fielder, and he did go for the catch. I mean, it wasn't a chance, but in the context of what we've seen in the last hour, it was a minor victory for the Australians, and I'll hand over.
Lyon is coming over the wicket to Joe Root, who clips that out to the wicket, and there's no run. No, I'm not a big fan of musicals in general. Gary?
I'm here representing the Rodgers and Hammerstein generation rather than the Sondheim generation.
Well, nah, not a fan. Worked into the leg side by Root as he goes back to Lyon, still around the wicket. He's run for 50.
Yes, I saw South Pacific at Chichester Festival Theatre, which is a production that's going on the road in England in 2022, and it was absolutely fantastic.
Good. That's clipped square by Root to head. He's just behind square, shortish square leg, backward square leg, and there's no run. But
I have renamed myself for this session to Stanley Park. Perhaps you two can work out why.
Very good.
That's worked into the leg side by Root, and they go through for a quick single. This game really reminds me, and was it one of the tests? I can't remember which test it was, but might have been against India, where England looked like they were getting themselves out of a hole, and they got themselves a really good partnership at the end of the night, and then we're going to come back tomorrow, and it's all going to go tits up first thing, and we'll all be out before lunch. I hope it doesn't. I mean, it does. I've got to say, the pitch looks pretty flat. Good for batting at the moment.
It's the odd one that's really getting up, but it is the odd one.
Yeah, it's only the odd one. I mean, it's good bounce. I mean, as a batsman, you've got to enjoy this kind of pitch. You don't get this in England. That's driven by Milan up to mid-off, and there's no run.
You see, I don't know why, with the amount of knowledge that's around the world, I'll break off.
Lyon around the wicket, last ball of the over. Milan comes down the track, doesn't get to the pitch, and just defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I don't know why they can't sort of take a sample of the grass, and I'm not talking about a kind of science fiction-y type thing here and cloning the DNA, but can't they take a sample of the soil and the grass and everything else of a pitch like this and say, look, this is a good test match wicket. It's got something in it for the batsman, something in it for all the different kinds of bowlers, and it's wearing over 5 days. We need to get this recipe into pitches around the world.
But then
I don't think this grass would survive the English winter. Just a couple of tweets. Jay Grover says, also West Side Story gets me greeting 30 seconds in because I'm soft as shit. I can whistle quite a few Sondheim tunes. Thankfully, Guerrilla Cricket hasn't made them into jingles yet. And he says, I don't think Sondheim needs to be the Shakespeare of musical theatre. He's the Sondheim of musical theatre.
Very good.
Right. Jessica Russ says, realise I haven't been on with you. So a good day to Guerrilla Cricket from a holly jolly Jessica. Hello, welcome home, Jessica. And Brian 001, God bless you, Brian. I'm having a beer that you bought me.
Me
surely
too.
Australians must stop faffing about. Is there an injury problem?
No, that's defended. That's a mid-off and there's no run. I'm having a James Bogues draft that you bought, and it is 6:30 in the morning.
After a bottle of whiskey?
No, I've had a couple of nips of whiskey. I'm just trying to keep myself going, Messi.
So it wasn't whiskey you were drinking out of the bottle then?
No, I've got a little glass here.
Oh, I thought you were swinging the bottle. I was worried.
No. Cummins is coming in. Root's talking to himself, and he just defends that out to cover, and there's no run. I wanted to ask you, Gary, have you seen the Get Back documentary?
I haven't yet. It's on Apple Plus, I think, but I'm going to watch it over Christmas when there's enough time to indulge the full kind of 8 hours of Peter Jackson's doc.
It's actually on Disney rather than Apple Plus.
It's on Disney.
Is it?
I've got it on Dropbox. I can knock it over to you. It's the kind of thing you can just stop and start because it's just like being in a room with these guys. And it's quite incredible because Cummins bowls outside the line of off stump and Root lets that through to the keeper. There's no run. Because Pete Jackson's enhanced it and made it widescreen, it's kind of like really modern, but it's them back in the day. This is incredible how many songs they knock up in like 2 or 3 weeks, you know. They just knock up an entire world-beating album in 2 or 3 weeks just sitting around in the studio. It's like, jeez.
There's a great quote from Paul McCartney when he was asked whether he was disappointed about giving Peter Asher A World Without Love, which is the #1 single for Peter and Gordon. I'll come back to that quote in a minute.
Short by Cummins, and Root just drops his bat, lets it through the keeper, no run.
And I don't think there was any arrogance in the response because, you know, he was 22 or something, Macca, at the time. I was disappointed that, you know, you've given away a #1 single. He said, nah, we'll just write another one.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, what that documentary shows you is the genius of Lennon and McCartney and the fact that Yoko Ono is a complete and utter waste of space.
Well, she's very well regarded in Liverpool these days, Yoko, because the feeling is that she's protected the legacy and she's been good to the people of Liverpool. I can't speak with personal experience.
There's almost a half a pill there by Cummins. As Root gets forward and defends, maybe there's a little bit of pad before bat, but I think he's probably outside the line. And almost everything is going over the stumps here. So, it's recalled, and it's another dot ball.
Root's on 66.
Yep.
Bear, can you work out why I would have renamed myself as Stanley Park?
Stanley Park.
Something to
do with the fact that he's a Everton supporter and I'm a Liverpool supporter.
Yeah, and Stanley Park is directly between Goodison and Anfield.
And we battered you the other day. That is defended by Root, square on the offside, and there's no run.
Well, at least you haven't styled yourself Rafa Benitez with a foot in each camp, Messi. Maybe that's next time.
That's because I don't care.
That's true.
Rafa's a good manager, you know.
Oh, I agree. Look, I agree. And many Everton fans agree, which is why a lot of the discontent in the recent run of poor results was very much directed towards the board and not towards Rafa. I don't think he'll ever be loved at Everton, but I think there's a lot of there are a handful of very loud voices that want to motivate the fans against Benitez, but the fans aren't buying it. They know that he is not to blame for this run of results. I think in a year's time the fans may have misgivings about Benitez if there's no improvement, but the Everton fans are not shouting Benitez out, even if they're not singing his name yet.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Brian 001 wonders whether you've paid your electricity bill.
Gary's sitting in the dark. Yeah, we can't actually see you, Gary. You do.
I mean, that is usually an advantage. I'm waiting for the dawn to break over Tooting, and I have a candle behind me because it makes the picture so much better on the screen. But if people really want to see me, I'll put the light on in a moment.
Lorad is continuing. He's round the wicket, still searching. Oh, is that an edge? I don't know. Down a wicket came Milan. Might cannoned off his pad, but it went quite hard out towards what would have been sort of gully. There isn't a gully, and there's a guy at short third man. He came down the track and didn't get there. It might have been a bit of back pad, I don't know. Went quite quickly. It was an appeal by Lyon. Rubbish appeal. Miles outside the off stump. Again.
A lot of dot balls now, though.
Yeah, there are a lot of dot balls. That's down leg side and missed by Milan and fumbled by Carey. And there is no run. It's 2 maidens before this, wasn't it? I can't remember the last time even we scored a single.
That was a real hit me where you want to ball, and Milan missed out here. So England just got to be careful here.
Yeah.
Just get back to milking the ball. Don't try anything too silly.
Well, exactly. It's a little bit of a sort of sticky situation. They do go for a quick single.
Well,
better throw might have been a little bit of trouble for Root getting to the keeper's end, but it wasn't a particularly great throw. And
but that's what the dot ball's pressure was building.
Yeah.
I mean, that single wasn't really there. It's a good gather, and then we're seeing the throw coming in. It was a poor throw. I mean, it probably would have been in, but they would not have taken that single sort of 20 minutes ago.
No. Seems to be a lot of bloody substitute fielders on for the Aussies. That one's defended back down the track, and there's no one. I mean, this is the first time in the game that things haven't been going right really for Cummins as a sort of captain. I guess when the batters are batting, there's not a lot really you can do. They scored the runs, and when they bowled first, they skilled us for 147. And here we're 186 for 2, and England, whatever happens here, done themselves some decent favour. It's not out, is it? No, it's swept by Root on one knee hard, but straight at the man on the 45.
Well, it's very seldom that you're on top for all 5 days of a test match, and even before this session, England did have some good sessions yesterday, for example. So England's not being walked all over.
Oh, bloody hell. Root has gone down. He swept that, but it was top edgy. Very quickly it went past the leg slip. I thought he'd snaffled it for a minute there. It's Marnus Labuschagne there, but he hadn't. And it's scootled down to the boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And still, Lyon searches for that elusive 400th Test wicket.
It's interesting that after that run of dot balls and that sharp single, it did seem like England were going to score some runs off Lyon. There was a feeling from Root that Australia were being allowed to bowl, and so needed to seize the initiative back. And of course, that's what you get, the experience of a man with over 100 Test matches. He did hit that hard, but you've got to be very lucky standing as close as he is there at leg slip to catch that one. It's
Absolutely.
a good safe shot.
It didn't go too far from his hands, though, did it? But you're right. I think they need to kind of attack Lyon. Anyway, go for it, Messi.
Grand Theft Auto says, if Sondheim is Shakespeare, who is Lionel Bart? Well, I think that's Premier League to 3rd Division, isn't it?
Oh, no, Lionel Bart, fantastic. He is England's he is England's Sondheim. We did
generous.
because he wrote lyrics. He wrote lyrics and music, and he is brilliant.
Well, Jay says, Gary, whatever role you play with guerrilla cricket, you will never summarise.
Touche, my friend, touche.
And Nitin Bajaz is with us. Hello, Nitin. Hello, folks. Been a while. Great to hear your dulcet tones again. So, England not as doomed as they were at the start of play. Root leading the charge again. Hopefully, no light brigade involvement. Well, there's no light brigade. Oh, there is now a light brigade that Gary's played.
Gary's playing online.
Yeah, well, I'm one step away from getting the cardigan as well, because it's a bit chilly in South London at the moment.
Root, am I correct? He's never scored a ton in Australia, has he? It's one place he hasn't. He's on 70 now. Milan's on 67. Short, wide, cut, and pretty shit ball, really, by start. And gets what it deserves. Smashed down to the backward point boundary, and it will be 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a man.
You know what?
Yep. England need to be ruthless like that. They seldom are in Australia. That was a horrible half-track loosener that every Australian batsman would put away from an English bowler. But too often in Australia, over the entire history of the Ashes, England batsmen have not been aggressive enough against rubbish like that. But Milan put it away.
Again, he pushes that down towards backward point. They don't go for the single. I mean, this is the point yesterday where England's kind of lost it, and the last hour went for a lot of runs, and Travis Head was taken the majority of it. But the bowlers get tired. It's hot, you know. It's like in India. It's like anywhere else in the world. Towards the end of the day, if you keep the bowlers in the field and they're not getting much out of it, you kind of got to capitalise towards the end.
Well, that's why I have my point about the over rate. If you're losing 6 or 7 overs at the end of every day, fielding captains are getting a significant advantage.
Yeah, just never think it's going to change. That's down the leg side. And it's through the keeper and there's no run. I mean, they're getting docked points, aren't they, off their World Test Championship points?
Yeah.
But the problem is everyone's going to get docked points, so everyone will see it as equal,
Yeah.
and then it won't really matter.
Well, the fact that England were 14 overs short yesterday was pretty scandalous.
I know.
Absolutely.
Well, you know what? There's a little bit about Marnus Labuschagne. You said about him earlier. He's an irritating shit, gotta say.
I like him.
I don't. I just think he's really annoying. And he at points yesterday he was taking fucking forever between balls, just fidgeting. He's worse than Smith. Pulled. Didn't quite get up enough by starter. Presumably there's someone out in the deep. There is, and it'll only be a single. But you know, he'd fidget, walk away from the bloody stumps, and he'd stand there like a statue, and then sort of place his bat, lift it up, look, and fiddle a bit. It's like 3 minutes between balls. It's just like, get on with it.
Yeah.
Well, it's the batsman's job to be ready to face
Well, it
the
should-
delivery,
well,
and if he is
exactly.
doing that, then the umpires should intervene.
Well, I
because
think there was a point. I mean, he did. To be fair, once he got himself in, he seemed to, not do that. But it was like it was all for a little bit of show and a little bit of I'm here. It's the Ashes. I'm Marnus Labuschagne, and I've got to get some runs, and I've got to get my concentration.
Well,
and that's all.
the average
that's
is
all
over
well and-
60,
well,
so whatever
exactly,
he's
that's-
doing works.
It's all well and good, but you can't slow the game down like that just for that. Stark has come around the wicket, and Root has driven that sweetly, punched it back up the ground. It's a big outfield, and it's not going to make it down to the long on boundary, but they'll probably get back for 2, and they do.
The substitute fielder's just thrown that back to Carey, and he missed Carey by, I think, the width of 2 pitches there. Very sort
Quick
of
release.
large
Quick
return.
release.
Oh, jeez. Oh, dear. Jay Grover says, I'm not a fan of musical theatre. I do like Sondheim and Bernstein now, and I didn't get the Stanley Park reference, which has now been explained. Josie Oak says, if Gary is Sondheim, Messi is Rogers, and Hammerstein, then the bear must be Gilbert and Sullivan.
Just dropped to the offside by Root, and I'll go through a single. Clive on the hot mic says, Bill Shankly. There are only 2 teams in Liverpool and Liverpool Reserve.
He did say that, and then he later, I think there's a little close tribute to him referring to Tranmere. By the way, I tweeted out 2 or 3 days ago an old photograph of Bill Shankly in a Scotland kit, and he looks uncannily like Ian Bell. Bill Shankly and Ian Bell share the same head, separated by some 80 years or so.
Reincarnation.
Yeah, you're getting some pushback from Leah, Gary.
Ah.
He says, fuck no, Gary, I want green mambas in South Africa and dust bowls that would make Tom Joad cry in India. Having the same creatures around the world in LOIs is bad enough.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. I mean, if you had the same
there's a
pitches
case for
worldwide,
it, for
everyone
sure.
would be playing the same game of cricket. It'd be a bit dull, really.
The only thing I would say in defence of that is that we like the different pitches around the world because they bring different bowlers into the game, but a pitch like this brings those different bowlers into the game over the 5 days because it will deteriorate. So I do take that point.
Lyon tosses that one up, and Root just pushed it out the offside. Milan thinks about a single, but Root's not interested. No, I mean, I like the fact that when we do all those games in the subcontinent that start at 4 in the morning, it's basically all about spin, and then you go to other places, it's all about pace. I kind of like that. Even though England don't really have spinners, they at least get a chance when they go to the subcontinent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you don't get complete roads like at the MCG that year. Or
reverse sweep by Rooty. Brilliant shot. Doesn't even bother running. That's gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Go on, man.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
If nothing else.
Nathan Lyon's bowling on reputation here because he really is, dare I say, bowling like his equally follically challenged spinner in this game. He's not bowling well at all.
Well, no, he's not. There isn't a great deal in it for a spinner, let's be honest. There's a bit of bounce and there's a bit of turn, but it's not great. That's played out into the offside, and there is no run.
Ninton says what England needs is for Stokes and Wokes to watch the Gabba heroics of Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur earlier this year and be inspired. That was great. I mean, that's another example of this wicket being a great cricket wicket.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, England here at least have made Australia think that we're not a walkover, haven't they? I mean, they probably came out and much like us over here thinking, as that one is just played out in the leg side and there's no run. I mean, I'd hoped for this, but there was a little bit of me thinking, bugger it, we're going to get rolled and it's going to be, you know, over by tonight. And it clearly isn't. We're going to be in tonight for day 4. I think only trail by 75. They've still got 8 wickets in the hutch as Milan defends that into the offside. There's no one. If these two can make it through to the end of play, we've only got, 40 minutes left. If they can make it there, make another 20, 30 runs, we're only 40 behind with 8 wickets in the hutch. And then the important thing will be, it'll be a crucial first hour tomorrow. If England can get through that without losing a wicket and still have Milan and Root in, there's a good chance of getting a half decent, you know, total. At least they get to bowl at something. As that's played off the back foot, there's no run. And that actually might put Australia, you know, thinking caps on. And it's never easy in a 4th innings, is it, when you've got to chase down the runs in the 4th innings?
For everyone listening, just cut and paste that last sort of 15 seconds from the Burr to play when England lose tomorrow morning. an innings of 10 runs.
Well, exactly. That's the flip side of it, isn't it? You know, you get all that hope up, and then come in first over tomorrow. Root gets, you know, nicks off to slips, and then everyone else crumbles after them. I mean, we've seen it many times. Exactly that. We probably could have clipped that from a game back against India. I'm pretty sure.
You're a useful balance, because the doom-laden or the doomsayers are multitudinous amongst England fans. But you're ever the optimist, Bear. You're ever the optimist.
You two need to get some tweets in.
Yes.
Al tells us that the subfield is called Hugo Burden. I just wonder if he's a bit of an animal. Leah says there's a German punk song called Yoko Ono. The chorus is, "You are even more annoying than Yoko Ono." And Josie Oak wants me to give you a blast of "You'll Never Walk Alone" just to annoy Gary.
Not Rodgers and Hammerstein's finest moment.
PJ Mead is with us. He says, "Morning, Gorillas. Back from investigating a false alarm call from an equestrian charity. Need coffee."
Root's facing up. Stark is in, and that's off the face of the back. Runs down to about 4 slip gully. It's a dot ball. He's on 78. Milan's on 72. England are 203 for 2. They trail by just 75. Partnership is 142.
Yeah.
And it's all looking quite
good. Joe Grover says, if Yoko Ono is embraced by the tragic people of Liverpool, that just confirms their sophistic masochism.
Well, you know.
That's tweet of the day for me, Joe.
Root facing up. Stark in. Just defends out to the cover. And there is no run.
Yes, talk of masochism as we're up at sort of silly o'clock to watch England playing in the Ashes in Australia is very much in our wheelhouse, I think, is the expression.
Mog is chastising us. He says, "I came to listen to the cricket, not gibbering shite about the Beatles or some useless soccer sport."
Oh, Mog. That's what you expect when you come in. Look, it's bloody 6:54. I've been up all night. I've had a few drinks, and verbal diarrhea is throwing just to keep myself awake. That's short and a bit leg side by Stark, and Root just ducks underneath it, goes through the carry, and there's no run.
We can direct you to Shane Warne and Co. on the. On
You'll love that.
Yeah, please go there.
Yeah, I think Mog would explode if it exposed to more than a minute and a half of Shane Warne.
God, it was terrible this morning. The first session I was watching it, and I mean, it's ear-bleedingly bad. I mean, I'm not saying we're the exact opposite, and as good as they are bad, but I mean, it's objectively hard to listen to. It really is.
Yeah, Stark is coming over the wicket to Root, and it's just played back to the bowlers now. And Hazelwood, he hasn't bowled much, has he? Has he not had a second spell?
I haven't seen him, and I've been on the mic now for nearly an hour.
Exactly, I think, you know.
And watched the previous half hour, so yeah, I haven't seen Hazelwood. Warren's shtick, by the way.
He's only bowled 8 overs. Yeah.
Warren's shtick these days, by the way, is that he'll announce that a Robinson or a Wokes is a really good bowler, and then spend the next 10 minutes explaining why he's not.
He's a pain in the ass.
Whispered under the breath. Rooty guides that, just doesn't get it past Cameron Green, who's at Gully. And there is no. He was whining. He was whining earlier about Tasmania being given the last test. It was like the biggest test audience they've had in the entirety of a 5-day test is 29,000. Blah blah blah, banging on about the capacity is only 12,000, and it could be the deciding test in an Ashes series, and they're really going to offer it to Tasmania. Does he really not like Tasmania?
It's a lovely ground at Belrive, really is.
He's a Melbourne boy through and through, and yeah, it's only fair to have it in Tasmania to prove that it's not just about money.
Yeah, Root eventually does get it just wide enough for Cameron Green at Gully that they can get through for a single.
I heard Kat saying that it was before her time in the match in Tasmania when
she was kidding.
Yeah. Oh, really? Because I remember watching that on CFAX. I think it was 1999, and nobody knew who Adam Gilchrist was really. There was a lot of talk about him being, a number 4 batting at number 7 because he was a keeper. And I was just watching it click over so quickly. I think he made 149, and they chased 369.
Langer made about 170 or something.
Yeah, against Pakistan, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was one of the last matches I watched on CFAX, just watching that score click over. And you thought, God, this fella's going to be good. Turned out he was.
Brian 001 has taken Hendo's pessimism pills. He says Australia's lost control after being with a good chance of winning. A draw is most likely now, given the weather. But if England get a small lead, they may win. Australia isn't the best at chasing small scores.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, Australia would have been cock-a-hoot. The first 2 days have gone exactly as planned, miles ahead. And England have slightly thrown a spanner in the works. They still trail by 74. They've got 8 wickets in hand. And it could all go horribly wrong, as we said. But,
But this is good news for the rest of the series here, because England are fighting here. They're showing decent technique. They picked Milan for exactly this kind of pitch.
Absolutely.
And kind of bowling. And he is delivering on his reputation as being a fine player of fast bowling and be able to score with the horizontal bat shots. Root is a class player, we know that. He's edging ever further up the list of highest scorers within 12 months of Test match cricket. And this is good stuff from England.
Lyon is going to continue, and Root just defends back to him, and there is no run.
I need to get one last tweet in before we change. It's from Mog. It says, I assume, given the current state of the game, fucktard Warren is back on his shooting Stark out of the team and into the sun bullshit again. I mean, I'm not going to listen to find out, but there may be souls with stronger stomachs than I.
Well, the other thing is here, Australia are thinking, they've got Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood as proven match winners. We've got 3 tests in a row, much like England have got problems with their bowling attack. If you can get one of them tired and etc., and Cummins being a captain, things can go wrong as well. Reverse sweep by Rooty, but hits Mitchell Stark, who's at backward point. Shame.
I think England will have a couple of match winners for the pink ball test coming up, though.
Well, yeah, it's kind of weird not having either Broad or Anderson in the side, isn't it? I can't remember the last time I saw
Bear in mind, Australia's played 8 pink ball tests and won them all.
Yeah, true. That's played off the back foot out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yes, all in Australia though, and I know
we are in Australia.
It's a very good point, Jez. One to bring out when the optimists will be lining up for Adelaide.
That is just knocked into the leg side short leg when Marnus is chomping away. He's a god scorer, isn't he, Marnus?
Yeah, very much so.
Don't like god scorers either. That's probably a big black mark against him for me.
A.B. de Villiers is making his way as a kind of singing god squatter, isn't he?
Yeah,
these
he's
days?
been doing that for years. Yeah. Tossed up by Lion Root. Sort of manufactures a shot. It looks like he was leaving it, and sort of pokes his bat at it along the ground out towards third man and gets himself a couple of runs.
I caught a clip or two of A.B. de Villiers, who's not a bad singer by any means, but singing in Afrikaans is every bit as bad as it sounds.
Yeah.
It's a language that doesn't lend itself to melody, let's put it that way.
That's on YouTube. That's all over YouTube. That was years ago, wasn't it?
Oh, no, he's got some new stuff.
Oh,
it's all very professional.
Root just turns out into leg side, 3 mid wickets, vacant. Man comes in for the boundary fields, and there'll be a single off the last ball. He'll retain the strike. He moves into the 80s on 82, lands on 72. England are 272. They're trailed by 71. We're due a change.
I'll catch you tomorrow.
Indeed.
By the way, Australia scored 82 today to add on to England's score for the GPL.
Australia 82, you say? I thought it was 83, but it's all right. I think everyone's out anyway, aren't they?
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right. It is 83.
So that's 290. There's only a couple of people left in it. In fact, there's only one person left in it. That's Hombre Nuevo. It's 307.
43. No, sorry, it is 82. It's correct.
Yeah, I think I'm due to do ball by ball, but if David Brooke is there and would like to do it instead, because even I'm getting tired of my voice, then David, if you want to do ball by ball, I'll do summarising. We'll take it from there.
Okay, Gary. Yeah, I might have got the wrong rotor in front of me, but thanks anyway. That first ball was played down. Great to hear you, Gary, and Bear and messages. Al, I think we've got, if I'm not mistaken, on the tweet chair, it's going to be, is it Al on there on tweets?
That is, you are correct, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna step out then because one of us isn't supposed to be here.
I thought I was. I mean, I may be wrong. I've done 2 in a row. If you want to continue, Bear, that's
all right,
fine.
I'll
with me.
continue if you want to step
Okay.
out. All right.
Well, I'll step aside. I'll be back for some of the Adelaide test. I've got to do the day job over the weekend, so I'll see you for the ping pong.
Is Mitchell start?
Gary.
And that's played down by Root. Gary, as informative and penetrating as ever. Lost me on the Sondheim and Shakespeare, but
turn your camera off,
I'm
Gary.
glad I missed that session. West Side, enjoy West Side Story, Gary. I'm sure you'll enjoy that this afternoon. 207 for 2, England. Well, hello, Bear, and hello, Al.
Hello, Dave.
And good morning, good morning to everyone. I'm on the overspill. My series debut today. I've been enjoying the guerrilla cricket coverage. It's been quite a relief after listening to the Fox guys.
So
and here's Mitchell Stark. And all that Root has to sway out of the way of that one, getting a bit of bounce in there. I was listening to an interview earlier with Mitchell Johnson, who was saying this pitch resembles the one when he was at his peak, in 2013, when he said it was as quick as that pitch that day. But no, I suppose Wood's been the fastest on display in this match.
He has. And Wood has looked like he's travelled a few of these Aussies, actually, to be fair.
Yeah.
Keep him fit, and it's a real shame that Jofra isn't here.
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't it
Yeah.
just? Because they, the 83, 84 mile an hour stuff doesn't trouble them, but the real quick stuff does, clearly. Ooh.
That one from start, there's a pill for LBW. It looked like it was drifting down leg. It's gone down round the corner for a leg by. And I don't think there's any interest from the skipper. Bear, would you be interested in that one?
Not at all. Pitched miles
No.
outside leg stump.
Yeah.
He might have got inside edge onto his pad anyway. It has been given as leg by, so the umpire doesn't think so, but it's pitched outside leg, isn't it? There's not much swing here left at this end of the day. The ball's 50 overs old.
So it's an England partnership. It's a long time since we've had a
There was a big
decent
inside edge
partnership.
on that.
Yeah,
Should we
big
give
old
us a
big
run?
Nick. So it's a single to Root. Yeah. Don't know what Mitchell. Yeah, Mitchell Stark was going up. He wasn't joined, I don't think, by any of the others. And it's and the umpire doesn't look. And no one looked very interested. Yes, an England partnership. So, what have you made of this, Alan Bear? It's been some good.
Well, it's been good news, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
my fear was that we just crumble in the second innings, and it's not proved so. You know, it's always going to be tough against a new ball with these guys. We only lost 2 wickets.
It makes you wonder what all the demons were in the first innings.
Well, I think it's probably a little bit of its first daddy. I mean, England are massively undercooked, let's be honest here. They haven't had a chance to play a lot of cricket. The only cricket they've played against is the England A's. There's been a lot of weather.
A lot of weather, wasn't there, in that? Yeah. Here's Milan. Lets that one go. It's quite wide outside the off stump. Yeah, they came together, these two, at was it 61 when Hamid was out, strangled down the leg side. That was 27 Hamid made, and Burns out for 13. And so, yeah, 61 for 2, and now 208. What a partnership.
Yeah, it's really good.
147 partnership.
And a lot of people said Hamid would struggle. I think he's looked all right, to be fair.
He's done okay, more than okay.
Yeah, he toughed it out, didn't he? And apparently hit a couple of decent fours before. Milan goes onto the back foot and smashes that one to mid-wicket. Has that gone?
No, he tried to smash it. He toe-ended it, I think. It didn't even.
Toe-ended. He's on his knees now. What happened there? Where did the ball end up there?
Well, he kind of toe-ended it, and it dropped just short of mid-wicket. So got no timing it whatsoever, and then he fell to his knees. Maybe it's a bit of cramp.
Yeah, it was a little bit ungainly at the end, wasn't it?
Certainly was. I'm just going to read a couple of tweets. Brian 001 talks about docking World Cup points is useless with regards to slow over rates. Mayank, Liverpool and Everton can fuck off. Manchester United all the way. If you enjoy your new manager, Mayank, and in a year's time, enjoy your next new manager. Jay Grover, in the BBL, there are people timed out if they don't get to the wicket. I suggest we douse Labuschagne and Smith with petrol and grey cloud diffuse, which will be lit by a neutral umpire if they fail to get to the wicket within 15 seconds. He also said we would be a walkover if they didn't insist on bowling Lyon. Janet Hopper, Jack Leach and Nathan Lyon having their race to 100. We all know there's only one winner, and it's Gary. Nitin Bataj, so I was at the Wankhede for India versus New Zealand. What a privilege it was to witness the historic achievement of Ajaz Patel. Absolute testament to his skill and stamina, and if I'm honest, the uselessness of the other New Zealand bowlers and some terrible captaincy by the stand-in Latham. Mayank, there needs to be an option on red button style commentary where you can watch the cricket with no commentary, just audio from the microphones. They used to do that for cricket, I remember that. They're still treating they're treating Root now, aren't they? They're giving him a bit of a stretch.
I think it's all just cramp, isn't it?
Josie Oak, the good old days. The bear is drunk and Gary's talking about musical theatre. When does the fashion chat show start? Jay Grover, I was just lamenting my lack of a telly, but it sounds like I lucked out. Isn't the issue with Hobart that they wouldn't fill the ground? In a rare serious point, Tasmania is a petri dish for genocide and species extinction. Not sure that that's strictly always true now.
What? I can't believe they wouldn't fill a ground for an Ashes test.
They'll absolutely fill it.
You'd have thought
of course
so, wouldn't
they
you?
will.
I mean, that's what Warren was banging on about. It was like, the far as, they have a capacity of about 12.5, 13 grand in Tasmania, but the highest ever test audience for an entire test is only 29,000. So, that makes it, they don't fill the ground every day. But you can imagine if it's, it depends where the Ashes is. I mean, I guess if Australia are falling up, maybe people aren't that interested. But if it's, close, if it's 2-1 to Australia or 1-1 or 2-1 to England, then there's everything to play for. Surely you'd imagine that people would get down there and watch it.
I'd imagine so. I would, it's kind of belittling to the people of the island, isn't it? That it's you wouldn't even fill your own stadium.
No. Now I think that ball that Stark went up there for an LBW, I think that was a no ball. Another one. I don't think they've been picking up no balls. I mean, and we know the technology is not working. The umpires clearly aren't in on this, not picking stuff up.
I think they're showing that replay not because they think it was LBW, but they think that might be why Root is having some treatment and some painkillers for his knee, because I think it might have hit the knee area, but not quite where the padding is.
Yeah, that'll be a bruise, but he'll be fine.
David, I'm not sure how much of Cameron Green bowling you've seen, but he's going to be bowl in the next over, I think.
All right, yes, indeed. I haven't seen much of his bowling, to be honest, and his innings was pretty short, wasn't it? First baller he got, not the first time he's been out shouldering arms, so let's see what he can do with the ball. You're going to jingle him up there?
I can do. I've been pretty remiss with jingles today. That's partly because, and I will explain this afterwards. Where is he?
Well, he's coming into bowl now. I'll take the first ball from Green, and Root is solidly behind that. Not showing any trace of the cramp that, just got the attention of the physios and stuff. I heard you just talking about Josh Hazlewood before. Sort of, he's only bowled 8 overs, and do we think that he's on the field, isn't he?
I don't think he's injured.
Is he injured? Is he being held back? What do you think?
Well, I don't know why they would hold him back. I mean, he's one of their, leading bowlers. It does seem a bit weird that he hasn't had nearly as many spells as everyone else.
This is drifting down the leg side. Root clips it nicely down to long leg, and they're going to come back for 2 runs to Root. Goes on to 84. Milan's on 72. It's 2 for 210. There are 9.4 overs remaining in the day, and it's Jack Leach who's got the pads on as night watchman. Let's hope he's not called on, Ben.
Well, no, that'd be interesting if he was. Should we have a camera? No, we're not going to have a camera to jingle.
Here he is. Here's Green again. Bowls, and Root is forward defensive behind that. Yeah, so because it's mystery to me, especially as I've bought Josh Hazlewood's wickets there. I would like to see him back into the attack.
Well, I'm sure he'll get a fair few throughout the series, but it does seem a bit weird, isn't it?
8 overs, no wicket for 13.
The interesting thing was yesterday I was castigating England, and I was saying, look, if we could bowl like Cummins and Hazlewood and bowl at their sort of pace. But I've been watching the speed gun today, and Cummins, after this,
ducks underneath it, Root, no run.
At Cameron Green's only bowling at 129, which is actually Ollie Robinson's general sort of pace, 129 to 133. Wokes was bowling around about 134, 5, 6. So the paces aren't that different, and he was going about it a little bit. I mean, Cummins does bowl a bit quicker occasionally, but this afternoon he's been bowling at 137, 138, getting up into the early 140s.
Here's Green, bowls that one slightly wide of the crease, but Root's able to help it round the corner for a single, and he goes through to 85 to 11 for 2, trailing by 67. And I mean, Hazlewood, of course, Nathan Lyons had this very long spell, and you didn't sound too impressed, you guys, by his long spell today.
I don't think the wicket's particularly conducive to spin, is it? I mean, it turns a little bit. It's got a bit of bounce in it, but I mean, there's no real demons in it. It's pretty consistent. There's no inconsistent bounce in the spinner, which is always a handy thing. And it's not rearing up either. So, they
23 overs Nathan Lyon got through.
Well, it's because they've only got. If they don't bowl Green, and he's only bowled 5 overs. They've got 4 bowlers plus Green, haven't they? They've got to either make more use of Green or Hazlewood, as you say. He's only bowled 8 overs himself.
Green coming round the wicket to Milan, who helps that one down to deep cover point, and they jog through for a single. So, no particular jeopardy in that over from Green. He's bowled 5 overs for 10. England 212 for 2. Al. How's the social media?
We've got a couple of tweets. Mog, there's some not entirely horrible Afrikaans rap. I think that's with regards to some of the comments that were mentioned about with regards to AB de Villiers. Jay Grover, hooray, Dave! And Josie Oak says that the quote of the day from Gary is, even I'm getting tired of my own voice.
Morning to you, Jay, and morning to all the Twitterati for keeping us entertained with the great tweets on the Yoko Ono before. I must admit, Bear, I really enjoyed that the Get Back series.
It's just mad to watch
the documentary is brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and I think you described it brilliantly before. Yeah. Like you're in the same room.
Yeah, it is. You can just kind of watch it, stop it, catch up and watch it, because there's no real narrative to it. You just watch it and go, it's kind of unbelievable what they do in such a short space of time. And the actual songs that they come out with, and you think of the album that they created at the end of that in about 3 weeks, you're like, what? in the modern era, it takes bands like 3 years to create some new album, and it's just like they're knocking them out every 5 minutes.
Absolutely. Here's Mitchell Starc to Milan. It's short, and Milan ducks underneath it. Way too high to trouble him. He's on 73.
One of the most interesting comments about the whole documentary has been from Paul McCartney, who said that he was sure that he didn't have a good time writing that album, and that watching it back, it was like, well, actually, I've got that wrong. Actually, we did have a good time making that album. It's this, maybe it's things that happened after that, relating to the breakup, that he sort of conflated those parts of his memory together. But if you can remind a member of the Beatles about the good time they had making one of the albums, then it's got to be a decent documentary.
Absolutely, yeah, well said. Here's Starc, and that's Milan drives that one outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, a little bit airy. Neither one thing nor the other. Lucky not to get a nick on that one.
It was there for the drive though, wasn't it? It was pretty full. It was outside his off stump.
Yeah.
Kind of ball he likes. He was looking out at the extra cover boundary, thinking it was going out there, but it didn't make it. He's definitely the quickest of the bowlers. Starc.
Yeah, it was the daily. I love the daily routine of the Beatles coming in to work every day.
Yeah,
and,
it's quite mad.
yeah.
We're writing an album. They're musicians and everything.
Yeah.
We're getting here at 7 in the morning or at 9 in the morning. Clock off at 5 and take the weekends off, and they're writing an album. It's like, what? It's quite mad, isn't it? Like proper job.
Yeah. Here's Starc, and again another short one, and so there's no doubt what he's trying to do. Milan again ducks underneath it, and England trailing just by 66, with Milan 73, Root 85, and this partnership having taken them from 63. So yeah, it's England fighting back in this series. If you're waking up with the news expecting England to have rolled over, they haven't. 212 for 2.
Really good effort.
And really good effort. And Australia having got to 425 all out. No declaration necessary. Travis Head 152. Those of us who watched him all last summer struggling to get into double figures for Sussex would be amazed by that performance.
I know, exactly.
His start, and Milan's on the back foot, plays it to gully, no run.
Maybe you needed those struggles, David.
Well, maybe, yes. Travis Head's been named captain of Sussex in the Championship next season. I wonder how much Sussex fans will see of him if he now becomes a fixture in the Australia team. Because new fixtures seem to be added into the international schedule, don't they? So, but no, he had a pretty poor time of it when he batted for Sussex last year, and but that double century in the Sheffield Shield might have set him up. But what an innings that was! That was probably
it was. But
most surprising aspect of the game so far was the way that he played and the speed with which he scored those runs. Here's Starc, and that's defensively by Milan, and there's no run.
Yeah, the problem was that England run out of bowlers, hadn't they? I mean, Stokes looked like he jarred a knee, and Leach was getting smashed out of the park. So they were basically down to 3 bowlers, and I think they all got, they started half an hour early, and it was getting towards the end of the day, and they were all knackered, and Root didn't have anywhere to turn for his next bowler.
Yeah, no, it was pretty predictable, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, in a way.
I know the selection has been discussed ad nauseum, but it just had a predictability about it, didn't it? That relying on Stokes coming in and taking that role.
Well, I guess after this.
Here's Starc, bowls, and that's swept away or pulled away by Milan down to long leg. They're going to jog through for a single, deep square leg, I should say, and there's 2 men down there. And that's the end of the over with Milan on 74, Root 85.
Adelaide Barmy says Tassie folk call the mainland the North Island. Maybe that's an indication. Mayank, Hobart deserve to host this test. Tickets are definitely going to be sold out in minutes for the first 4 days. Capacity is 18,000.
Cool.
Mark, I think I speak on behalf of my fellow Tasmanians when I say to warn.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. Mayank, numerous times during the first hour, I said England would be something like 300, 400 stumps. Now it's more like 240 for 2. Should have put a few quid on the GPL.
Yeah, should have done. 82, 83, so the 299, 307 is the only score left in the game.
So there's a chance, there's a slim chance, I guess.
How many runs are we on at the moment? Yeah.
299, you said.
Right,
there,
299, right.
No, so 82.
82.
82 on top of that, so what are we on? 295. So
295.
12 runs.
Yeah.
So
Here's Cameron
2-5.
Green to start a new over. Bowling round the wicket to Milan, who leaves that outside the off stump. It goes through. And Cameron Green, the very tall 6'7". I know that you were saying he's no Tony Gregg. He's not wiry. He's the full stocky 6'7". He's in his 6th over, no wicket for 10. Playing the Shane Watson role, I suppose, of the occasional medium pacer. And not to the same impact so far. Bowls round the wicket with the shadows coming over the ground now. And Milan has another little paddle out that, maybe losing a bit of concentration towards the end of a long partnership. He takes his helmet off, Milan, and mops the sweat off his brow.
A surprising lack of footwork there, David.
Yeah. Oh yes, it was. He was really stationary, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And it's taken by Carey. It was wide of the crease by Green, and Milan lost of concentration there. As you say, he didn't really move. He didn't move his feet. And what's Green going to do now? He comes into bowl to Milan, and it's short and wide. Milan can leave that one comfortably.
See, again here, they're going back to Green. Why are you not giving Hazelwood a shot?
Yeah.
It's kind of odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's baffling. He must be. Was he off the field? I know that there were a lot of sub-fielders on before. Has Hazelwood been off the field?
I don't know.
Not that we've been aware of.
Of.
There really hasn't been an awful lot of information about who's been subbing for who.
Yeah. Green bowls, and that's steered out by Milan down to the covers. They're going to take 2. Not a lot of fielders down there. It's Nathan Lyon who jogs around to do the fielding, and comfortable 2.
That was almost pre-arranged, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The batsman didn't really run, and the fielder ran even less than the batsman did.
So England fighting back here, considering the interview with Wood that was on earlier today before the start of play. Green bowls and Milan covers up for no run. He was asked the question, can England save this match? And there was a very long pause, to which he said, good question. He didn't say, yes, we can. That's for sure.
You've got to believe, I suppose.
Well, you have to.
I mean, everyone who's watched England would have thought, it's going to be over by today. And as we said, it might look really good tonight, and then we lose a bloody wicket in the first over tomorrow, and it all goes tits up before lunch, because that's happened before.
Here's Green, and let's play. Just managed to get the bat down on that. Keep steering the ball on the ground into the gully. That's the end of that over from Green. Milan's on 76, Roots on 85. England 212 for 2. They're trailing by just 63 runs.
Messages, it's worth being aware that Hobart only has a population of 179,000, and that the entire island, which is half the size of England, has a population of a little over 500,000.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
The Oval has a capacity of 20,000, which may be boosted. Brian 001, fuck, can we get back to slagging off Warney instead of rabbiting on about the effing Beatles? Yeah. Adrian Lowe, hang on, am I asleep? Am I still asleep and dreaming? You are not, sir. We are still batting. An Armchair Cricket podcast. Good fight back so far. Skipper Root and Davin Milan showing the way with a doughy middle order to come. England can dream. What is a total they could defend?
Right. Well, that's a question that hasn't been asked today.
Well, the thing is, I think there's enough time left in the game that England would have to score a massive score for it to be a draw. I just don't think that's possible. After 3 days, England are going to be out at some point tomorrow, unless they score 500, in which case they're going to be 280 ahead with a day to go. They're not going to give. England are going to have to score 600 before they declare, which would only give them a lead of 330 anyway. So, and that's going to take the best part. Well, Australia scored 340 yesterday, so if England score 340 tomorrow, they're still going to be batting into day 5 to make it safe. So England aren't going to declare if they're getting up to those sorts of scores, are they? So they're going to require an Australian collapse.
Nathan Lyon back into the attack. It's a full ball, and Root drives it pleasantly up to mid-off and goes through for a single. Yeah, certainly a question that hadn't been asked. We weren't anticipating to ask whether England could actually get out of this one, but
well, you know, if England get a lead of 150, you'd expect them to lose, right? But they got themselves a chance. I mean, there is a chance. You know, I think Australia would have expected possibly England to collapse after what's happened in this day, and you know, if they've been out in the field and England get a lead of 150, it means they get 450, something like that. They'll be thinking, really? Thought this was going to be a walk. So, you know, and then you can create pressure by getting a couple of early wickets. But you know, if England get a lead of 150, I'd still expect Australia to win. I think England need over 220, 230 to have a chance.
Lyon to Milan, who drives that one pleasantly through the covers. I don't think there's anyone back there. That's going to go all the way. A trademark shot from David Milan, and that's gone for 4. Milan goes on to 80.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Looked like nothing more than a posh, David.
Yeah, beautiful timing, wasn't it, for Milan there? Just stroking it through, and Milan showing his liking for Australian conditions. Lyon bowls to him defensively. Of course, famously told by Ed Smith, the previous chairman of selectors, that his game was better suited for Australian pitches than England. Never really got a chance to play in the home series under Ed Smith. Here's Nathan Lyon again. Round the wicket to Milan. There's a couple of close fielders in a silly point and a slip. That's played out pretty comfortably. There are, 6 overs left after this one today. So we're into the overspill. But the end of play has to be at 7:30, doesn't it, Bear?
Yeah, we've got 3 minutes left. There'll be probably 1 over after this.
So 1 over after this, yeah. Here's Lyon bowls, and that's all. Milan goes onto the back foot, essays a cut, but doesn't make contact, and there was a bit of interest there from the bowler, and the slip almost got an top edge to that.
Yeah, it's too close to cut. He's been doing that all day and keeps missing it.
Yeah, if he loses his wicket now, then he'll be regretting that. England must try and keep these two intact. Lyon bowls, and that's outside the off stump. But the talking point surely is at the end of that 24 overs. Lyon 0 for 69 off 24 overs, 220 for 2. Seeing Anderson and Broad bringing out the drinks yesterday, that was the image of the day that will stay with me. When Australia were on their way to 427.
Yeah.
That image will stay with me. And that's been one of the talking points, hasn't it? How both of those could have been left out.
I mean, I was saying this to Annie earlier. I think sort of Leach kind of deserved or earned his place in the side just by the fact he'd been left out all summer. And the only reason he'd been left out is because without Stokes playing, there's no balance, and they wanted the option of having 4 seamers. So with Stokes back in the side, they thought, right, we'll pick the spinner, and therefore one of the seamers has to go. He had been injured all summer, Broad, so they probably thought, you know, that was the story that was given out anyway.
Yeah.
But then Leach got slammed all over the park, didn't he?
Absolutely. There was definitely a plan there, wasn't there? First ball from Green's new over is played out by Root. This could be the last over of the day. Yeah, it's the chances were that Stokes wasn't going to be able to bowl a lot of overs, though. Or certainly it was a risk, wasn't it?
Well, there was a risk, but I mean, he bowled all right early, and he looked a bit, you know.
But Leach has carried around the drinks all throughout the tour of India, and
well, no, he hadn't done in India because he played in India because he was the only spinner that bowled any decent stuff in India.
Sorry, the home series, and then played down by. Sorry, I was referring to the home series, and that's played back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, it just seemed odd. Yeah,
and then Stokes jarred his knee, didn't he? So he couldn't bowl.
Yeah.
So and then when Leach got hit out of attack, there was serious problems.
Yeah, Leach ended up with figures. Well, he got his ton up, didn't he? He ended up with about 115, I think it was. Leach in the first
not
innings.
many.
I'll just check that. Yeah. Here's Green bowling to Root, covers up, says no to the single, and just as well because that would have been could have been dangerous.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Last over the day, just leave it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So. Yeah, Leach ended up 13 overs, 1 for 102. He's shown his ability. He came back when Pant knocked him out of the attack that time, didn't he?
Yeah,
And,
I think he's capable. I mean, the thing is, in
Yeah.
India, there's always a chance. The pitchers in India are always going to help you out. I mean, these pitchers in Australia aren't going to help, especially in the first innings.
And this one, this is a shocker of a ball. It's wide. It's down the leg side, and well, should have been called as a wide because it was
No, this isn't one-day
anywhere
cricket.
near that.
It's one-day cricket. It's not one-day cricket.
No. 220 for 2 England.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Australia is not going to help you as a spinner particularly. I mean, you might get a chance if England bats second, bowl first. Bowl second, and you've got lots of runs on the board. You might have a chance in the second innings at the back end of a test, but first innings is always going to be hard.
The shadows are lengthening, covering the strip now, and that ball is played out defensively by Root, and this probably will be the last ball of the day. So from what you've seen, guys, what do you think about what's your prognosis for the way the series is going to go now from having seen the opening salvos here?
I think England know that they can compete.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I mean, I've always thought England compete. It's just how you go.
Here's Green. It's probably the last ball, and Root thinks about prodding at that. It just manages to pull his bat away in time. It goes through to the keeper without any damage. Milan's on 80, Root's on 86. England 220 for 2. Is that it for the? Looks like that's it for the day. That last ball was, Root got quite close to it and just pulled his bat away at the last minute, didn't he? So yeah, it was closer to the edge than perhaps we would have liked.
Pulled his bat away long after the ball
yeah,
had
did
gone
actually.
past it.
Yeah, yeah, the bat, absolutely. There was a bit of a time delay there. So that's it. I think, yes, the batsmen are going off. It's going to be Travis Head who takes the headlines for his 150, but this partnership will have buoyed up England fans. Root 86, Milan 80. They came together when the score was on 63, and it's been all England since then. 220 for 2, 61 when Hamid was out. Court Carey bowled start for 27. Rory Burns was out. Court Carey bowled Cummins for 13. And since then, Milan and Root putting on this partnership from 61 to 220 for 2, with Milan on 80, Root 86, giving England a chance of saving the game there.
Well, I don't know if it's
Al, your assessment, please.
Is it a chance of saving a game? I mean, it is, I suppose. I mean, England have got to go lead. If they're going to, if England to get a positive result here, it's probably going to be a victory. Can't see it being a draw. But as I said, they're 58 runs behind. So if they score another 258 runs and they've got 8 wickets left in hand, and 2 good batsmen in, they would give them 200 to chase. And again, I think this is a pretty good batting wicket, but it's always hard in the fourth innings. I think you probably want 250 to put yourself in with a chance of winning the game on a fourth innings bowling last.
You can say that England have wrested some of the momentum away from Australia.
Yeah, definitely so.
And so, if what we're looking for is for a continuation from one day to the next.
Well, exactly this. I mean, this is it. We've seen this tonight. We're all really optimistic. Tomorrow, England come out, lose 3 wickets in the first 5 overs, and and then it all looks horribly different. And then we might have a lead of 20, and they knock it off, and it's all over by lunch. But from where we are tonight, and this is the current moment, you've got to be positive, I think.
Certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering that the first innings scores compare there, 147 against 425. England at least fighting back with 220 for 2, 58 runs behind now, with 8 wickets in hand. Fortunately, Jack Leach wasn't needed. Just time to do a bit of slagging off of Shane Warne. That's what the Twitterati want to hear, Bear and Al.
Well, do you want me to?
Do some last tweets. Then we get out.
Oh yes, please, Al. Yes, please, Al.
So let me just run through the rest of the tweets. Mog tells me I left a little bit out of his last tweet that told Warney to fuck off. Yes, I did, Mog, because some of those words shouldn't really be repeated. Sorry if you feel badly about that, but too bad.
We get your drift,
Brian 001. Rain will probably return, so I reckon that the draw is still the most likely outcome. Australia will be batting when the rain comes, being on for a win after England score 450. Jay Grover, the only chance England have is if the QE2 piloted by Doc Brown bursts from the Munger theory and annihilates Brisbane. Jersey Oak, as the bare forgotten Headingley 1981, you can win defending under 150 to get on the last day. The reason we remember that Headingley 1981 is because it's such a rare occurrence, though. Jay Grover, thank you all very much. I thought it'd be over by now. Let us hang on by our hangnails. Oxymoronica, good day, fellas. Only just woken. What have I been missing? Amazing. England have got back into the game. Hopefully, we can salvage a draw. After yesterday's diatribe, there is hope, at least if we can get 150 plus runs at Leeds. You never know. And Adelaide Barmy sums it all up. Brilliant coverage once again, team. Well done. P.S. King Sadaka, the best writing combo.
Oh,
all yours, boys.
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance. England do have a chance. They've got to get there first. I'm wary of saying they will get there because, as I said, but we've seen it all before. But they only trail by 58. They've got 8 wickets in hand. They should get in front. How much they get in front will depend probably on the first hour and how Australia come out. The ball is old. It's 60 overs old, I think. How many overs old? Can't see. 70? No, it can't be 70 overs old, surely. Must be 60-something overs old. So they get a chance to get in against the old ball. New ball comes. New ball can be funny, isn't it? Takes wickets or goes for a lot of runs. If England don't lose a wicket, hopefully it'll go for a fair few runs. And once England get a lead, if they get in the lead and they don't lose a wicket, suddenly you're imagining Australia might tighten up a bit. And
are you saying there's a crucial first hour tomorrow?
No, I'm saying there's always a crucial first hour, especially on day 4 in this situation. It might be time to play a jingle in the morning. So yeah, am I optimistic England can win? No, but I think they've done enough to give themselves a chance. I still probably think Australia should end up winning this test from this position, but you never know.
Yeah, and this partnership will at least have, it's okay, put England back in the series even if they do go one down. It's a statement of intent, isn't it? It's saying that there is going to be some England are going to compete in this series.
And there's 2 of England's important batsmen, the 3 and 4, and England skipper particularly, who've got a duck in the first innings, has got runs here. It may not end up being 100, it may end up being 100, but if it does, it's his first 100 in Australia, and he's had a fantastic year, and he'll just think, right, I'm going to carry on. Darren Milan will get big ups on this, and then hopefully everyone else can as well. So it is important that England have done this to this point. Hopefully they don't throw it away tomorrow.
Well, thank you to everyone for listening. Another terrific effort from the Gorilla Cricket team. There was Bear and Gary and Al and Messi Jez and Kat and Ben and Annie. Have I missed out a few people? It's been a huge effort from the Gorilla team. Forgive me if I've missed any of the Gorilla team, but it's certainly been entertaining coverage and an entertaining day's cricket. Bear, we look forward to everyone joining us at 11:30 again.
Yeah, we'll be on air at about 11:20 tomorrow for day 4, the first test of the Ashes series in Australia. It's bloody hard work doing this overnight shit, but we're here for it. And so until then, we'll say goodbye and play your theme tune. See you all tomorrow, guys.
Morning.
Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket.